Are you struggling for consistency in your sim racing? Does your iRating look like a roller coaster? If so, we have good news for you. The way to get more consistent is to first understand what you're doing differently than the professionals. And VRS is the answer. With our competitive subscription, you will have the telemetry, setups, tutorials, and everything else you need to fully analyze your driving. Our data packs and the ability to compare your driving with the best in the world will show you exactly where to adjust your inputs, change your driving line, and shave seconds off of your lap times. And our powerful and precise Direct Force Pro wheelbase and precision pedals are being used by some of the world's best drivers. All these champions agree that VRS hardware is not just the best on the market, it's also priced well below the competition. So if you're looking to upgrade to direct drive and the best pedals in sim racing, VRS is your answer. If you want to get better, get faster, and make it happen sooner rather than later, you owe it to yourself to find out why so many people are switching to VRS. You'll be so glad that you did. Visit www.virtualracingschool.com and learn why the best use VRS.
Well, good afternoon everybody and welcome back to Apex Racing TV and welcome back to the European SportsCar Championship. This is round number 2 of the season coming to you today from Circuit de Magny-Cours. My name is Ron Mons, joining me in the commentary booth is Jamie Fluke, and in the virtual production hall we have our old friend Samuli Kumo. After about a month since the incredibly hectic opening round at Barcelona, the drivers in all 3 classes are now faced with another circuit from the world of Formula 1. Although it hasn't hosted the French Grand Prix in about 16 years, Circuit de Magny-Cours is still a well-used and somewhat beloved track in the world of racing. There is still a heck of a lot of challenges around this 2.7 mile long, 17 turn circuit. And here now to explain this challenge and give you all a guide of this circuit is a man far more qualified than I am. Jamie, I'll pass things off to you.
Thanks, Ron. So, yes, Magny-Cours is a really technical, very interesting circuit. It's quite narrow and quite old school. A track that nowadays does have quite a bit of runoff, but doesn't take any prisoners. We're going to run on board with Alex Pilbeam here in the LP2 for the HWT Motorsport, coming through the very tricky final sector. And we've got things quite damp and wet here, but hopefully that won't dampen his spirits in towards turn 1 here. Turn 1 and 2, double left-hander, pretty much pinned actually here in an LP2 before the long sweeping turn 3 here of Estoril. Corner goes on absolutely forever. Front end will always want to wash out on exit and just be careful there about the track limits. Up the long back straight towards the Adelaide hairpin. This is going to be the prime spot for overtaking moves. Hard onto the brakes down into first gear in this hairpin, trying to avoid taking too much curbing inside or outside in the wet conditions here. Get the power down nice and straight and drive off heading down towards the Nürburgring chicane. Full commitment here required. Just got to stay off the curbs on the way in there, Alex. But he's negotiated that quite well before straight onto the brakes, very quickly down to the 180 hairpin here. Again, really important to get the nose tucked in, get the wheel straightened, and then power down and drive off the corner before we head up towards the Imola chicane, which is quite similar to the Nürburgring chicane. Full commitment right and then left up the hill before hard onto the brakes into Chateau d'Eau. A little technical, tricky, slightly off camber right-hander here, where it tightens quite a bit on exit. So again, getting the power down nice and straight is really, really important. But we get down to the final little sector here of the Z complex. So turn 15, 90 right, pretty straightforward, but we need to be careful. Get the power down, and then, oh, just a bit of understeer there, but over the final chicane, and that's a pretty rapid little lap there of Magny-Cours in the LMP2 there by Alex Pilbeam for HWT Motorsport, which puts him up to a 5th place so far in qualifying.
He was briefly up into 4th, but we gotta say, very nicely put together lap from Alex Pilbeam. We still got a decent amount of time left to go in this qualifying session. HWT Motorsports, this number 24 car, they were one of our favorites throughout the last round at Barcelona. That race was incredibly hectic, and I will say, if you want to look at the highlights of that race, and hopefully a highlights reel of this broadcast coming out in the not-too-distant future, you can check out the European Sports Car Championship YouTube channel that this broadcast is being simulcasted on. And yeah, that's they put together a highlight reel, and it was pretty exciting to watch all the action and occasional chaos that happened during that broadcast not very long ago. It was an up and down race with a whole lot of movers and shakers, but one of the drivers that we didn't see up towards the front in that race at Barcelona 1 month ago was the Delta Racing car. However, as it stands at the moment, with a little bit over 5 minutes left to go in this qualifying session, the Delta Racing team number 41 car is currently our provisional pole sitter, nearly a full second in front of the Restec Reparta Corse number 22. So this is a very interesting qualifying session. Of course, rain playing a huge factor, and it will be a big factor in the race coming up. I think we'll touch on that a little bit later on in this qualifying session. But as it stands currently, Jamie, a very interesting qualifying session as it stands at the moment.
Yeah, really interesting. So we're just at that weird crossover point between wet and dry tires. So Washington Carvalho for Delta Racing here has gone onto the dry tire. I think everyone else in the LMP2 class is switching over to the dry tire to try and take advantage of that. So Washington was the first to blink, or else he had started on the dry tire and was trundling around hoping for the best. Yeah, right tire, right time at the minute. It's just over 4 minutes left of the session, and yeah, he's got a 1 second advantage almost over the entire field. So it's going to take time for these guys to figure out where they can push, where they need to be conservative. When we were on board with Alex Pilbeam in the HWT car, it looked pretty dry in a lot of places. There's a little bit of standing water in the lower parts of the track and in some of the apexes as well. But outside of that, it's looking like you can push around here and use maybe some outside curb, which I think is like a good metric for how good the state of the track is, what tires you should be on. So these guys are able to push now, and it'll be interesting to see how the times evolve over the remaining few minutes here we've got in qualifying.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting conclusion to this qualifying session, and that 1 second gap that Delta Racing had very briefly has actually been into a teeny tiny bit. We'll touch on that a little bit. Here's the Digitrax Racing car number 99, currently 20th in this qualifying session. They're running on dry tires as it stands currently. A whole lot of wet runners right in front of them, one of them being the Simatech Sensations number 20, who took a somewhat shock victory last time out at Barcelona. They've still yet to set a qualifying time on dry tires, so that could be part of the reason why they're well down in the running order. But for the team that took the checkered flag in pretty convincing fashion towards the end, it must be said, the fact they're slotted currently in 17th is not good. And speaking of not good, that's Digitrax running a little bit wide. That was coming through turn number 14, I believe. Nevertheless, the times are starting to come in. Eagle Speed Academy, I think they're still running on wets, are they not? They just put in a very good lap time, briefly put them up into second, as that's a crash for the Evolve Racing number 57. That was a big hit. I think the rain has possibly started to come down as HWT Motorsports has gone off the track as well, and a whole lot of drivers are starting to come back to pit lane. Eagle Speed Academy briefly went up to second with a lap time on wet tires, but NOP Racing, that number 89 car, got jumped back up into P2. Currently 0.143 of a second separating Delta Racing and NOP for the pole in the LMP2 category, but that gets snapped by Dynaco Racing Team, jumping up to the provisional pole at a 1 minute 29.339. That was a shock.
That's a really good lap in these conditions because it's still not dry. Rain is approaching again, and yeah, to pull that lap when there's not much in the way of opportunity left here in this qualifying session to get it done. To squeeze the car onto pole position, it is very, very good going. There's a lot of damaged cars out there, so I don't know if it's actually started raining once again, or whether just drivers are getting caught out by the mixed and changeable conditions here. But looks like everyone's sort of filtering back down pit lane. Got Garrett Spence here for Tri-State Racing, completing a lap and moved himself up to P11, 1.4 seconds off. So the gaps are quite large here, but it all sort of depends on how comfortable you are with these changeable conditions and how much you're willing to risk it for ultimate glory here in qualifying.
And honestly, I feel like we can't read too much into these qualifying results because from everything we've seen on the weather radar, it looks like Magny-Cours in the world of iRacing is about to get hammered by rain. It is going to be a very wet track, we think, for these drivers to take the starting grid. We'll see in about a minute's time once this qualifying session draws to a close and we switch over to that race session. Another very long race for you this afternoon. We'll remind you all of the format. A 4-hour-long race for these drivers. A split qualifying session, 40 minutes long. Some of it covered here on this broadcast here on Apex Racing TV this afternoon. But a 4-hour race in front of all of these drivers and quite a lot of challenges that are going to be thrown in. We weren't able to cover the LMP3 and GT3 qualifying that happened earlier, but Work Sim Racing in the number 7 car took the pole in the LMP3 category, and then over in the GT3s, it was a ResTech Reparta Corse team, number 73, taking the pole in the GT3 category. Whole lot of challenges going to be faced by these drivers, and one of them that I think we should mention as this qualifying session comes down to a close, and I saw this in the practice session earlier when the track was completely drenched. The LMP3s and the GT3s weren't terribly far off each other when it comes to lap time, so I'm curious if we may have some interclass mingling throughout this session. We'll just have to wait and see how things shake out in the race coming up for you this afternoon. The checkered flag is out in this qualifying session. Jamie, before we grab the starting grid for what's going to be a very dramatic race, what are your final thoughts from an interesting qualifying session? I think Jamie briefly...
Apologies. Yep.
There we go.
Made a small little error there on my part, my bad. Yeah, so with qualifying, it remains to be seen how this is all going to shake out because it's changeable conditions and the race is to get quite wet from here, we do believe. It's a mixed bag. It'll be really interesting as well to see, as to your point, how classes mingle, not just in terms of like their raw speed, but also just in terms of how the faster class cars will overtake slower class cars, because there might only be one line through some of these corners when it gets very wet, and there's standing water in places, for example. So this is going to be really, really difficult for everyone involved, and I think it's just going to be whoever keeps themselves pointing in the right direction for more time than everyone else is probably going to do really well here. It's not going to be outright speed that wins this, it's just going to be consistency.
And just keeping it on the road at this very challenging track, I had the privilege of driving the LMP2, LMP3, and GT3 earlier on in my own test session. Of course, not in the rain, I want to make that quite clear, just running in the dry. And let me say, I was facing challenges just in the dry, and of course, there's a very good reason I'm in the commentary booth rather than in one of these race cars. But still, it's going to be a tough combination for these drivers. It has a little bit of sports car history, Magny-Cours, but you don't really think of Magny-Cours as a sports car heavy racetrack. It's mainly synonymous with the world of Formula 1, and these are not Formula 1 cars, a whole lot of different flavor that we got in the LMP2, LMP3, and GT3 cars, and we're going to see that get put on full display in this race that we have for you this afternoon, morning, or evening, wherever it is. I know for me on the east coast of the US, it's currently 9:13 in the morning. Early morning broadcast here on Apex Racing TV, and you can see the rain is in the air for this race session. That is what we expected, but it's still going to throw throw a massive wrench in the works. We'll take a look at the starting grid for you as the field is about to line up on this pace lap, full pace lap in front of these drivers, and leading them to green is going to be the Dynaco Racing Team number 95. Not a complete shock for the pole position. They definitely jumped out to us, though, as it looks like the qualifying session was going to be dominated by Delta Racing, who are going to be starting on the front row alongside them. Those two going to be occupying the front row at the beginning of this race. Then starting this race in P3 is going to be the NOP number 89, driven by Michael Sundstrom at the beginning of this race. Rising Panda Racing going to be starting in 4th. Eagle Speed Academy in 5th. Redstech Reparto Corse, driven by Alessandro City, and the number 22 car is going to be starting this race in P6. Redstech Reparto Corse, a lot of Redstech Reparto Corse teams. They're going to be starting in 7th in the number 43 car. SJ&H Esports in the number 69 car, they will be starting this race in P8, and we'll take a look at the rest of the grid. You can see a whole lot of cars. GSE Racing Esports, Squadra Veloce, they're starting in 9th and 10th respectively. Tri-State Racing, Evolve Racing, P11 and P12. HWT Motorsports in 13th. Race Ventura in P14. Revolution E-Racing starting this race in P15. World of Sim Racing Team going to be starting this race in 16th. That's going to be MV Skin Labs DS Racing starting in 17th. Dynaco Racing in P number 18. Vision 1 Motorsports in 19th. Cimatech Sensations in a very disappointing qualifying session. They are going to be rounding out your top 20.
Yep, so we've got just rounding off the LMP2 field, Tri-State and Digitrax. I'm seeing the struggles that Digitrax had on their qualifying lap, just as it had dried up. They went onto the dry tires and it didn't work out for them. But then into LMP3, Works Sim Racing on pole position there with Cass Bosshaus, and then Rising Panda in 2nd, Unity Racing by Venom 3rd, Trackside Racing Team with Dorian Lelevre, who was so rapid and so quick last time out at Barcelona in the dry. A little bit further down the field here in 4th, Focus Racing 5th, Delta V in 6th, and then another of the Dynaco Racing Team cars in 7th, and then through into the LMGT3 side. So interesting to see Redstech Reparto Corse on pole position there in GT3. In the Mercedes, which is known, and I can sort of throw a disclaimer out here, I'm well aware that the Mercedes is not a strong car in the wet, so for those guys to put it on pole position is very, very impressive. Revolution E Racing in 2nd in LMGT3 with JJ Motorsports in the Porsche 3rd. Tri-State number 3, which had that incredible battle at the end of Mercedes Barcelona last time out. They start 4th ahead of Delta Racing in 5th. And they've got the Work Sim Racing, the Ford Mustang. Mustang's out to play again in P6 with the GSE Racing Esports car. Or sorry, I missed the SE competition Chevrolet. My apologies, of course. The number 2 car there in 6th in class, or sorry, 7th in class. GSE E Racing, and then Delta Racing as well, followed by another of the Redstech Reparto Corse cars, World Sim Racing, and then the 16 car, which shocked us all last time round at Barcelona, rounding out the field here this time at Magny-Cours in the Mustang. But all to play for in what promises to be a really interesting and fascinating event in store ahead of us.
I think it's going to be a really entertaining one as well. As you point out expertly in the track guide you gave, whole lot of challenge here at Magny-Cours. There is not a single section of this racetrack where the tires are resting. The start-finish straightaway is just about the only straightaway really on this entire track. The rest of it, even if you're going flat out, you're still having to turn. I wonder if tires are going to play a big role in this. Of course, if we do have a wet to dry transition, or later on possibly a dry to wet transition, that's going to play a huge role. But maybe just tire management as the track is still wet, that could play a huge role in how this race shakes out. What do you think, Jamie?
So looking at the forecast very quickly, it looks like it's going to be pretty wet across the board, but the track now, while it's wet, isn't as wet as it could be. So it's important not to burn out the tires early here in this opening stint. It's really important to sort of ease yourself in. But of course, you've got 40 other cars out on track there, vying for position in different classes, so you can't take it too easy. Tires will be important, of course, but I think the more pertinent battle will be different classes mingling with each other and just keeping the car pointing in the right direction.
I think that first run through lap traffic for the LMP2 cars is going to be absolutely outrageous. With a wet track, 41 cars taking the green in a few moments' time. That's going to be the Dynaco Racing Team number 95 leading them to green. Hopefully we don't have as much of a disorganized start as we had a few weeks ago at Barcelona, waiting for that green flag to come out, which it has now. The drivers are now going to be on their way down that start-finish straightaway and into turn number 1. It's going to be that Dynaco Racing Team, the pole sitter, number 95, leading them the first time by through turns number 1, 2, and 3. Some drivers going side by side with some rally action for the HWT Motorsports number 24 a little bit farther in the back. We're taking a look all throughout the grid. Some drivers being movers and shakers already, trying to get some moves done. Meanwhile, in the LMP3 categories, that number 7 car currently driven by Cas Boschus in that Work Sim Racing number 7 car. He is leading them in the LMP3 category over the Rising Panda Racing number 47 in P2 Trackside Racing Team, rounding out your podium as it stands at the moment in the LMP2 category. Meanwhile, over in the LMGT3s, it is that Mercedes Areztec, or Porta Corse Mercedes to be a bit more precise, number 73 leading them at the moment, actually building a little bit of a buffer very early on in this race. They already have a 2-second gap between themselves and this team, the Revolution E Racing number 74 Audi is currently running second in the category. Meanwhile, at the north end of the field, Dynaco Racing Team and Delta Racing have already gotten themselves involved in a little bit of a squabble. While it's spread out in the LMGT3 and the LMP3 categories, up at the front in LMP2, it is still viciously tight.
Yeah, super start actually from everyone so far. Only a couple of little hiccups in the opening few corners, but good driving all around so far, given the very changeable conditions here. But CSGO maintained from the top 4 here. No changes there, with Areztec for Porta Corse up into P5 off the start ahead of Eagle Speed Academy. Oh, a little bit of contact there. I think I probably spoke too soon, and I probably will continue to do so across the entirety of this broadcast. But that's the Squadra Veloce by ERS car, squabbling with, I believe it's Garrett Spence there in the Tri-State Racing car. And yeah, we're off to a fun and interesting start, but no major drama in that opening lap, which is really, really good to see.
That's a fun word that you bring up there, that being fun. I'm curious, are these drivers having fun at this stage, or are they absolutely terrified? Not a whole lot of pressure at the start of a 4-hour-long race. However, there is a whole lot of pressure when you have the rain and have some side-by-side action involving the Evolve Racing number 57, making contact for sure. That was with Race Ventura in the number 78, going side-by-side, heading into the Adelaide hairpin at the beginning of lap number 2. There was definitely some contact between those cars. If not, it was just about a playing card separating those two, going down the long flat-out blast, the longest flat-out blast on this entire lap, and some side-by-side action heading through the Nürburgring chicane of turn 7 and 8, my apologies. And we have a spinner already, that being the Squadra Veloce by ERS car number 88 that's currently being driven by Stefan Le Guen. Number 88 is already gone for a spin, heading through turn number 9, which in my humble opinion, Jamie, is probably the most challenging corner on this entire track.
I agree. It's super difficult and challenging in the dry, let alone the wet. If the curbs get very slippery, which they're likely to do if it's going to get any wetter than this, oh, that's a problem for our previous race winner, Simatec Sensations, Julien Bossier, around down to the back of the field there in LMP2. Horrible start for those guys, but oh, never mind. It's all starting to kick off now. So that's Mario Capellucci in the Division 1 car, also going for a spin down in the sea. So yeah, tough start for those guys, but long way to go, and plenty of action still to occur.
Jamie, I think you may be a harbinger of chaos, because every single time you start talking about the challenge, some drivers start spinning around like a top. That was tough for the Simatec Sensations car, because I believe the driver behind the wheel at the moment was the same driver that led that car to victory at the end of the Barcelona race about a month ago. Still looking at all throughout the entirety of the field, Outside of the ResTech Reports, of course, a Mercedes, which has entirely checked out of the LMGT3 fight, currently at about 5.5 seconds in front of the JJ Motorsports Porsche behind. It is still very close in that LMGT3 fight. You've got Delta Racing and Tri-Stage Racing, car number 4 and car number 3 running in P3 and P4 respectively. Those two got into a little bit of drama towards the end of that Barcelona race on that final restart, heading through, I think it was turn number 8, if I remember correctly. They made contact and it ended up costing both of them the races. One of them was sent around into the wall, and the other one picked up a penalty, which gave that victory to the number 16 Work Sim Racing Mustang, which has actually cut their way through the field like a hot knife through butter, now running in P9. So the driver that started all the way at the tail end of the field, that being Liam Kilton, the American in the number 16 Mustang, they're putting on a very strong showing, it must be said.
Yeah, really strong start for those guys in the Mustang. It's probably on raw pace, it's not the quickest car in class by any means, but if you keep your head screwed on, actually as the World Sim Racing Porsche goes round the outside, there's probably a little bit of grip out there. So that might be moved on, actually an excellent move there. It's not done yet, side by side coming up into the Emile chicane. We'll see who breaks the latest into here. Yes, Mustang stays ahead. Good drive and good commitment there from Liam Hilton, and hangs on there to P9. But yeah, I think those guys from last run were probably as surprised as anyone that they were able to pick up the race win. They were right place, right time, and kept their nose clean when they had to. They made no major mistakes, and I think today's going to require more of the same. So, okay, yes, qualifying didn't go to plan for these guys, but they're up 3 spots from where they started, and you know, making moves and keeping it clean to this point so far, and that's all you can do at this stage. I will say though, it's very ominous at how much the ResTech Ricardo Corse Mercedes 73 driven by Andrea Miato has pulled away at the start here. That's a huge gap off the start of this race, and full credit to them.
That is absolutely terrifying for their competition. Andrea Miato is just driving that Mercedes like an absolute dream at the moment. And you mentioned when we were going over the qualifying results and the fact they stuck it on the pole in wet conditions, that it was impressive that they were able to do that in the Mercedes. Even more impressive, the fact they've built up the gap they have so early on into this race, as World of Sim Racing team gets that move done in front of the Work Sim Racing Mustang. I will say one lap ago when they were going side by side right through this section, and that all really kicked off when the Work Sim Racing team ran a little bit wide hang through the Nürburgring chicane, went into the green part, as there's a spin for the Unity Racing by Venom car, currently driven by Vincent Barbier. The number 35 car has gone for a spin. That, I think, is that coming out of turn number...
I'll be out of 13.
Figure out where exactly that was. Yeah, that was coming through the Imola chicane, going for a spin. Very lucky to get away with that with the spin in what's one of the fastest parts of this racetrack.
Very true, but also the bars are a reasonable distance away around here through that particular corner as well. So if you do get it wrong, you have a long way to slide, and hopefully then actually catch some gravel before you end up in any major difficulties. So we're on board now with Mikael Sundström of NOP, who were perennial P8, P9, P10 last time around in Barcelona. Every time we looked at them, that's pretty much where they were at, but running up in 3rd this week, which is really, really good to see, and finding the original pole sitter, Matthias Medehi, in the Dinoga Racing Team car for what is now 2nd position. So strong start from these guys, and a strong start actually from the Delta Racing Team, obviously, to take the lead and build out a more than 2-second gap, as we're starting to come across some of the lap traffic. Here we go. This is where it's going to get really, really tasty.
Oh, it's going to get feisty here soon. Delta Racing, as you just said, very strong start from them. They have built a pretty good lead. And actually, speaking of leads, is very close under braking. Ooh, that's contact for sure. That was the ResTech Reports a Corse car Was actually, no, that was ResTech Reporter Corsi team actually got the move done to slot their way into third. They're down the inside, and I guess that was the reason why the NOP car made contact with the Rising Panda Racing number 46. They're on their outside. I think we should probably try to find a replay of that very close call and close quarters action heading through the Adelaide hairpin, this time by the GT cars getting in the midst of that a teeny tiny bit, but I gotta say credit where credit's due to the cars that have been lapped thus far. They have stayed out of everyone's hair at the moment. And in these wet conditions, it is very challenging for the lappers to try and negotiate the lap down cars as swiftly and successfully as you can. But in those GT3 cars, it's also tough just to try and get out of the way of these LMP2 competitors that are coming up to you what feels like at like 14 times the speed of sound, running around the outside. And this is an interesting call from race control. The race start is being investigated, so I'm not sure if there's some sort of start violation that may have issued out some sort of penalty. I know there are some other series that have some very strict start violations. You can't overtake before the start-finish line is the rule in some racing series. We'll see if there's any sort of penalties levied towards some of these teams, as that's nearly a major accident with the Dynaco Racing number 95 nearly slamming right into the back of the SE competition by TSR Corvette. That was heading into turn number 3. That was dangerously close.
Oh boy. Yeah, so it's very apparent so far that it is not easy to make moves if you're the faster class car in the LMP2s on the LMGT3s. You can see the 43 car of Andrea Valero up the inside into the grass on the inside of the Adelaide hairpin. It is so difficult to find a piece of tarmac that you want to be on right now because the LMGT3s can only run what they can run. They're nowhere near as nimble and as agile as the two faster classes. I think we're going to take a look at, yeah, just a replay then of what I think was a 3 wide, and we were on board with the 89 car. So 22 up the inside, 46 down the outside. And yeah, I think all three are, a little bit of bumper cars there, yeah. All three lucky to get through, but yeah, actually a really good move, I think, there from the 22. And they're up into second place and hounding down the Delta Racing car. For the start, I don't have the word on it, but I suspect it might have something to do with the Ricardo Corsa car, the 73 leading LMGT3, because they were 2.5 seconds clear 3 corners into the race. So maybe something happened there that shouldn't have. We'll see, but yeah, they pulled out a 7.3 second gap already, even whilst getting overtaken by LMP2 so far. So to me, that indicates that even if you throw a penalty at them, they'll probably be okay.
That was the biggest gap that we had all throughout this field until the LMP3 race changed very dramatically, very quickly. The Work Sim Racing number 7, they've pulled away. They've actually extended that gap to over 12 seconds now. You can see Cass Boschus heading his way through turn number 14 towards the end of this lap. This has been very strong stuff from the leaders in the LMP3 category. I'm not really sure if there's some sort of incident, because the last time I remember, there was only about like 2 or 3 seconds separating the leader in LMP3 compared to the trackside racing team that's running in P2. They have kicked on the afterburners in the early stages of this race. Very impressive to pull a gap like that so very early on.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. Looks like that they're quicker than everyone around them, but I suspect part of it was the trackside racing team trying to work their way forward from 4th on the grid up to 2nd. We're going to take a look here at the 47 Rising Panda car. A little bit of a struggle there, but hopefully we'll figure out what's happened to them. Okay, so yeah, I'm just getting more. Yeah. Went off the circuit, sorry, on lap 5. Just trying to see if we can see what happened, but that's the word we're getting, that they went off the road on lap 5, and hence that's probably some of the reason as to why the 7 Work Sim Racing car is as far up the road as they are. As we've got a battle for the lead now, actually, in LMP2. The 22 and the 41. The 22 has taken the overall race lead. That did not take long in closing down that gap, so maybe it was a mistake from the 41 driven by Washington Herrera Calvario, but yep, up front and to the lead goes Alessandro Sidi in the ResTech Ricardo Corsa car.
Yeah, they usurped that gap quite quickly as they're now trying to deal with some of the lap traffic getting stuck on the outside, heading through turn number 9 of 180. That was actually the moment that the Rising Panda racing car had, thankfully, here on Apex Racing TV. What we see right now is about 20 seconds, well, what the viewers see on YouTube is actually 20 seconds delayed compared to what we're commentating on. So right as we were taking a look at the end of that replay, I got a chance to see what was going out on the broadcast, and it was just a quick little snap. They overcorrected, hang into 180. And that just sent them off. That ties a little bow on what happened with that replay in LMP3. But up at the front in LMP2, it's still very close between the Red Tech Reporter Corse number 22 and the Delta Racing number 41. Washington Carvalho, I gotta imagine he had some sort of mistake because that gap was about 2.5 seconds not very long ago, if not even more than that. Either they just kicked on the hyperjets and managed to close up that gap in barely any time at all, or there's some sort of incident involving the Delta Racing number 41, and there's another incident. I think I just saw a car in the gravel trap as we saw the leaders head through turn number 2. Not sure exactly who that was. That may have been the Rising Panda Racing number 47 LMP3 car that ran wide, hang through turns number 1 and 2, and ended up in the outside gravel trap because I saw them very slow coming out of Esterol of turn number 3. That had to have been some sort of mistake. What's your theory on this, Jamie? Was it a mistake from 41, or was it just a bit of a big pace disparity between the two of them?
I suspect it's a mistake because they lost 2 seconds on that previous lap, and it could only have occurred as actually, we're just seeing what probably happened there. So caught behind the LMP3 there, and probably with nowhere to go, and then had to try and take it to the outside, and the 22 was just in the perfect place to take advantage of it and makes the move up the inside and into the lead. It's already actually pulled a 1 second gap, so I'm not sure whether the 41 has any damage, but or maybe it is actually just a case of the 22 being very, very strong at this moment. But yeah, it was 2 seconds that was lost in that lap, and most of that was in the first 3 corners. So my conclusion is that it was just in those first 3 corners where all that time was lost, as the 41 actually getting back onto the back of the 22 just sort of through the final sector there, and last time by only losing 3/10. So class in the field so far, these two. No one else really that close in terms of lap times. So strong stuff, as the track, I think, is getting a little quicker, even though it is getting wet. So maybe these guys just sort of getting used to the conditions, tires going up the temperature, and yeah, everyone's starting to find a bit of a groove and a rhythm here. We are 16 minutes now into the race.
Yeah, that rain is still coming down, at least from my perspective. Yeah, you can see beautiful onboard shot. Thank you very much, Samuli. Riding on board with the Digitrax number 99, you can see that rain is still coming down quite heavily. Of course, some of that mist on that windscreen is from the cars in front. Basically a hornet's nest of cars right in front of the driver that's currently running in P17. You can see possibly trying to get a move done, heading into the Adelaide hairpin, maybe making contact. That was a matter of inches separating themselves and the number 21 Tri-State racing car heading through Adelaide. That was dangerously close with both of those drivers. Getting back on topic and talking about the rain, I feel like it's starting to come down a bit heavier, and that could be helping out these drivers. But again, side by side, Digitrax trying to get that move done on the Tri-State racing number 21 car. They're going to be stuck on that outside line, and I think they will be able to clear them. Oh, actually, no, they're still side by side. A little bit of net code contact, it must be said, heading down that small little flat out blast before the Imola chicane. Still side by side, and spinning off the track is the Tri-State Racing number 21 car. Garrett Spence goes around the American, was running inside the top 15 in the LMP2 category, definitely inside the top 20, knocking on the door of the top 15. However, some hard battling with the 99 Digitrax car ends in tears.
Yeah, 2-1 normally doesn't go there. Yeah, initial bit of contact, and then they came back together as both cars were unsettled. And yeah, unfortunately for the Tri-State car, that secondary piece of contact sent them around. No damage, I suspect, to either car, and Spencer was able to retrieve the car from the gravel and get it pointing back in the right direction. Currently side by side with Mauro Capalucci, who's actually just taken up position into turn 1. Spence runs a little wide and is losing time now as well, in another position to the Simitak Sensations car of Julian Bossier. So the number 20 car back into P20, but not where they want to be. 42 seconds off the race lead already.
And I gotta say, tying a little bow on that incident involving the 21 and 99 cars, that was a fantastic save from the Digitrax car when they made that contact with car number 21 heading through the Imola chicane. They were all kinds of crossed up heading through there as a result of the contact, so very lucky that they got away with that clean start violation for car number 2, but only a warning for the SC competition by TSR Corvette, currently driven by Christian Shepard. They're running in the 5th position in that LMGT3 category. That may be a bit of a saving grace for them because as it stands at the moment, they're only 14.8 seconds off of the leader. I say only 14.8 seconds off. They're 14.8 seconds off the leaders in class, albeit they have completely checked out. Still close to the Tri-State Racing number 3 right in front of them. And actually talking about the leaders in the LMGT3 category, the Restec Reporter Corse team that extended that gap to teetering around 9 to 10 seconds not very long ago. They've lost a little bit of time. I'm curious if there was another round of the LMP2 cars coming around to lap them, or whether or not Andre Miato has actually lost a little bit of time just on merit alone.
Looking at lap times last time by, their pace is still okay, so I suspect it was traffic related. Actually interesting that the gap is up now again to 7.8 seconds, with the JJ Motorsport car losing about 1.8, 1.7 on that previous lap. So that gap had come down to 6 seconds. So it'll be interesting to see through the remainder of this opening stint, which I think in the LMGT3s around here will be over the 1 hour mark, given the fact that a GT3 car can run for about an hour in the dry around a track like this, add in the wet conditions where you're not at full throttle quite as much, and chances are you'll be able to stretch your fuel stint that little bit further. So it'd be interesting to see over the course of the rest of the stint, especially as things start to filter out into a little bit of a pattern, all being well, provided that we don't have a safety car, whether that prediction that I had made, where I believe that the Mercedes isn't strong in the wet actually comes to fruition, or whether the Restec Reporter Corse guys will actually defy me, as we have the World Sim Racing team off at the 180. So that's Alex Gonzalez there off the road, comes back on. Doesn't look like there's any damage to that car. Hopefully we'll be able to filter in. And no, sorry, I did have that wrong. It's actually in turn 3 at Israel. So wide moment there from the Work Sim Racing car, and out to the white line, and you do not want to get onto the white line when it's wet here. That is basically like driving on ice. Very difficult to save, especially through a corner like that where you're already using absolutely everything of the tire. If the car starts to let go, that's what's most likely to happen.
Ooh, as this is the teammate to the leader in the LMGT3 category, the Restec Reporter Corse number 60 has gone off the circuit, that time heading through the Nürburgring chicane before 180, so these drivers starting to struggle a teeny tiny bit. I'll tell you what, Jamie, I took a look at the weather forecast, and bearing in mind, usually in real life, weather forecasts are frankly inaccurate. I'm not sure how much I should trust the iRacing weather forecast, but according to the small little drop-down weather menu, it said that the track was mostly dry, and I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rooster tails coming off the back of these cars. Some of them, you can see a tiny little bit of mist in the air off the back of some of these cars, but I think the track is slowly but surely drying, even with the rain still coming down, as you can see on screen. The drivers are overtaking the weather at this stage, so I'm curious, even though these LMGT3 cars can make it an hour in terms of fuel, I'm curious if they're going to try and pit a little bit earlier just to give the dry tires a shot.
That's the golden question. The main rule is, the 15 car wide again into Estoril. But yes, sorry, to your point, I feel like you want to try and stay with your fuel strategy to the best of your ability unless the conditions change dramatically. So I would expect these guys to try and hang on to the wet tire as long as possible, just so that they can hit their fuel number. As Michael Simpson in the Tri-State Racing up the inside into the Adelaide hairpin, and just bogging down on exit. Is that job done? I think it is, up to P14. Strong move there from the 12 car there, driven by Michael Simpson. So onwards and upwards for those guys. Up 7, they started on the back row, and yeah, looking strong so far for them. Oh, it's a little bit of a pinch there from the 15. The World of Sim Racing GT3. No! Oh my goodness. So close to disaster there. But yeah, the GT3 can drive its normal line, and it hits the LMP2 to have to work around them, and that's what's happening here. Interesting that I did notice as we put some vision and put some screen time on the 74 that was running up in the top 3, down in P9 class, the Revolution E-Racing car driven by Leith and Clement. So they must have ran into troubles earlier in the stint. But still running, still setting respectable lap times, but not quite as quick as what they had been doing. And so sadly for those guys down in P10.
I mean, hey, still running inside the top 10 considering the challenging weather conditions and other challenging factors that are facing these drivers. Less than a half an hour into a 4-hour-long race, that is not bad at all. And actually, just taking a look at this race as a whole, and harkening my mind back to what we saw at Barcelona, we had settled into a groove. We didn't have a dramatic, well, we had dramatic start with a whole lot of hard racing, but we didn't see one where drivers were just spinning off the track and ending up on the wall. However, around this point in time, near the half an hour mark into this race, was when we actually ended up having the first full course yellow of the day. I'm curious if there is a looming threat of that, because these LMP2s, what I'm seeing as we were riding on board with them about a lap ago, heading through this very section of the racetrack not very long ago, is that I'm not really sure the best way to describe it. I've done some I've broadcasted multi-class racing, and I've done some officiating, like race stewarding stuff for multi-class racing, and occasionally what I see is prototype drivers playing chicken with each other when it comes to dealing with the LMGT3 traffic. You brought this up earlier, Jamie, as right as I say that, we have an incident involving the Dynaco racing team, and who is that? That's an LMGT3 car stopped on track for sure. It's a Porsche. I'm not exactly sure what Porsche it is, but we will take a look at a replay of it, heading down the back flat-out blast on this lap, heading into the Lycée section, and oh, that was just a kamikaze dive, it must be said, from the Dynaco racing team, the number 95 making contact with the 94. Thankfully for the both of them, I think they got away with that incident fairly scot-free. As you can see, the 78 taking avoiding action and having to weave through the both of them, as that's a spin for a BMW. I believe that may be the Tri-State Racing number 3. Yes, it is. Driven by Adam Coop, the Brit, having a spin and a major point of drama heading through turn number 3, going for a spin in front of a hornet's nest of LMP2 cars. That had to have been terrifying.
Certainly was. I think things are getting worse out there, especially for the LMGT3s. None of them are setting even. Oh, okay, that wasn't a self-inflicted one. That's a little clip off of, I believe it's one of the LMP2s. I'm not sure which one that was, if I'm being honest, but yeah, the difficulties of multi-class racing around here, it's not easy to pick a line and stick to it here. There's a lot of variation with apexes and where you want to track out to, so no surprises that we're starting to see a few incidents where people are maybe feeling like they're more confident and comfortable with things. But yeah, sorry, to my earlier point, none of the LMGT3s are even close to setting personal best lap times at the minute, so it's looking difficult for those guys right now. Not so much of an issue in LMP2 or LMP3. Those lap times are looking fairly static. Some green laps are being posted by some drivers, but in general, the LMGT3s are having a tough time right now, and I think they're all kind of looking forward to getting towards their designated pit entry, or their pit stop, I guess, later on, closer to top of the hour. So they've got a long way to go, but yeah, it looks pretty tricky for those guys out there.
They're all chasing one person, that being the Res Secroparte Corsa team. Well, I say one person, it's a whole team that they're trying to chase in that Mercedes, now extending their gap to 21 seconds. But right now, the LMP2 fight, Dorian Lievre trying to get the move done to take P2 in the LMP3 category. The Rising Panda Racing had a big curb whack heading through that final chicane, and they're going to get the move done. Very nicely played from Dorian Lievre, who I've recognized in the past covering some radical SR10 action here on Apex Apex Racing TV, and when I was driving this combination earlier, running the LMP3 around this track, I kind of put two and two together as to why Dorian is so insanely quick in these cars, despite the fact he's running in second, about 14 seconds off of the Work Sim Racing leaders in class. The LMP3 and the Radical SR10 and iRacing are somewhat similar, whereby they tend a bit more towards understeer. It feels like the front end is very light on those race cars. I don't know if you've had the same experience that I have, Jamie, driving in either the LMP3 or the Radical SR10. They tend a bit more towards understeer, at least from my experience. That could be the reason why Dorian Lievre is really fast in these LMP3s.
I think that's a good shout. I actually don't have any LMP3 experience at all, but I have a little bit of SR10 experience, and yes, that car, understeer is its middle name. So if you can get this thing turned and get it into the apex how you want, then yeah, you can get the lap time out of it for sure. So that's a good move there from Lievre. Just set his man up and put him out of place and waited for the action to unfold as he got a little bit sideways coming out of the final corner, and just, yeah, thank you very much, I'll take that into turn one, and stretched out nearly a 1 second gap. So that gap, it's still in around, yeah, 13-14 seconds. It has been for a while, but second and third here, so Trackside and Rising Panda have exchanged positions on a couple of occasions. So that's the SC competition car driven by Christian Sherrard. Was in P5, not anymore, having a spin there in Estoril. So not sure what's happened there, but it's well, I think we're going to find out. It's such a difficult corner, and now that it's wet, so yeah, out onto the white line, out into the paint. Yeah,
and there we go.
That is a bog standard, straightforward spin in the wet on and in challenging conditions. If you get out onto the slippery stuff, you're going to have a little bit of a slip and slide.
Another replay of the 47 car going wildly off the track. They're running in third, well, they were running in second, then they shot down to third. I think, did they actually not lose out on a spot? Did the Rising Panda Racing team stay where they are in class? Well, they were running in second, then they got the move put on them by Dorian Lievre to shoot down to P3. They are still running in third, though, so I guess all credit where credit's due to them, despite the fact... Actually, no, my apologies. I was taking a look at LMP2. Well, they are still running in third, and they have a pretty significant gap between themselves and Focus Racing, running P4 in the LMP3 category, currently separated by about... Ooh, trying to do the math in my head. I was never good in math class. 6 seconds, there we go, between P3 and P4 in the LMP3 category. However, they have completely lost track of Trackside Racing Team number 68, now running in P2 in the LMP3 category, fairly uncontested. Speaking of fairly uncontested, ever since this man, Alessandro City, got the move done to take the lead in the LMP2 category, he is pretty much entirely checked out as he's grown that gap between himself and the Delta Racing car by about 8 seconds. And considering it's not a whole lot of time separating the Delta Racing team running in P2 and the Rising Panda Racing team running in P3 in the LMP2 category, I think we could see a battle for the final 2 podium positions in the LMP2 class in the not-too-distant future. What do you think, Jamie?
Yeah, so the 41 lost about 2 seconds again on that previous lap, so those guys are not quite as quick as they had shown at the very start of the race. But to be fair, I don't think anyone is as quick as they were at the start of the race. Conditions are very challenging out there. We're starting to see more and more incidents pile up. So as long as these guys keep it pointed in the right direction, they're still in the mix for a race win here. Although they are starting to lose quite a bit of ground to the rest second part of SportsCar that dominate not just this class but also LMGT3, where that gap now is an astonishing 22.5 seconds. Unbelievable drive from Andrea Miato so far, comfortably quicker than everyone else in class. So super job from those guys as we cycle back towards Race Ventura, who comfortably have the best team name in the entire series, and I will not have any arguments against that. Cracking team name. They're in the battle with GSE Racing Esports for P8 with Johan Flamen behind the wheel there in GSE car, and Benjamin Heilman in the Race Ventura car. So, a little bit wide.
Ooh.
And there we go. Once again, you do not want to get onto the outside paint. And yeah, straightforward move there for Race Ventura up into P8. No further action for car 22, incident with car 89. So that is, yeah, the race leaders, Rest Tech Ricardo Corse up against NOP. I suspect that was maybe for the 3 wide move into the hairpin, which ended up, as we can now determine, that was a crucial move for those guys to get that move done so that they can get themselves up to second and hunt down the Delta Racing car. If that didn't go to plan, and it has gone to plan, then they wouldn't have the opportunity that they have now to lead this race.
Yeah, they have put on some fantastic moves thus far, currently up 5 positions from where they started this race, and looking up and down the field, it is shuffling all sorts of ways. I think some drivers possibly blinking in out of existence. This was a problem that we were kind of hinting around before the broadcast started, just kind of talking about my experience doing some broadcasts of wet races here on Apex Racing TV. Occasionally, some people's computers cannot handle it, and they start to run into some difficulties. I know at some point during the qualifying session before the broadcast went live, I was actually tracking about 37 frames per second, so my iRacing briefly looked like a glorified slideshow presentation, but hey, we could maybe see that play a factor later on in this race. Fingers crossed we don't. Actually, I think the rain has lined up. If not, it has completely stopped. Actually, no, Rise, I say that. I see the rain back on screen again, the small little camera shot we had. Didn't really look like it was raining, but yes, it is still raining out there on circuit right now. But getting back to the point I was going to mention of some heavy hitters, nope, right as I say that, the Rising Panda Racing team, who were running in third in the LMP2 category, still running in P3. However, they had about a 6-second gap between themselves and the Focus Racing team running in fourth not very long ago. That has cratered with another spin. This time, I believe, towards the midway point of the lap. Let's have a look.
Yeah, these guys are really starting to struggle now. Yeah, it's locking the rears. Get that bias a little bit further forward, my friend. I'd rather lock a front than lock a rear in the wet if I can manage it. It's so difficult out there. I'm pretty sure it is getting wetter. Whoa, there we go again. Oh no, it's just all falling apart for the Rising Panda guys. And that, this time, will be the loss of third position to Focus Racing. Struggling to get back going again. Hopefully they find a safe area to rejoin. Yes, they have. And, okay, yes, they've kept it out of the wall, but tough times at the minute for the LMP3 Rising Panda, the number 47 car. They were in a good battle for seconds, and now they're 30 seconds off of that position. So, yeah, really, really difficult out there for the 47 car.
Honestly, I feel like at this point, as I have another slide coming out of Adelaide, if we ride on board with the Rising Panda Racing team and just put our hands up to the computer screen, you could probably feel the heat emanating off of those tires. That was, what, like three full spins and multiple close calls as he has another snap coming out of Nürburgring of turn 8. He is really struggling right now. That car is handling horribly as he is sawing and pulling at the wheel pretty much every single second. Or that could be maybe just a setup issue, possibly, because these drivers, I mean, they're probably thinking of every single eventuality that could happen across a 4-hour-long race. But right now, I think it's mainly just to the fact that he has absolutely cooked the tires on that number 47 Rising Panda Racing cars. He has a big snap again, this time heading through turn 14. My God, he is dropping down like a rock. Was running in second, got move put on him by the Trackside Racing team number 68 to lose out on P2. Then he dropped down to third, has had multiple spins ever since, and that car is handling absolutely terribly. In the span of just about one single lap, that gap that was about 20 seconds between themselves and the Dynaco Racing team running fifth in the LMP3 category has cratered as we have a wreck in the LMGT3 fight. That's a JJ Motorsports Porsche that we saw have a moment with an LMP2 car not very long ago. Evolve Racing was involved in it, and Squadra Veloci by ERS are destroyed. You can see pretty much the entire back end of that race car is off the track. This was heading through the first few corners at the start of the lap.
Okay, so let's unpack this. So the 74 has already dropped it. Please don't move forward. Oh my goodness. So, okay, yeah, and then the idiot's gone off on their own accord somewhere. Okay, right, so it's all kicked off. It is getting wetter. It must be. You wouldn't see an incident like that if these guys just aren't getting flat out caught out. Hopefully the idiot can actually just get moving and trundle back to the pits. However, I suspect that might be a full course yellow.
I don't think they can.
No. Okay.
Oh,
So
it was contact.
it was contact. So yeah,
that was a disaster of epic proportions coming through the first few corners at the start of the lap. And you can see the hoopty rod that the 88 car got turned into, multiple wheels broken off. They are not going to be able to get back to pit lane on their own power. And it started a flood of some LMP2 drivers coming down pit lane for their very first pit stops. I think we just saw a driver swap as well. That Squadra Veloce by ERS car is still stopped on the outside of the track.
As is
39 minutes
JJ
in.
car. JJ Motorsports
Oh, yeah, they're
also
both
stuck
stopped. Oh, yeah, I mean, you can see both of those cars are destroyed. I think I see some very slow race cars. We may be under yellow.
Yeah, caution's out.
Yes, yep, we are. Full course yellow. Pits are closed. Our first full course yellow of this 4-hour race comes 39 minutes in. That 26 laps on the board. Very similar timing to what we saw about a month ago at Barcelona. It was around this point in time where we had our first full course yellow, and it just completely changed the complexion of the race. Now, I gotta think if you're Alessandro City, who had his entire race turned on his head at Barcelona about a month ago, his race got essentially ruined by some poorly timed yellows on his part of racing massive leads. I think if you're both the ResTech Reparto Corse number 73 in LMGT3, as well as the ResTech Reparto Corse number 22 in LMP2, you're going to be really upset that this yellow's come out.
Yeah, it's poor timing for both of them. But I feel like this is the nature of sports car racing, endurance racing in this series, in these conditions. You've got to expect some full course yellows, given how treacherous things were and still are out there. So it'd be really interesting to see how this shakes out. Also really interesting to see the 11 and the 52, so that's Vision 1 and Revolution E-Racing, both come into pit just before the caution was released. So it'd be interesting to see where they stack out. There's the 25 Delta V LMP3 having a little bit of a spin there, just locking the rears. Good news for the Rising Panda 47, because they can finally come in and service once the pit lane gets opened and see what happens. So this is what happens in the 94. It's just a total overcommitment on the way in. And yeah, I feel like they were maybe distracted about the cars that went off ahead of them, but also it's still raining, it's still getting wetter, and maybe it's just a little bit wetter at that part of the track. Bearing in mind that it is downhill slightly there into turn 3, so water's going to accumulate at some point. Oh, the sun's starting to pop out, but I also see rain as well. So, I mean, sounds like a typical day in the UK more than a typical day in France, but. Yes, on with the 94 and what happened there. So it's an off-camber corner in turn 3. So the water's going to pool away towards the outside. So if you get it slightly wrong, it ends up being a massive issue rather than just a small one. So that's where I mean, we've seen quite a few incidents now there where cars have dropped it and ran wide, got onto the paint, and it's all went a bit Pete Tom from there. But yeah, that's quite the shunt there with the 94 into the 74. 74, I think, was able to limp back to the pits, but they've been stationary there for a couple of minutes. And the 94 has been able to tow as well as the 88. So, oh, we're green. Oh, so it wasn't a safety car. It was just interesting. Okay,
just
so
a full course yellow implemented by race control. This, I'm looking through, this has really changed a vast majority of this field. You gotta say, for ResTech Reparto Corse, they're still probably not very happy about the fact the yellow came out, but their gap is up to 15.5 seconds now, so I guess they're not very upset, as that's a spin and a big incident involving 2 LMP3s and a GT3 as well. That, I believe, was heading through turn number 14 towards the end of the lap, and the VR Racing Ford Mustang, currently being driven by Connor Swain, was in the midst of that. I think we'll try and find a replay to see exactly what happened there. That was a whole lot of stuff going on. I think it all started with an LMP3 car locking up the brakes. Yeah, you can see, I think that's a 99 coming in like a bat out of hell, and he's going to clean both of them out. You gotta feel bad for both the 29 and the innocent LMP3 that got hit by the spinning 98. That actually worked out pretty well for them, because in that spinning motion, they probably picked up some damage, but they did end up making up 2 spots on the racetrack. So it wasn't all doom and gloom for them, was it?
Certainly not, but yeah, we'll see how that all shakes out. I'm noticing a clear trend, though, where a lot of these LMP3s are really struggling with rear locking on the brakes. Move the bias forward, guys. Move it forward. Yeah, we've seen quite a few cars drop it on entry, as we see. Yeah, so we're 44 minutes almost into the race. Yeah, we're starting to see LMP2s come into pits, which does make sense. It sort of lines up with what their fuel capacity allows. So, yeah, we're getting into the meat and bones of the end of this first stint, and we'll see how it all shakes out as the 41 comes out. That's a driver swap there with Joao Carlos Cunha entering that car, so Portuguese driver there into the 41 car, and they have the 20 of the Semitalk Sensations car directly behind them, who have not stopped yet, I'm pretty sure. No, they've not. And drive through for the 43, which is the Restec Ricardo Corsa car on the screen now of Andrea Valerio, in contact lap 7 with the 78, which is the car directly behind them, Race Ventura. So those cars will swap position at some point very, very soon.
I'm curious if we can find a replay to try and remind ourselves of what exactly happened to issue at this penalty. I gotta say, of all the tracks, though, to pick up a drive-through penalty, Magny-Cours may be one of the best because the pit lane isn't dramatically long. You can see he entered the pits not very long ago, and he's coming up to the pit lane speed limit end, and well, he's probably already hit it now, so not a whole lot of time lost. However, small little kick in the ribs for that team as some more drivers coming in. This is Digitrax number 99 coming in for what could be a driver swap, definitely a pit stop for sure. The SJ&H Motorsports car has come in as well. A whole lot of LMP2s making the decision to come down pit lane in all this chaos of incidents happening, some drivers going off the track, and also that yellow, which didn't really pack up the field as much as we were expecting it to. It's led to a pretty shuffled up running order in that LMP2 field, which I can imagine is going to get even more chaotic as the field gets shuffled up even more with these pit stops.
Certainly will. Estimated time loss there, just by the way, for the 43 with the drive-through is about 20 seconds, so could be longer, could be shorter. Depends on the track. If I was race control, if it's like the Spa GP circuit, I'd be throwing out drive-throughs left and right, because like if you breathe on someone and you cost them 10 or 15 seconds or whatever, a drive-through will actually I'll get back to that point in just a moment. So the 57 of Evolve Racing, driven by Lou Malabry, is on the dry tire, I'm pretty sure. Based off of the information that we have, he is on the dry tire. Bold play. Doesn't look dry to me. We'll see how this pans out. I'd like to stay on board if we can, and hopefully nothing else of major note happens as the remaining LMP2s start to enter pit lane. Seems okay for now, but yeah, dicey. Oh, he's fighting the wheel so hard just to keep it pointing in the right direction. But it looks like there's a bit of traction and a bit of grip there, so might be a really good call, might be a really good strategy. However, more rain is still on the way. Oh, never mind. Oh, that's so dicey. Well,
nice save.
Coming back through the paint, but I don't think this is the strategy unless they're so sure that this is as wet as it's going to get, and they can find. Oh wow!
Yeah,
okay,
they're
yeah,
not the only one though. Yeah, Race Ventura coming in for some slicks as well. They're a little bit farther up towards the front of the field, currently running 8th in that LMP2 category. I think we got right on board with him. Cold, slick tires on a track where it's still raining at. You can see on the windscreen, it doesn't have the windscreen wiper on, so we can see that put on full display. We'll just have to wait and see. I think heading through the fast chicanes of Nürburgring and Imola, we gotta see the sawing at the wheel that's going to happen. Staying away from the paint, full commitment from Race Ventura. All right. Credit where credit's due to Benjamin Hellman in that number 78 car to just go. That was gutsy, going as hard as he did, heading through the Nürburgring chicane. Is he going to be lucky? Second time around, about to head his way into the Imola chicane with some dirty air from an LMP3 right in front of him. And he doesn't have nearly as major of a moment as we saw earlier on from the other driver on slicks. I think this is actually working out for Race Ventura. As much as it's raining right now, this track is in a very strange scenario. Some more drivers are coming in to the pits. I'm not sure if they're coming in for slicks or not, but either way, I'm trying to bring in a Grand Prix comparison. The first year I watched Formula One was 2015, and one of the most exciting races from that season was a one at Circuit of the Americas, where it was wet, but not wet enough whereby they could pit again for wet tires. So they just spent the entire race running on the wet until they pretty much just turned into slicks. Then they would finally come in. And looking at what we have right now, at least for the past like 25-ish minutes of this race, my mind's really harkening back to that. The real question is, when the rain comes back, because we do believe it is coming back, will it overtake the track, and will the track start to get even more wet than it is right now? That, I think, is a million-dollar question.
Very true. The interesting point, though, is that the LMP2s have a shorter stint. So if it does go badly wrong, it's less time to sort of bite the bullet, basically, on it and stick it out. It'd be really interesting to see lap times, but based off of our knowledge and what we see with the track conditions, officially, track is mostly dry, which is kind of what we're seeing. On the dry tire there with Benjamin Heilmann, he was able to take plenty of curb through the Nürburgring chicane, so it might be a stroke of genius, but we'll have to let it all play out, especially once the tires. Okay, just hearing from truck there that Race Ventura have put down the fastest Sector 2 of anyone so far in the race. So this might be a fantastic strategy call. Fastest lap of the race on a 31.00, which is almost a second quicker than anyone else. Yeah, it looks like we've got a strategy on. Interesting that the Evolve Racing team haven't extracted the same pace out of it. They may have traffic that they're trying to work through, but they are quicker than the cars around them, at least. So bold move. It is still raining, don't get me wrong. Like, it's not drying, it's not dried up, it's still wet, but I guess these guys 40 odd cars trundling round, keeping water from accumulating on the racing line is helping in an actual dry line form. And so, yeah, the 78 here doing the business. And, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not easy out there, but we're at that crossover point where they can and probably will work their way forward, because they're the only car within 30 seconds of themselves, either side, on a dry tire. So, yeah, fascinating stuff, and I can't wait to see how this all plays out.
Now, I'm curious at this stage, considering we are at that middle ground where the track isn't drying up, but it's not getting wet either, with some more heavy rain possibly on the way. I'm curious if some of these teams are possibly considering maybe trying to save some gas, possibly. Would that be an option for these teams to be like, hey, I want to stretch this stint out a little bit more just to see how the racetrack changes, as full commitment from the Evolve Racing number 57 to go around the outside of a lapped car heading into the Imola chicane. Another driver running on the dry tires. They're currently running in P14, and I don't think they've been able to light up their tires as well as we saw from Race Ventura in that number 78, as they are putting on moves left, right, and center, trying to get a move done on, I believe that is a lapped car. Yeah, number 85 is laps down in the LMP2 category. Actually, no, that was for position. My apologies. The Eagle Speed Academy car getting a move put on them by the Race Ventura car on dries. HWT Motorsports also got a move put on them by the Race Ventura 78 not very long ago. Race Ventura are fast. I'm curious if they're going to dissolve that gap between themselves and the NOP 89 a little bit farther up the road. This is looking very promising if you're in the Race Ventura camp, because the man they have behind the wheel is incredibly fast. As a spin for Dorian Lievre running second in the LMP3 category. I don't believe this will cost him a position, as that field is incredibly spread out at the moment, but still a little bit of time. And a drive-through penalty for car number 69. Avoidable contact with car number 98 as a Dynaco Racing Team number 95 goes for a spin coming out of turn number 3, I believe.
It's just gone from bad to worse for those guys. They qualified in pole position, and now they run dead last of all the running LMP2s. Not the day that they were looking for. It has gone about as bad as it could have done, sadly, for Matthias Medehi, who did, on his own merit, put on pole position. It's not like it was his teammates' hard work that did all of that for him. No, like, he put it on pole, but it's just all gone horribly wrong. So yeah, currently looking on board on the SJ and H esports car of driven by Harry Conway. So that has received a drive-through for contact with the 98, which is, if I scroll through, who's the 98? It's the Dynaco Racing Team LMP3 car. So they've clearly got themselves into a little bit of trouble there. So they have 3 laps in which to take their drive-through before that becomes a black flag. So they will maybe stretch it out a little bit, find a slot for themselves to drop into. Meanwhile, back up at the front of LMP3, very comfortable lead now for Works Sim Racing in the number 7 car after the spin for the 68. The Trackside Racing Team car. As I've just spotted, Alessandro Siri has. Oh no, never mind. He had handed the car over to Umberto Principe, so got worried there. It's disconnected from the session, but his teammate is now in the car, so all good with that one. And a drive-through for car 95 for avoidable contact with the 94. Again, it's gone from bad to worse for the 95 car. The 94 was the JJ Motorsports car that is now out of the race for GT3, LMGT3. So it's all systems go, all action, all chaos here. However, the battle for fourth, as there goes Eilman up the inside. Don't need to be taking any
3 wide
moves. 3 wide with the NOP around.
He spun around. Yeah, NOP around. I think they kept it out of the wall. That is a miracle for NOP Racing. That number 89 car had a one-way ticket to the outside barrier. 3 wide between themselves. That was Race Ventura involved in that fight, along with the SC Competition Corvette in the LMGT3 category. That was borderline with the Race Ventura car. I think 3 wide around any section of this racetrack, even down that back flat-out blast before the Adelaide hairpin of turn number 5. That is a little bit sketchy, as a warning for car number 35 for contact, avoidable contact with a 78. Here is a replay of what happened here. 89 very aggressive on the defense. 89 tried to get the move done on the 2, but the 78 wanted to get a piece of the action as well. And that small little curve, turn number 6, which is pretty inconsequential in most settings, played a big role in that incident. That curb sticking out like a sore thumb forced Ventura to try and spin around that NOP Motorsports car. That I think was pretty avoidable from both of those drivers. One of them really, I think, should have backed out of it. What do you think, Jamie?
I feel like the 89 running wide there in S3. I'll just keep it pointing in the right direction and be alright. I hear a lot of sliding behind, but yeah, it was a car round. I think that's Liam Kilton in the 16. No, got it wrong. Connor Swain in the VR Racing 29. I know there's only 2 Mustangs in the field. I got it wrong. I apologise. But around he goes. So we'll take a look at what happened, and I'll try and remember my original point. Yeah, running wide onto the paint. Reasonably well saved. Yep, nicely done. And pointing back in the right direction again, which is all you can hope for. Had a point. Oh yes, the 78 and 89. The 78 is still the overtaking car and must do that safely, but I feel like they were unfairly squeezed onto the curb where it is wet and slippery, and yeah, I don't know how to judge that. You can look at it, I guess, and give a penalty either way, really, or judge it as a racing incident. Depends on your school of thought. I don't believe that the 80 or the 89 had any reason to push further right there than what they needed to. Yeah, tricky, very, very tricky to get that right, but yeah, it's still raining out there, so we'll see if the advantage and the gap gained by the 78 Race Ventura car will persist, or whether they will struggle as Dorian Lelevre in the 68 trackside car comes into pit, and Dennis Earhart in the 39 GSE Racing Esports car has a little spin again at Estoril, which is proving to be the most difficult corner on circuit, as Harry Conway trying to prove me wrong there by running wide at Chateau d'Eau, running off the circuit there. So it's tricky out there. I think it's getting wetter on track. The rain is maybe getting a little bit heavier, so it'll be interesting to see if Race Ventura can still eat into the cars ahead, or whether this is going to fall away from them.
You can see.
I think that's just answered it for me. It's getting wetter, so I suspect it might lend itself back towards wet tire runners. I'm not sure, but it was worth the gamble for them. They're into fourth and have a substantial gap, although at this point a substantial gap might not be enough. Oh, okay, it's getting very difficult for them now. Last lap was 35.5, so yeah, they're losing time.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth, Jamie. The track is getting wetter, and ooh, very close call with themselves and the leader in the LMGT3 field, running wide, hang through Estoril yet again. Be careful on the rejoin. He's got to be spinning around. Is he going to end up in the barrier? No, he ends up in the gravel trap for sure, but he keeps it out of the wall. The track is getting wetter, as I'm not sure what that message was. I saw some random codes that looked like the name of a HP printer.
It's a stop-go for 300 seconds for an unauthorized tow for the 94 car, which is out of the race. I feel like that's inconsequential. 7 car, leader of LMP3 off the road. It is definitely getting wetter. I don't think this is conditions for dry tires, and in fact, the 57, I believe, is back on wet tires. I'm not sure what's happened there. I don't think they've made the actual pit stop, but they were at one point showing as being a dry tire runner, and now they're showing as a wet tire runner. So maybe the graphic just had an error and just didn't update it. But it's a beautiful camera cut to 57. That's superbly done. I think they're on a wet tire and always were, which is maybe why we were wondering why weren't they quicker. Maybe because they were on the wet tire like everyone else. It'd be really interesting though to see, can Benjamin Heilman, in the 78 car, can he hang on now that it's got wetter again? And what would that do to their pit strategy if he had to come in pit now? They've made a net gain for sure since moving to the Delta Racing, so that's the 41 with João Carlos Cunha off the road, and yeah,
another incident coming through turn 3.
Yes,
I think it is. Yeah, that was heading through turn number 3, and we're gonna take a look at a replay of what happened to João Carlos Cunha.
Yeah, I feel like for these guys, they cannot push through there. That it's too risky. It's too wet. Because if you touch that paint, it's game over. Luckily, for most of them, they're not hitting the outside wall, but it's treacherous out there again. And yeah, I suspect that they're going to have to take it a little easy.
And actually just kind of verifying that the track is getting wetter, not only from what all the viewers and ourselves can see from the rooster tails off the back of these cars getting much higher up into the air and much heavier with mist. Just based off what iRacing describes the track as, there was Well, the track was labeled as mostly dry not very long ago. They've changed that condition to saying that the track is very lightly wet. I would say very lightly is a little bit of a stretch. We haven't gotten any standing water yet, keyword being yet. However, taking a look at the weather forecast, I will tell you it's currently 12:38 in the sim. That's just sim time. That has no bearing on time in real life. And running all the way through to what would be the end of the race, the lowest percentage chance of rain is about 75%, so this is going to be a problem for the drivers that switch to dry tires. But as you pointed out, Jamie, the 78 team, they didn't really get hurt too much from going over to the wet, going over to the dries, I should say. However, as they remain out there on circuit, they're going to continue to lose time and fall away. But at this point, with the shortened stints that they have in the LMP2 field, they can't really back out of it. They're now starting to feel a little bit of pressure from the HWT Motorsports number 24, currently being driven by Dalil Akbalit, currently running 6th in the LMP2 category in the midst of the car right in front. Maybe trying to size up a move here in the not too distant future. You can see 78 running a little bit wide through turn 5, a really tough corner to try and get right because it just feels like you have no idea where the exit is, at least based off my experience driving around here. But Race Ventura running in 5th. They're running as high as, I believe the highest they went was 4th. Yep. If I'm very much mistaken. Oh, as he runs wide, mightily wide, heading through 180. That's going to allow Dalil Akbalit to get that move done, to slot his way into 5th in the LMP2 class. We'll see if maybe Race Ventura decides to call in an audible and come down pit lane in the not too distant future. You can see that car is skating all around the track. Understeer, oversteer, all the steers. He's got so many steers, you could probably open up a cattle auction warehouse. But right now, he's running down in 6th. I'll take a look at the live timing screen to see what kind of lap times they're doing, but at the moment, Race Ventura, they are struggling, and they may drop down another spot as well. NOP gang very close to the back of them, heading through into the third to last corner of turn number 15, getting very close to contact there. A big snap from Race Ventura coming out of the final chicane. These two cars are separated by barely any air, only 0.6 of a second, heading through at the start of lap 40 and running wide off into the gravel. Oh, be very careful here on the rejoin. Race Ventura hit that gravel. It stopped them on a dime, and now very close. Oh my god, that was a Visual One Motorsports car that nearly got cleaned out. We nearly just saw a tragedy here on Apex Racing TV. That was dangerously close for both of those cars that escaped near death.
Yeah, these guys have to pit. They had to pit 2 laps ago. It's still wet. It's getting wetter, and the rain is getting heavier. Just looking at the radar, heavier rain is incoming. These guys have to pit 2 laps ago, but they can't do that, so they need to pit now. They have to. They forget their pit strategy. They need to get on a wet tire now. Do it. No. Oh, that's well saved. That's so well saved. But yeah, the last 2 laps they lost 10 and 12 seconds a lap. Get wet tires on that car now. Do it. That's an order from the commentary box. Get wet tires on. This is horrible to watch. Oh, off again. I mean, doing really well just to at least point it in the right direction most of the time, but yeah, the strategy is now not working. They're down to P10. That's tri-state through and up into P9. It was a worthy risk. It was a good gamble. They had gained a heap of time, but the fact that it's not drying up and it's not going to dry up, they have to come in. They have to. Thank goodness.
And they will. Yeah, it's such a shame for them too, because as you point out, Jamie, they gained a whole lot of time with that early call to go on dry tires, but by staying out for those extra few laps, they pretty much entirely diminished the gain that they had earlier on. I took a look, and before they came down pit lane, not pit rain, well, it is raining out there, but before they came down pit lane, Race Ventura was the only team out there on the racetrack across all 3 classes that were still on dry tires. So, I mean, credit where credit's due to sticking to their guns, but they really screwed themselves over with that decision because they've fallen outside of the top 10 now. I think, in fact, they've fallen outside of the top 15 as we have some battling inside the top top 15, involving the Rezdek Reparta Corse number 43, trying to stick it around the outside of the Dynaco Racing Team 19, going down that back flat-out blast, about to head into the Adelaide hairpin. They're going to single file out with the number 19 car remaining in P11. This race has become very, very interesting. It was interesting to start off with, but there's been so many curves thrown at these drivers that they have to consider. The rain is getting heavier. You can see even the drivers running on wet tires are starting to struggle, as now it looks like the Dynaco Racing Team is going to lose out on P11 yet again, side by side. Hang through 180, they're going to lose out that spot on the Rezdek Reparta Corse number 43, who gets their way back into P11. But the track is getting wetter as an off-track for Tri-State Racing Team Michael Simpson behind the wheel of the 10th place running number 12 car. He has gone off the circuit. That's coming through turn number 14, and it looked like very briefly, at least from my perspective, that his front end was missing. However, it's popped back into existence. As he briefly pops out of existence, briefly got abducted by a UFO there. Hopefully that isn't a problem throughout the rest of this race for them. All across the field, things have changed. LMGT3 is probably the biggest showing of this change. This is Joao Galadado in that Delta Racing number 4 car, the BMW, who was running in third not very long ago. They're now leading, and the team that was leading, the Rezdek Reparta Corse Mercedes, they've dropped down the running order. They're currently 8.5 seconds off of this man running in the lead. They're down in third. This has been a dramatic shift in that LMGT3 fight. The Rezdek Reparta Corse team, who at one point had extended their gap to about like 30 seconds or something outrageous like that, they have dropped down like a rock. I'm curious if there was some sort of off-track moment.
That's it. They petted. That's all it was.
There we go.
The top two haven't made their first pit stop yet, so they've been able to stretch the fuel out quite some way. A combination of it being wet and then the full course yellow, so they're able to probably save some fuel. Expect these guys to come into pit soon, but yes, to be fair, that gap that they were ahead by, the 73 car, has come down quite some way. Oh no, sorry, no, I misread the standings there. Because there is LMP3 sort of in the way. Okay, yeah, so they're still 30 seconds ahead of any other car that actually has made a pit stop so far. So, yes, and on cue, there goes the number 39 GSE racing car into the pits. So it's just the number 4 Delta racing car, which, to be fair, looks like it's got the fuel-saving whisperer on board of Joao Delgado. But they're still out leading, and they've got to come in very, very soon. They must do. But this is looking really good in terms of their pit strategy. Very promising fuel mileage there for those guys. But Andrea Miato in the Rezdek Reparta Corse car, number 73, is on the hunt, having just come out of the pits, having taken on fuel and I assume a fresh set of tires. So expect that car to retake the lead once number 4 comes in for a pit stop.
I mean, still, the field is pretty shuffled up compared to what it once was, despite that in the LMP3 and LMP2 categories. It's still the Work Sim Racing team leading 32 seconds over Rising Panda Racing in P2. Rising Panda, we haven't talked about them too much. They had many incidents not very long ago, dropped down like a rock. They've actually made a bit of a recovery. They're now running second in that LMP3 fight, so very nicely played from the team behind the wheel of the number 47 cars. They have a big snap that time coming out of the Imola chicane, getting a move put on them by an LMP2 to go further laps down. Actually, what? Okay, I was getting lost there on the track a teeny tiny bit. That was coming through Imola, Imola chicane of turns 12 and 13 before turn number 14 there, but looking all throughout this field, Rising Panda Racing running P2 in both the LMP2 and LMP3 categories. And here is a replay of what happened with the Evolve Racing number 57. You can see them heading through turns number 1 and 2 right now. Got some cars a little bit farther in front, and oh, there was contact with themselves and the Race Ventura 78, with I think that may have been the leader in the LMGT3 category involved in that. Race Ventura now being driven by Ted Edwards, has just had an off-track excursion. The team who at one point we were thinking may have had a shot to possibly take the checkered flag here, things have not worked out for them at all ever since this rain came back, as they have lost both boatloads of time, boatloads of positions, and with that incident, I wouldn't be too shocked that they possibly have some damage or maybe even incur some sort of penalty as a result.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that shakes out, but yeah, for the 78, this isn't going particularly well. The highs of about 15 minutes ago were running up in 4th and everything looking hunky-dory. It's all falling apart. They are now 1 lap down and 3rd from the back in LMP2, which isn't ideal, but that's how it goes in racing sometimes. But I'm sure they'll be okay and they'll get out and going and try and pick up some positions from here towards the end. I spoke too soon, didn't I? Oh dear.
Yeah, possibly. That's oh man, Edwards
that's
off. That car is destroyed.
Yeah, they're not going any further. So again, we're most likely going to see a full course yellow. If anyone needs to make a pit stop before, I'm not even sure what exactly happened, but we're going to take a look. So up the inside of the 68, all looking fine there. Over the curbs, again still looking okay, and then to the inside. Oh no! Oh no! Oh,
who was that in the BMW? That was the number 3 car, I think.
Yeah, it was number 3.
31. My apologies. Oh wait, actually no, it wasn't 3. Sorry, I briefly saw the 31. That. Very, very close. I was trying to see if there's a small little line of white pixels on the side of that race car, but Jesse Malina in that Tri-State Racing number 3 BMW, that has brought out the full course yellow. One change compared to what we had at Barcelona, compared to what we have here, as you can see, the destroyed race car of Ted Edwards. Trials and tribulations in the world of racing. You can feel like $1,000,000 one moment, and then the next you can feel like you're just at the bottom of a lake and have been sitting there for about 3 weeks, and sadly, that's what happened with Race Ventura, and it wasn't even their fault. You can see a very brief look at that yet again. There's another angle of this time riding on board with Jesse Malina. Oh, man, there must have been some sort of miscommunication. Some of these drivers in these big races don't really rely on the iRacing spotter. Some of these drivers have their own spotters to try and figure out what's going on there, and I think that may have been just a pure miscommunication, because there was, at least from the angle that I saw, he tried to go down the inside while Race Ventura was trying to defect to the inside line as well, down that start-finish straightaway. But I guess he was thinking they were coming up on the outside. Either way, it's a miscommunication of epic proportions. It's ended in absolute tears for Race Ventura. No fast repairs in this series, so it's not going to be a race ender. They will probably be able to get their way back onto the circuit. However, this little bit of contact spinning them into the concrete barrier, that was a horrendous impact for Ted Edwards. That car is demolished, and that is going to take them entirely out of contention from the second round of the European Sports Car Championship, and it's brought the full course yellow back out. And I think I should wrap the bow around the point that I was going to mention not very long ago. The full course yellow procedure is a little bit different compared to what was at Barcelona not very long ago. We don't have a safety car out there on track. Instead, all these drivers have been forced to reduce their speed and maintain a similar delta so we can just get the incident cleared. But I think, Jamie, we may possibly have a driver waiting to have a chat with us. So would you like to have a chat with him?
I certainly would like to have a chat. So we've got Kaz Bosshaus waiting to jump in, so if we can bring him in. So Kaz, in
Hello.
the Work Sim Racing number 7 car, strong advantage, solid lead, really, really good first stint. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it was a really quite difficult one, because the track was drying up very quickly at the beginning, and after that there were some clouds over it, but surprisingly there came rain down, and that was basically my stint. A little bit of rain, a little bit of drying up. It's difficult, but we stayed ahead.
Yeah, it looked really difficult out there. Actually, just a question that's popped into my head that maybe is worth asking, but was dry tires ever a possibility for you guys in that first stint? Because sort of looking at lap times and then seeing what happened in LMP2 with the 78 car having a go on dry tires and it working for a little bit, was that something that you guys had considered, or were you just always going to play it safe with the wet tire?
We didn't consider it because it was yeah, a little bit of places where it was wet, but at the back of the track it was full dry. So it was like, okay, what are we going to do? If we go on the line, it's going to be difficult with LMP2s. But yeah, we didn't consider it, but for the LMP2 cars, it maybe was better. But for the LMP3 cars, it's so much understeery then, and yeah, there wasn't an option.
Understood. So we've now got a full caution that's been thrown here. Does that affect you guys in terms of pit strategy, or are you guys going to pretty much sort of stick to plan with this upcoming full yellow that's been thrown?
It affects a little bit, but because we have a driver that can only drive for an hour, it basically felt really good because he's driving on the last stint, and from now it's basically like 1 hour the last stint, like 59 minutes. So it helped a lot, and I see there is a safety car now,
Yeah.
so that also helps pretty well. So basically it helps a lot.
So not too worried over the fact that your lead then is probably just going to be completely diminished as everyone all bunches up then, because you had a massive lead there in LMP3.
Yeah, that's true, but the speed is looking good, also from the second driver for us, so I hope we can stay ahead till my turn and then somebody else.
Sounds good. Just whilst we've got you here, is there anyone that you want to give thanks to and give credit for so far being in a really strong position?
Yeah, I want to thank Corbin for the setup and the car they set up, and yeah, also from the team, they worked really hard to get on pace. We've trained a lot with each other, so that's a great team.
Excellent. Well, we'll let you go and get back to your team and try and work out what you guys are going to do for the remainder of this race, especially with the full caution being thrown. But thanks, Cass, for jumping into the booth and having a little chat with us.
Okay, thank you.
As Jamie pointed out during that interview, the full 4-course yellow has come out, so right as I brought up the new rules surrounding the fact that there wasn't going to be a full safety car deployed, we've now had that, so you can just throw that entirely out the window. The safety car is out, the first one in this race, and as you point out, Jamie, all those big gaps up and down the field, whether it be in LMP2, where our leader was absolutely dominant, or whether it be in LMP3, where we had the dominance from Work Sim Racing, all of that has been completely wiped away. So this is pretty much a complete reset. What do you think, Jamie?
If I was the ResTech Repardo Corsa guys, I'd be a bit annoyed as well in LMGT3, because they probably had the biggest gap of anyone. Or at least it was very close in terms of the battle of who could lead by the biggest margin between them and the Work Sim Racing guys in LMP3. But we sort of get to start from scratch again, and everyone gets to sort of reset, refocus, all being well, providing that everyone can get shuffled back into the correct positions that they should be. Shouldn't take too long until we get green flag racing again. And then we've got a slightly shorter endurance race starting with probably 2.5 hours or so remaining. So yeah, for the guys that had a difficult time early doors in this race, they get an opportunity to give it another go. And yeah, it promises to be exciting, but hopefully it won't take too long to get everyone gathered together where they need to be, and we can get racing again.
Yeah, fingers crossed it doesn't. I remember the first round of the season at Barcelona, we had some pretty extended yellows with some drivers coming out of the pits at the worst time to extend the yellow yet again, and in doing so, I think I may or may not have made a seagull impression. Nevertheless, I think we should get back on track and not talk about my seagull impression and mention the weather. Obviously, it's been a big factor throughout this, as I think the yellow has been delayed yet again.
It's a really
okay,
funny.
So this is.
So the information that we've got.
Did you see the message in the chat as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so should we read this out, Jamie? Should we possibly?
Go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, I think we'll
Let you
read this
take it.
out. So it says, this is a call from Race Control. It says the person in Race Control, who I will not mention as they're one of the series admins, has extended the caution by 20 laps, now 21 laps to green.
I think I can probably explain.
I hope that's
why
not true.
I think I can answer it. So, if Race Control will then have the ability to say, okay, we can go green next time. So,
I gotcha.
20 laps is probably just a funny, yeah, we'll just keep it going for as long as we need to until we can put everyone into position. Because we did have issues last time out at Barcelona where the classes were interspersed. And so on a restart, that's the worst time for the classes to mingle. So hopefully everyone will get filtered back where they need to. So it might take a little bit of time to get everyone shuffled, but it's the right decision. And so, yeah, hopefully this won't take too long. We're not really in the middle of pit cycle for any of the classes. Maybe getting close towards the pit stops for LMP2, but they'll be able to trundle around at quite a low speed and use very little fuel, so this should be okay for now. What we had issues with before was we had the safety car come out, and it was kind of in and around pit stop times, and we had some issues under safety car with guys sort of running into each other a little bit, then picking up damage, having to service it. So it got really complicated. Hopefully it's less complicated this time, and yeah, as I said before, hopefully we can go green flag running very, very soon.
I am hoping that this safety car period does not last 21 laps, because I feel like we may need to cut to a commercial break or two if it is 21 laps long. Fingers crossed that is, and hopefully we can get the field re-racked and ready to go here in the not too distant future. And just riding on board with the Evolve Racing number 57, we're seeing something that we haven't seen so far in this race, Jamie, and that is standing water. You know, probably about, what do you say, probably about 35 minutes, 45 minutes ago, the track was labeled by iRacing as being mostly dry. Then it went to like very lightly dry. Currently, it is moderately wet. So the rain is slowly overtaking the track. We're in the heavy stuff right now, so this is about as heavy as the rain will get. Unless I'm very much mistaken, this is as heavy as it's going to be throughout the rest of this race, and with the chance of rain really not dipping below about 98 until the end. This is going to be a huge turning point in this race. Running under slow conditions, they aren't going to be drawing the track. The weather is definitely going to be overtaking this race circuit throughout this yellow flag period. When we get this race back under green, whenever that may be, these drivers are going to have to deal with an entirely different set of circumstances.
Very true. What they'll also have to deal with is the fact that their tires are getting really cold and dropping pressure, and that's not what you want wet. You want your tires to be fairly hot and you know, well up to pressure, so it can handle the standing water and can handle the lack of grip. So it's going to be really tricky for these guys. It also though makes me wonder, like if I was a crew chief or on the pit wall for these guys, this is across all three classes, and it sort of alludes back to the question that I asked Cass Bosshaus, who joined us there briefly. I think it would have been really fun if someone had started the race on dry tires, because it was fairly dry. I mean, it was raining, but the track surface was quite dry. And so I wonder what could have been if someone had taken the big gamble off the very start, but we'll never know. I'm sort of looking at the best lap times of everyone that was all pretty much set at the start of the races, and I'm like, I think that could have been the way forward, but as I said, we'll never know. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how things are by the time we get back to green flag racing, because it is getting wetter, and also bearing in mind that these drivers are now not driving through the lap at full speed and not clearing any standing water, not really anyway, so it's starting to build in places, and yeah, it presents a new challenge to a lot of these guys, and hopefully not one where it involves everyone flying off the road, because some of these guys have struggled so far, and it's getting wetter, so hopefully they don't continue to struggle, and hopefully the conditions will sort of be so severe that they'll take it even easier and actually end up being a little bit safer.
Well, yellows breed yellows, so it wouldn't be too implausible to think that this could start a stream of yellows running maybe all the way until the checkered flag. Hopefully not. We'll keep our fingers crossed that this is one of only a few interruptions throughout this 4 hours of racing action. The past hour and a half has flown by. We're already 1 hour 27 minutes and coming up to 50 seconds on the clock now into this 4 hour long race. There's been a whole lot of stuff to happen already and a whole lot of stuff that's going to happen throughout the rest of this race as well. And one of the more recent points of drama is I think we just saw Malabry, my apologies, take his hands off the steering wheel. You get to just see the steering wheel shaking violently as he came out of turn number 8 of the Nürburgring chicane. But getting back to the point I was going to mention, and harkening back to a point that you mentioned not very long ago, Jamie, about some drivers maybe regretting starting this race on dries. I was thinking in a very similar vein to that when we saw the struggles that Race Ventura were facing when they came in, one of the first drivers to come in for dry tires. I'm curious, maybe if they made that decision like 5 laps earlier, would they have even been in that spot to get turned by the number 3 car down that start-finish straightaway? It's the butterfly effect being put on full display in this race. They make a strategy decision, then they end up in a spot that ends up unfortunately getting them wrecked. You just never know, but I think I'm kind of with you, Jamie, on that call for some of these drivers. Maybe should have tried to risk it at the start and go for dry tires. If it didn't work, hey, you could just pit at the end of lap 1. Granted, you'd be way farther towards the back than you probably started, but hey, I think for some of these drivers running a little bit farther towards the back, that may not have been I don't think that would have been a bad decision from them at all.
Yeah, I was just sort of looking at the times in qualifying, especially from LMP2, when at the end, the pole time was set on a dry tire, and the fastest race times from the start of the race weren't all that dissimilar, maybe about a second or so off, which, account that for fuel, the fact that you're not pushing as hard on a qualifying lap, maybe it would have been a strategy. Pit lane's open, so the Works Sim Racing car will come in and service, and probably still stay in the lead, so this is really beneficial to those guys. And again, it sort of alludes to what Cass was saying in terms of those guys who weren't too disappointed about the fact that the safety car had come out. They were perfectly fine with that, so it may come down to service, and we'll see if they come out still ahead of the Focus Racing number 5. As my PC on my end is struggling, so we'll see how that all shakes out. But yes, I would have loved to see just someone way down the field in their class just have a go, just have a dip on the dry tire and see what happens. Oh, interesting. So Works Sim Racing with a meatball. Not part of the plan.
Under yellow, maybe? Yeah, this is definitely not in their plan at all. I'm curious if there was some sort of extracurricular contact. I mean, there had to have been, either with a wall or with a competitor. Could we find a replay? I think we are going to be looking at a replay very fast on the replay, Samuli. Thank you very much. And this may have been before.
Oh, it's just going to be a check
okay,
up,
so
isn't it?
we see him.
Oh, no.
Oh, again. And that gives him a meatball. That's shocking because that wasn't very hard contact, it must be said. Looked like a small little tap to the back of the LMP2 car right in front. That's given him a meatball, and again, these drivers don't really have they don't have fast repairs at their disposal, I believe. That is going to be a game changer for Works Sim Racing. They weren't very upset with the fact this yellow's come out. I think they probably will be now, though.
Yeah, I think so. I think I've cursed pretty much everyone and everything I've spoken about and spoken to today. And I think that occurred also last week, where every time I opened my mouth, something happened to whoever I was referring to. So if you want to win this race, stay so far under the radar that I don't say a word about you. You might do well. Because you said great things. I said great things about the number 7 Works Sim Racing car that was leading LMP3, and it's all gone wrong again. Just after I've mentioned great things, and this is another car but is now back out and running again. It's the 78 Race Ventura car. I was blowing their praises about the great strategy going onto the dry tire, and then it all went wrong as well. And we've got 74 as well back out and running again, the Revolution e-racing car that was part of that first full course yellow. So Joshua Martinez into that car. They are many laps down, although on the same lap as the... Oh, sorry, it's the same lap as the 88. The other car that... Well, one of the other two cars that was badly affected in that first full course yellow incident. And so, yes, both of those cars are many laps down in class compared to the next highest car. So, tough days for those guys, but they sign up for a race, they'll give it a go, they'll keep racing, and it's unlikely that they'll gain more than 1 or 2 positions from where they're at, but they'll give it a go and keep trying out there, which is really, really good to see.
We're still getting the field sorted out under this yellow. This is a VR Racing number 29 Mustang currently being driven by Connor Swain, as he has driven throughout a vast majority of this race. I believe this was the car that we got a little bit of insight in through the YouTube chat, where possibly a member of the team, or one of the drivers possibly, mentioned that they were praying for a safety car, and they have gotten it now, and they just got the waiver end away from the pace car, so they're going to be reclaiming their lap. They're going to be back on the lead lap compared to their competitors, and considering that so far, not just this season, but with this entire series as well, there has been a 100% win record for the Ford Mustangs. The fact that I believe both Mustangs are going to be on the lead lap in the LMGT3 field, that is going to be a very interesting fight. The Restec Reparto Corsa Mercedes that was leading throughout a vast majority, as my voice nearly gives out there for a second, the Restec Reparto Corsa team, they were leading throughout a vast majority of this race so far. They're back in the lead of the LMGT3 field. However, they aren't going to have the benefit of a very big gap. But we did see them light up those tires incredibly fast at the start of the race, and they had about a 2.5 second gap heading through this corner, turn number 4, on lap 1. So I think, well, this is going to be a test for Andre Miato to see if he can get up to speed as quickly as he did at the initial start compared to this restart that we're going to have in much wetter conditions, nearly towards the halfway mark of this race, with some drivers probably sensing a very strong opportunity to try and challenge this Mercedes, which has been dominant throughout a vast majority of this race.
It's been dominant from about 2 corners into this race, to be fair, and they have not let up at any point until obviously the full safety car process has come out. World of Sim Racing there, the number 15 car that was sort of running sort of P8 to P11, P12 in that sort of realm and mix. They're up in second now, so things have worked out really, really nicely for those guys. And one position behind our friends in the number 16 car that started dead last on the grid. Actually, them and the 15 were back row for this field. They're up in third, so again, right place, right time for those guys. It'd be really interesting to see if they can get going from there. So. Well, now that I've said that, now that I've actually drawn any sort of attention to them, it's all going to go horribly wrong for them now. But so far, they've
took the words right out of my mouth.
So far, and I'm just saying, so far, they've done a really good job in staying out of trouble, headed at the right point, no fuss and drama to this point. So, still a really long way to go, and it is a lot wetter, so hopefully these guys can keep it pointing in the right direction.
Now, Jamie, I'm going to take a little bit of flack off of your back when it comes to commentators cursing some drivers, because you mentioned how anyone that could win this race is someone that we probably won't mention until the closing stages. I think that was very much what happened with Simatech Sensations last time out at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. They were running up towards the front, however, they weren't blowing our socks off throughout a vast majority of it. They just slowly but surely made their way up to the front and ended up sneaking away with the W. Right now they're running in 10th, and considering they started this race all the way down in 20th, granted, a whole lot of LMP2 cars have run into issues, whether that be cars in front of them or cars behind them, and while the cars in front was the Restec Reparto Corsa team, who've now come down pit lane for what we believe is a scheduled stop. I'll check to see if there's... I don't think there's any sort of... Oh my god, yeah, you can see a flood of LMP2 cars coming down pit lane.
Boy.
However, Rising Panda Racing in the number 46, they're going to stay out. And this is actually going to give Rising Panda Racing a small little PR opportunity for them, because as it stands currently, the 46 Rising Panda Racing LMP2 will be leading in the LMP2 category as a result of all these drivers coming down pit lane. And then Rising Panda Racing, as I say that, they lose out on the lead coming down pit lane as well. So a flood of LMP2 cars have come down pit lane, and that has sparked a flood of LMP3 cars as well. That has given the LMP3 lead to Trackside Racing Team, and Work Sim Racing is now 1 lap down. I don't think they'll be able to get a wave around before this caution period comes to a close. I think they're going to be hoping for another yellow. You think crazy turn of events. Before this yellow came out, they were probably hoping for the rest of the race to stay green. Now they're just hoping to God for another yellow, if not maybe another one, so they could even have a hope and a prayer of contending for this race. Because as it stands, I mean, they have been fast throughout a vast majority of this race. Do not get me wrong. However, being 1 lap down is being 1 lap down, and they would have to hope for a whole bunch of miracles and another safety car for them to get themselves back up on the lead lap. But in all of this, that round of pit stops has really shuffled things up in both of the prototype classes.
It might take another 30 minutes to reshuffle everyone back into position after the LMP2s, almost all of them, have pitted. So we shall see. So I think a lot of those guys, like, that's just as far as they could go on fuel. That was it, because we're 1 hour 38 into the race, which is, bear in mind we did have other yellow periods as well, and it's wet, so this is really deep for a second pit stop in LMP2 at pretty much any track. So no surprises that they've all basically just ran out of fuel and needed to come down and service. So I would not want to be race control and the admins here trying to shuffle cars back into position after having spent the last 10 minutes basically doing that. So we'll see, but I do wonder if the 7 car will get like a freebie wave around. Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. Given why they are now 1 lap down, I don't, maybe it's not entirely their fault and they can get gifted a lap back. I don't know if the rules permit that, but yeah, that car's been comfortably the quickest all day in class, and it would be a shame if, you know, due to a checkup under safety car, for them to not win this race. But sometimes that's racing. That's how the cookie crumbles. We'll see how it goes from here. But yeah, right now, definitely don't want to be an admin trying to sort out the field here, because that got quite messy there with all of the LMP2s, or almost all of the LMP2s coming down into pit lane.
And Restec Reparto Corsa actually exited out pit lane still in the top 5 in the LMP2 class. Right now the top 5 in that LMP2 category are separated on track at the moment by 19 seconds, which is not ideal under yellow flag conditions. So I think we may be here for a little while, Jamie. We'll just have to see if there's any other curveballs thrown our way. Second place in the LMGT3 category, World of Sim Racing Team. That Porsche has come down pit lane. This is an interesting call from the Porsche team running second in that LMGT3 fight to make an early decision to come down pit lane. We only saw the LMGT3 field come down pit lane not very long ago. They actually pull off a driver swap. The new driver coming into that race car, but interesting decision to come in for a pit stop so early on. About a half an hour into their stint, they've already come in for yet another stop and a driver swap as well. That is an interesting call. What do you make of that, Jamie?
I'll be honest, I'm slightly lost as to what their plan is. Maybe it's just a case of driver time, and you know, one driver can only do a certain amount that, you know, works for them, and maybe that one driver had to leave. Who knows? It could be anything. But Saul Sanchez Flores has jumped in, and yeah, so that's down now into P8 if he's out and away, which I think he is. So we'll second now 8th. Yeah, all good on that one. It might actually just be a clever piece of strategy if they feel like they could almost cut out a green flag stop by just taking it now, topping up. I know they didn't pit that long ago, but if they know that they have a driver swap, which they need to do, and now is a good time to get it whenever they know as well that this might take time to get settled and reshuffled, then great. But the problem is, with every pit stop that everyone makes, it takes longer and longer for race control to shuffle things and get everyone into the correct positions for where they're supposed to be for a restart. So maybe race control needs to close pit lane, I'm not sure, but yeah. I think we've been under full course yellow for close to 20 minutes now. I'm not sure how long this is going to take, but yeah, it's interesting to see how this shakes out. I will say though, guess who's second now in LMGT3?
Here we go. Work Sim Racing. I don't think we've jinxed them yet. Keyword being yet. That Ford Mustang is... It's eminent, really. You know, when the Mustang got added into iRacing, I was hearing a lot about it's good in a straight line, but through the corners, it's like you're driving around in a trash bag full of potato pulp. It's not really good through the corners. However, in some very challenging conditions, Barcelona, very tight and twisty track, whole lot of corners to try and negotiate, and also a slippery surface as well. Even in the dry, they managed to come out with the W, albeit they had a little bit of luck on their side. But here, at Magny-Cours, they have made their way up through the field, now running in second. They're going to be right behind the leader in the class, Restec Reparto-Corse, the number 73. And I'll just take a quick little look in iRacing. There's another, we're going to have one more lap to green, so it's not a whole lot of time until we get that race restarted. I'll just touch up on one more point involving that number 15 car that came down pit lane. I believe that was a very last-minute decision because the driver that got in behind the wheel of that race car is... Oh, actually, no, never mind. The green flag is already out. My apologies. I thought it was one more lap after the one we were on, but nevertheless, the race is back underway. It's Rising Panda Racing with Michael Loeffler behind the wheel, leading them back to green. Eagle Speed Academy running in second, and that's the number 69 car, the SJ&H Motorsports car, going off the circuit. Be very careful on the rejoin. That's Harry Conway going for some rally action, rounding his way through turn number 1 and 2 at the restart of this race. Another driver going off the track as well. These drivers shuffling for grip. They're also going to be dealing with mist, the strongest and biggest amount of mist that they've had to deal with so far in this race. Hopefully we can get through this restart clean. Right as I say that, a Restec Reparto-Corse number 43 goes off the circuit. That was heading through, I believe that was turn number 1 and 2. Not ideal for the drivers involved in those rally action moments. A little bit farther in the back. Field is all kinds of spread out as another moment, this being another World of Sim Racing team. That's Adrian Sabela in the number 51 car. He's gone off the circuit, that time on the exit of the Adelaide hairpin. Lots of drivers dealing with some grip difficulties at this stage of the race. Cold tires, the wettest track they've dealt with so far. Mist and LMP3 and LMGT3 cars for these LMP2 drivers to deal with. That was a matter of inches separating whoever that was in the LMGT3 Porsche heading into the Nürburgring chicane, and this man, Carmen Vincenzo Forte, the driver, I believe, from Luxembourg, behind the wheel of the number 43 Restec Reparto-Corse team. That's another spinner as well. Another 2 LMP2 cars going for a spin. I think the Vision 1 Motorsports number 11 was one of them going for a spin on the exit of turn number 11. This restart, I mean, we were expecting chaos, Jamie, and we definitely got it.
Yeah, it's all kicking off here. Not only is it kicking off on track, but it's kicking off on my PC here, so I am struggling to see any of the action right now, but no real surprises there. It's significantly wetter now than it has been at any point in the race. Not necessarily the entire event, it was quite wet in qualifying parts, but Rising Panda to the lead in LMP2. So good move there from Michael Loeffler to work his way forward ahead of Chris Van Gucht in the Eagle Speed Academy car. But it's so wet out there, very, very slippery conditions. So actually, it's just a case of right now, you gotta just sort of ride it out, take it easy, don't take any silly risks. Incidents will occur, and it probably will come back to you at some point.
This has been as dramatic as we were expecting, if not even more. 3 wide hang through turn number 5. Thankfully, these drivers get away with it that time by the 1 point leader in the LMGT3 field, Andre Miato, in that ResTech Reparti Corsa. I nearly said Mazda MX-5. That's not an MX-5. That's a Mercedes AMG GT3 car negotiating his way through the Nürburgring chicane at this stage. The spray is still incredibly tough to try and deal with if you're any of these drivers, and we're seeing that put on full display right now. ResTech Reparti Corsa, they did not get off to the restart that we were really expecting. I mean, granted, they're running in second, but the GSE Racing Esports Audi has actually pulled away a teeny tiny bit, currently about 1.6 seconds separating them. However, that gap may diminish as you can see them actually dropping back slowly into the crutches of ResTech Reparti Corsa right behind. They have an LMP3 car to deal with, though we'll have to wait and see. And actually, this brings me back to a point we mentioned probably about an hour and a half ago at this point, Jamie. In these very wet and treacherous conditions, the LMP3 cars and LMGT3 cars, they aren't very far apart when it comes to paces. That's a slide for Dynaco Racing Team. Maximum Eberlein in the number 98 car goes for a massive slide heading down into turn number 15. Shows you how tough the track conditions are in these LMP3s, and I think that was another case of a driver suffering from a rear lock issue heading through a heavy braking zone.
Yeah, it's so treacherous out there. And bearing in mind as well, for a lot of these guys, they weren't able to build pressure and temp into the tire. So it's a vicious cycle where you can't get grip because you can't drive quickly. You can't drive quickly because you have no grip. So it's a huge challenge out there for these guys. Hopefully, it'll settle down and calm down ever so slightly as we work forward here. But yeah, eyes now on the World of Sim Racing number 15 and the number 29 Work Sim Racing car. And move done there by the Mustang on the Porsche. So swap the position there. P6 now for the Work Sim Racing Mustang. Down the outside goes Saul Sanchez Flores. That's very brave. Gets it tucked under. Don't go out there. Oh, okay.
Oh, he got away with one there.
He did get away with one. I assume that his traction control is turned well up to get away with that one. Yeah, there's plenty of standing water now. Oh, I wouldn't be going out in those curves. My goodness. It is so treacherous looking. Just keep it on the tarmac. It's fine. Avoid the big puddles. Avoid them. And get the power down nice and smooth. But yeah, a gap pulled out there by David Rowley there in Work Sim Racing. Sorry, there yeah, it is Work Sim Racing car. And yeah, on they go. No, sorry, that's VR Racing. My apologies. It is, yes. Sorry, I misread that. I think they had requested a change if I got that right. So yes, up at the P6 anyway in the Mustang, and on they go. Oh,
as that's a Delta Racing number 4 car off the track. That was heading into turn number 15. So another car going off the track. It was first an LMP3, now it's an LMGT3 going off the track in very similar fashion. This time it's that P5 car number 4 going for a very big and very scary off-track moment. You can see side by side hang through turns number 1 and 2, and an LMP3 and LMGT3 fight. Only in the rain and very heavy rain conditions can you expect to see a battle like that. As you can see, the Work Sim Racing car running in 6th. They're a lap down, so they're not really involved in the fight with the cars a little bit farther up the road. However, at this stage, what really would be the course of action for Work Sim Racing? 1 lap down, they need another safety car. The real question is that, I mean, obviously you're not going to cause one. You're not going to just spin someone out for the sake of bringing out a yellow for your benefit. But at this stage, I feel like they need to do the complete opposite. Avoid incidents and off-track excursions as much as you possibly can, because another yellow, that would just be a total game ender for this team. So at this stage, what do you think the strategy is for the driver of the Work Sim Racing number 7 car?
I think the strat is don't do anything silly, just keep it pointing in the right direction and hope for a further full course yellow, because based off of how it's looking right now, we might get another one. It's so difficult out there. So yeah, definitely heavier rain now. And a lot of guys struggling with standing water or braking on a dry line as such and not finding the grip on the brakes. As you can see, the 7 car there sort of braking a little bit towards the inside, trying to stay off a rubbered in line and trying to just find grip rather than focusing purely on the optimal racing line. So you see him braking there sort of towards the middle of the track, and oh, it's so sketchy on the brakes, but that's really well held. But that's what you've got to do whenever it gets really wet. You've got to stay off where it's just not grippy. Find the grip regardless of what that line looks like and just find your way around. So for these guys, they're 1 lap down. It's a horrible spot to be in. It's Garrett Spence there in the 21 Tri-State Racing car off. I believe that's down at Adelaide Hairpin. That's a long way off, so it'll be interesting to see what happened there, losing a spot to the 43 Red Stick Ricardo Corsa car. So straight on, might just be a slow down penalty. Might actually have got away with that. But yeah, it's super important just to find grip wherever you can at this point. It is very wet out there.
Here is a replay of what happened to Garrett Spence in that Tri-State Racing number 21 car, heading his way into the Adelaide hairpin and just goes incredibly far off the circuit. I think if he carried that trajectory, he probably would have ended up by Switzerland in about a minute and a half's time. He was going into that corner like a bat out of hell, and sadly it didn't work out too well for him. He's now running down in 9th. Effectively in no man's land, it must be said. He's got cars about 2 seconds a little bit farther up the road, 2 seconds behind him as well. So at this point, he really needs to put his nose to the grindstone and try and make up some time. Rising Panda Racing, they are still leading in this LMP2 fight. Red Stick Ricardo Corsa, though, we were kind of like looking, oh boy, that was the number 69 SJ&H Motorsports car coming in. I thought we were going to see a round of bowling heading into the Adelaide hairpin. I will be completely honest. Thankfully for the Rising Panda Racing team, they got away with that one, as the leader in the LMP3 category has gone off, and a spin and contact in the LMGT3 field. That was the World of Sim Racing team. Be careful on the rejoin here. Steven Selby in that SE competition by TSR Corvette. That, I think, was contact involving themselves and the World of Sim Racing Porsche. We'll take a look at another angle. You can see a spinner. Yeah, spinner farther in the back, and Steven goes for a spin into the corner. Stopped on the outside, so I think there's someone coming in here for some extracurricular brownie points. You wouldn't really call it brownie points. You can see that Porsche going in, understeers, and oh, that was very, very close to resulting in a race-ending collision for the both of those drivers. If they T-boned, that would have been pretty much game, set, match for the both of them. They have come down pit lane, though. They did make contact and picked up some damage. At this point, though, I'm curious. We could be seeing something interesting. All these drivers are struggling across all 3 classes. We've seen LMP2s go off, LMP3s go off. We just saw an LMGT3 driver go off and then drive through the pits. Is there a drive-through penalty issued? I don't think there was. No, I don't see anything. I guess maybe it was some sort of iRacing issued out penalty. Maybe he didn't serve a slowdown. Oh, and this is an incident involving the J&J Motorsports Porsche. Has gone off the track yet again, as missing a bumper, going to leave that behind on the exit of turn number 3. That is an odd place to end up at, as the Rising Panda Racing team number 46 has come in from the lead of the LMP2 category. I'll let you get a word in edgewise here, Jamie, soon. There's been a whole lot of drama that's happened in the past few moments. But getting back to the point I was going to mention, in a very dramatic series of events, I think the reason why all these drivers are struggling is the track conditions are terrible. The track temperature last time I saw was 65 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm not sure how that works out in Celsius, but that is like just teetering upon like shorts weather for me. That's I mean, again, I love the cold, so that's kind of a bit not a very good metric to judge off of. But 65 degrees Fahrenheit, not very hot in terms of the track temperature. It's actually, the track temperature is cooler than the ambient temperature, which is really saying something. 14-mile-an-hour winds, and it's really been staying steady at 12 to 14 miles an hour throughout a vast majority of this race. It's overcast and it's rainy as well. This is just it's a cocktail of all the things that can make a race challenging. That's what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, it's not easy for any of these guys right now. And the important thing is, just keep it pointing in the right direction and don't run into someone or get run into. far easier said than done, as we have the final 2 cars that didn't pit from LMP2 under the safety car conditions. So that's the 85 Eagle Speed Academy and the 20 Cinematonic Sensations, the winner of round 1, both into the pits. So we are now back to parity, I guess, in LMP2. So the Rest Type Report, of course, the car leading ahead of the Tri-State Racing car that started 21st in class, 21st overall, is up into second and has made their second pit stop. So they've went from the back to the front. It shows that, you know, this race brings up all sorts of chaos and carnage, which is no real surprise if I'm being honest. But yeah, we're not even quite at the halfway point of this race. There's a long way to go. There's a lot of rain still to keep falling down here. So, gosh, what a race! It's absolutely mental, and I absolutely love it. I just don't know how to predict it. I don't know how to call it. What's your thoughts on it, Ron?
I'm pretty much entirely in the same camp as you there, Jamie. We ran into the same problem at the Barcelona race a month ago. We were trying to think, okay, who could possibly win it? And I think even if we made predictions, they probably aged like milk in the French or Spanish sun for that race. But at this point, I can't really make heads or... I mean, we can make heads or tails of it. We know what's going on. But in terms of trying to decide who is going to end up winning this race, it's a coin toss at this point. We haven't even reached the halfway mark. We're coming up to it soon, though. About a minute and 10 seconds left to go until we hit the halfway mark of this 4-hour race. We've already had enough drama that you'd usually see in like a 6-hour-long race. We've had drivers in the LMP3 category run into trouble, which set them a lap behind and gave the lead to the trackside racing team, currently being driven by this man heading through turn number 4 right now in the LMP2 fight. Meanwhile, Restec Reparty Corso, I mean, they put together a fantastic recovery drive. I say recovery drive. They started the race in, I believe, 5th or 6th, so they're a little bit up towards the front of the field. However, since then, they have put on a clinic to try and hold on to that lead in the LMP2 category. Went for some 3-wide action, hang through that turn 5 of the Adelaide hairpin at the very beginning of the race, and ever since then, they have tried to check out. But this man, Michael Simpson, in that Tri-State Racing number 12, he's not letting them get away with it at all. He is going toe for toe with them, trying to go for some aggressive moves on some lap traffic. We may see another one here. As you can see, an LMP2 car in the midst of this. Is that Tri-State Racing's teammate? I'm trying to see. Is that the Tri-State? Actually, no. My apologies. That is the Delta Racing number 41. My apologies, the cars look very similar on my end. You can see the lack of visibility going down that long, flat-out blast heading into the Imola chicane. This is really tough for all of these drivers. Right now, Michael Simpson, he is trying to dance this car around the racetrack his way and his way only. He's not really liking all the traffic he's dealing with. I don't think he's been able to go through a corner without dealing with some sort of traffic for quite some time. We've reached that point after this restart, Jamie, where the field is probably the most spread out. I'm curious, Amelia, if we could get the track map graphic up. Oh, there you go. Beautiful timing. You can see there's really no section of this racetrack where a race car isn't occupying it. So for these drivers in the LMP2 fight, trying to battle for the overall lead and possibly the overall win, depending on how things shake out, just having to deal with traffic constantly is a huge headache.
Yeah, it's really, really tough. I think a lot of that gap there, or that flurry of action, was it's sort of like the first pass through after the restart for the majority of the LMP2s versus the majority of the LMGT3s. So you get little pockets of activity every once in a while, but you'll always find it sort of a few minutes, sort of 10 minutes or so after a restart like what we have had here. So looking down at a battle for P8 between the MV Skin Lab DS Racing car driven by Marco Villela and the Eagle Speed Academy car. So those two, the latter two, sort of recently pitted and come out sort of on the fringes of the top 10, and yeah, it'd be interesting to see how they work their way through. It's also really interesting to know what's actually going to happen with strategy if we get it green from here to the end. it's been just impossible to predict. I think we'll look more into that a little bit later, but for now, those cars have, I was about to say an advantage, but Ryan, we're taking the unorthodox line, shall we say, through the Adelaide hairpin, running a little bit deep there, and I think locking the front tires, but able to keep it on the racing surface. So those guys, I don't think that strategy of not pitting on their safety car has panned out yet, but maybe it will in the future. But we'll just have to see how this all shakes out. Meanwhile, back up at the front of LMGT3, so the GSE racing car that had been in all sorts of difficulties earlier in the race now leads on merit over the Red Tech Repart Corsa car that it dominated up to this point. So my knowledge of how the GT3s stack up in different conditions, I think hopefully might explain why the Audi's been able to get ahead of the Mercedes. The Audi is well known to be strong in wet conditions just in general, especially once it gets quite wet, whereas the Mercedes does tend to struggle once it gets quite wet. If it's in the sort of intermediate state that we had before, then it's maybe less of a disparity. But Dennis Earhart has been able to hang on to the lead for a little while now over Andrea Miato, who had absolutely dominated earlier in the race. But these two currently class of the field 30 seconds that they have stretched out over the 16 car of Brandon Mosby, who is admittedly struggling for pace in these conditions. Bear in mind that he was with Miato and Earhart at the start of this the stint of the race, shall we say. But that's quite a bit of time that he sort of dropped off and heading back towards the number 4 Delta racing cars. So I think starting to take a little bit of a different turn here in LMGT3, but it doesn't make it any less exciting.
We've also got a little bit of a convergence between the leaders in the LMP2 class and some of the drivers in LMGT3. That was very close to contact between the 22 Red Tech Repart Corsa team leading in LMP2 and leading overall, and that was close with a 98 in LMP3. That was a near disaster heading through the chicane, which we haven't really talked about so far in this race, Jamie. That's a tough corner to try and get right. It kind of reminds me somewhat of the final chicane at Circuit de Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal, Canada. You kind of have to whack those curves, but here in these treacherous conditions, a small little curb whack and getting on that painted bit of the racetrack could end in a very, very unfortunate turn of events for you. So I think, as we nearly see a crash involving the 98 and an LMP2 car a little bit farther in the back of shot, as we are following the leader in LMGT3, who has shaken off the challenge from the Res Tech Repart Corsa team right behind. Take a look at a replay involving Ted Edwards in the Race Ventura car going around the outside with a car blinking on his inside, and that was the 4 sending him around for a spin. Maybe my perspective was a little bit different from that, but I think I saw, well, it was a 4 definitely blinking before the contact happened, and then I think I saw the Race Ventura car blinking in out of existence as well. So connection issues possibly playing a role in that collision.
Possibly. Everything kind of looked okay-ish on my end, but also I'm having issues in trying to run the simulation in the wet here. So I'm currently operating at 30 FPS, which is how my brain often operates. But yes, actually back now to the lead. So yes, GSE Racing Esports have lost a bit of ground again to Red Tech Repart Corsa. That gap had stretched out to 2 seconds and rapidly reduced back down again. We see, I've just caught an eye on race control. We might get the pop-up in any minute now. There we go. Stop and go for the 98 car for multiple closed pit entries. So that's SG60. Stop and go for 60 seconds for the 98, so they are currently last in LMP3, and a stop and go 60 seconds will make sure that it stays that way. So that's unfortunate for those guys, but they are the rules, and they broke them, so no surprises for the penalty there. But we've still got a battle for the lead in LMGT3. Andrea Miato driving the socks off, has to be said. trying to make a move and close in on the GSE Racing Esports car, but running deep there in the Adelaide hairpin. And so the 39 car lives to breathe and fight for it.
This is a game of cat and mouse between these two. They close back up and then bring themselves back together as Evolve Racing has gone off the track. This is towards the beginning of the lap 2. You can see he stopped on the far side of pit exit, I believe. And here is the replay of what happened, and you can see him go off the track. I think may have disconnected, possibly. Yeah, my replay may be a tiny bit glitched out here. I think there is some sort of major drama going on there, because it looked like, at least from my perspective, he just completely left-hooked it into the inside wall. But either way, regardless of how that incident happened, as we take a look at another angle of Thomas Gontier in that Evolve Racing number 57, there had to have been some sort of major hardware failure there, because he just left-hooked it into the wall and destroyed that race car. And now we have to wonder of the possibility of that car you can see in the back of shot, not the Porsche on pit lane, the other Porsche at the end of pit lane, the safety car coming back out. Will that happen? We'll just have to wait and see.
It's, I don't think it's safety car, it's just full course yellow for now. Pits are closed, so no opportunity to service the car. And so we get to breathe again. Be interesting to see how this shakes out. Car is well off racing line, although not in an ideal spot there, sort of being is sort of in the firing line on pit exit. We can start to see as well, now that we've got a static shot, actually, just the amount of standing water that's accumulating. Yeah, issues for Thomas Gontier there, coming down the pit straight. Hooked a hard left, disappeared briefly. Disappeared into dust almost, and then popped back in. So yeah, definitely a technical issue there for Thomas, which is really, really unfortunate. Those guys have been having a really, really tough day, multiple laps down. They might be able to get going again with the tow back to the pits, but they're going to have to hold fire on that for the time being. So we get to breathe again, take stock of where we're at. I don't see any call yet for a full safety car, so I suspect we'll be in this sort of holding pattern where I believe everyone gets restricted to pit lane speed limit, which is 60 kilometers an hour or 37 miles per hour for those who prefer the freedom units.
USA.
Thought I would generate something like that. So it's quite slow for like on track full course yellow speed, but it's a similar sort of speed to what they would run in real life endurance series for like a full course yellow, where you're restricted but to a set speed. So we'll try and run it for or in such a way that an entire lap gets covered. So by the point at which they issue it, they'll run an entire lap rather than like waiting until it's hopefully cleared. So Gontier for Evolve has been able to tow back to the pit lane. Not that he had to go particularly far. And so we'll hold fire until we get the call to go green again. But yeah, in an ideal world, when you run something like this, as the 95 car there taking to the grass for some reason, which is a little bit strange, but yeah, maybe just wanted to make the tires extra wet, who knows. I'm just going to get a replay of that, actually. So let's see what's happening.
Some texting while driving here.
I was about to say the same thing. Based off of the quick jolt back onto the track, I suspect Matthias Medehi there was otherwise occupied whilst coming out of the 180 and had to quickly fix the mistake that he made. No harm done there, but those guys are 13th and 1 lap down. Pits are closed, so no one can service at this point, which I think is the correct call if you've got a full course yellow. Yeah, 60 kph, not particularly quick, and hopefully we'll get back on the way very, very soon. Perfect. There we go.
That was beautiful, Jamie. Well done. Race is back underway, and we're riding on board with the overall leader, that being Umberto Principe, behind the wheel of the number 22 Res Tech Reparte Corsa team. And you can see, yes, he was running on the pit limiter, so our theory is correct about the full course yellow procedure that we have whenever we don't have a safety car. And we saw him hang through turns number 1 and 2. That was probably a somewhat unfortunate time to get that race back underway if you are the overall leader of this race. The cold tires on a very cold track with very unfavorable conditions. We saw him understeering heading through the first few corners at the start of this restart, and now the at one point leader in the LMGT3 category, the GSE Racing Esports car, driven by Dennis Earhart, has come down pit lane, giving the lead of the LMGT3 category to the Res Tech Reparte Corsa number 73, currently driven by Andre Miato. However, as I believe we may have seen a driver swap for the GSE Racing Esports Audi that just came down pit lane. Yes. Andre Miato, who may try and cover off this call to prevent some sort of undercut. He may be coming in soon, and considering he's started this race and we're over the halfway mark, he may end up handing over the keys of his Mercedes all the way to the end of this race. But right now, the field is actually a little bit closer than they were before LMP3. That fight is looking pretty tense right now, and here is confirmation. That's Volker Weibusch in the GSD Racing Esports number 39 car. He's exiting out pit lane now in 4th in the LMGT3 category. When the Res Tech Reparte Corsa team comes in to the pits, that's going to briefly give us a Ford 1-2, and I may have used up my USA chanting a little bit too early.
Might have done, but it isn't. Well, not yet. Still need to wait for Miato in the Res Tech Reparte Corsa pit. We just need to hold fire and make sure that that happens before we get the American 1-2 there, or at least the Ford 1-2. So we'll hold fire on the USA chance for now, but yeah, those guys, admittedly, a little bit off the pace with these heavy. Oh my goodness, no.
Oh no.
Volker Weibusch.
Oh, it's all come undone. GSE Racing Esports has had a collision, and you can see one of the Mercedes, one of the Fords involved.
VR Racing.
That, I believe, yeah, VR Sim Racing has gone off the track as well. I'm not sure if that's related or completely ignored and removed from the GSE Racing Esports off-track moment. That, I believe, was heading either into the Nürburgring chicane or through it, and here is the replay to see exactly what happened to Volker Weibusch.
Oh, okay, right, so that's lost. Oh, that's a big crash. That's huge. On the way into the Nürburgring chicane. Dropped it left. So I guess he's hit a patch of standing water. He's just come out of the pits, just jumped into the car. So this is like brand new territory for him. Braking on the white line on the inside there, I'm pretty sure. Didn't get a perfect look at it from within the car, but there was at least standing water, I'm sure, on the entry there, as both the 39 and 29 come into pit lane. So we're down to one American dream, one American hope. Oh, actually, sorry, both of them are in. It's probably time for a scheduled stop anyway for the
penalty. Penalty. They picked up a black flag coming down pit lane, so I think that may have been some sort of pit lane speeding or some sort of unsafe entry penalty. Drive through to car number 7, entering a closed pit lane. That is going to that's going to be rubbing salt into the wounds of the Work Sim Racing LMP3 car. They were leading, they were dominant in the LMP3 class. Oh, that penalty, that I wouldn't say essentially seal their fate as they go off the track yet again, that time coming out of 180, my apologies, but Work Sim Racing, we talked about the butterfly effect a little bit earlier on, Jamie, how one small little mistake can be the end of your race, as car 78 has picked up a drive-through penalty yet again for entering a closed pit. I think we're going to have a flood of yellow flag procedure violation penalties come in here. I'm taking a look to see if there's any more that are going to be possibly heading our way in the not too distant future, but another driver picking up a penalty. Just getting back to that incident that we saw in the LMGT3 field, The driver that hit the wall, they picked up a meatball flag. So the GSE Racing Esports car, they're going to be in the pits for a considerable period of time. But I guess that kind of got put on the back burner as we saw. I think that was about 3 or 4 drive-throughs being issued in the span of about 15 seconds.
Yep. I don't even know what to say or how to call this anymore. Right, where are we at in LMGT3? So we have a driver swap now in the 73 leading ResTech Ricardo Corsa car. So Alessio Carollo into the car there. Who else has stopped twice? So the 4 in second has not stopped twice. Jesse Molina in the 3, which they themselves have got into all sorts of difficulty. And I actually fully 100% squarely blame the 3 car for turning the 78 into the wall, which knocked out that 78 car for like moving across when there was no real need for them to move left there. So I'm still kind of awaiting a penalty for those guys, unless I missed it. So who else has actually then stopped twice? The 29 has stopped twice. There's the 68. 68's really struggled there a little bit since the sort of the big restart again. And unfortunately there for Jill Murans, struggling to get turned back around without then coming into oncoming traffic. Doing the right thing by taking it conservative there, just to make sure you don't ruin someone else's race, but that's probably under traction coming out of the 180. It is very slippery out there, so very difficult conditions for everyone involved. But yeah, at the minute it's looking again once again very good in LMGT3 for the ResTech Ricardo Corsa guys, but we'll see how Alessio Carollo takes to the conditions, because it is so difficult and challenging. We've not really seen anyone jump into a car fresh and new and like take on the world, if that makes sense. It's taking time for drivers to get a feel for this because of how difficult it is.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to think of a good analogy to try and describe a driver trying to get accustomed to these conditions. Back in the old days, before child safety laws ever became a thing, there was an old saying of just teaching a baby how to swim by throwing them into the deep end of the pool. Basically what some of these drivers are doing, some of the ones that are getting into the car for the first time, maybe since practice coming up to well over 3 hours ago at this point, it's basically like getting a newborn baby and throwing him out of a helicopter into a frozen Siberian lake. That's the only way I can describe it. It is trial by fire for a lot of these drivers that are trying to get accustomed to the conditions. They're consistently getting worse. This track, at one point, it was pretty much entirely dry in some sections with small little wet patches here and there. The rain has continued to come down. The track temperature still isn't very good either. I'll take a look at the iRacing weather drop down. Actually, thank you very much, Samuli, for bringing it up. The track temperature continuing to drop. It's dropped down by 3 degrees in the past, I'd say probably about an hour or so. Actually, no, probably about a half an hour. Either way, track temperature still it's plummeting down 62 degrees. That is pretty cold for asphalt, and considering it's colder than even the ambient temperature, that's really saying something about how challenging this track is right now. And we just see that get put on full display as a Tri-State Racing number 21 car has gone for an off-track excursion. That, I believe, is on the outside of the Adelaide hairpin at turn number 5. I think that may be a case of deja vu, because we saw an LMP2 car have a very similar moment to that not very long ago, and here is the replay of seeing Garrett Spence have this off-track excursion, heading his way, careening his way into the Adelaide hairpin at turn 5, and he goes incredibly deep. Didn't hit a cone this time, so we didn't have a cone massacre like we had the last time we saw an LMP2 car end up in that gravel trap, nearly rejoining the track at a complete 90-degree angle. Maybe even getting lost, seeing the curbs go either way. But still, unfortunate for that small little mistake, going to drop him back. Trackside Racing Team, who were running in the final podium position in the LMP3 fight, they have come down pit lane, so that is going to give Delta V Racing P3 in that class, as they now come in for not only a scheduled pit stop, but also a driver swap as well, as Arlene Berry is going to take behind the wheel of that. Actually, no, my apologies. He's behind the wheel of the Delta V Racing car, which is still out there on the circuit. It is a driver swap, though, going going on in the trackside racing team number 68 car. Getting back to the point I was going to mention, talking about the track conditions, the track is getting, actually, nope, as I say that, perfect timing, as Focus Racing is going to be able to take the lead in the LMP3 category with a nice move on Rising Panda Racing. That was heading through turn number 14 when they finally got the move done, and maybe, oh, he's going to lose it as he runs wide. Locked up the fronts, didn't lock up the rears, locked up the fronts, heading into turn 15, and right as the Focus Racing car being driven by Mix Bonito takes the lead in class, it all goes down to naught, and hopefully we can find a replay to see that battle that happened before, get a good idea as to how this LMP3 fight was shaking out. We're following Maxime Leniard heading through the Imola chicane, ran very wide and had a terrible, actually no, that was a Focus Racing car running very wide and getting a terrible exit. And then they got the move done on the 47 to take the lead in the LMP3 category. We could just run this replay a little bit longer. We will see the most hopeless feeling behind the wheel of a race car in dry or wet conditions. You can hear the tires screaming in pain, as I nearly said, skirting their way down into turn number 15. Small little lockup. His front tires are probably rectangles that cost him the lead.
We'll probably get away with that in terms of another car straight on at the Adelaide hairpin. I wonder if these drivers know that there's a little cut through there, and if you take it whilst nobody's looking, you can probably gain about 30 or 40 seconds if you can cut out the middle part of the lap. But I do think that a lot of these drivers are, like, I mean, they're struggling now, but that was the right mistake to make from the 5 car of Mix Bonito. Sort of, just cars off everywhere. I don't think it's getting any wetter. I think it's about the same as what it has been.
Just the cooler track temperatures, maybe. Just
yeah.
Oh my God. This car's going off all over the place. An incident involving the Eagle Speed Academy. Alex Bayens behind the wheel for 85 car just got involved in an incident that I think, I'm trying to figure out exactly where that is on the racetrack. That I think is heading through. That's to head their way into turn number 14. Tries to get a move done on the LMP3. The Rising Panda Racing number 47 gets hooked by him. That could be a penalty coming towards the way of car number 47. And that would be big because, I mean, what do you make of that incident, Jamie?
I really don't think that's a penalty on the 47. The 85 needs to make those moves clean. And there's only so much room on the outside. The 47 is not going to drive out onto canes and curbs when it's very wet if they don't have to. Actually, a drive through there for the 85. Interesting. I've not seen that come up, but or maybe it came up a little while ago. So there's another car off at the Adelaide hairpin. It is very treacherous out there, but yeah, we're starting to get to the point on track where drivers need to get creative with where they get onto the brakes and just need to be careful because on a racing line, a rubbered line, I think there's just not enough grip, so we need to start braking off the traditional racing line. So yeah, onto the brakes there, taking the normal racing line hasn't worked there for the 99, immediate lockup. So gotta, as I mentioned before, gotta go find the grip somewhere. It probably isn't where you would normally look for it. So here's Garrett Spence, and I expect he's going to do the same thing. Yep, straight on. Oh, this time with a little spin. Okay, so a little different this time, but it looks like you cannot brake on the traditional racing line into the Adelaide hairpin. You've got to move towards the inside, so hopefully these drivers can start making the adjustment required.
Honestly, at this point, I feel like the only thing keeping most of these race cars on the racetrack is just willing and prayer at this rate. The track conditions so tough. These drivers getting thrown curveball after curveball. I feel like we're going to mention that word a lot throughout this broadcast, but that's really the only way you can describe it, Jamie. There's been so many twists and turns for these drivers to deal with, both in the race car, on the racetrack itself, and just in terms of the stuff they're having to deal with outside of it, as even the overall race leader, Restek Corsa, runs very wide heading through the Adelaide hairpin. Thankfully, they didn't go off the track and into the gravel trap. Thankfully for them, they avoided any sort of excursion like that. But everyone is struggling for grip. Taking a look at the lap times that some of these drivers have been setting, they've cratered. They've not setting very good lap times at all compared to what they were at some point. The fastest lap time for our overall leader is a 131.86. 131.86. That's what I can see on my live timing screen at least. Last time by, they're in the 142.5 range. So this track is so much different compared to one they took the green flag at over 2 hours ago. You just have to imagine it's an entirely different race, even though you're running in the same show. It's just, there's everything really has just completely changed. You could best describe this race as a Rubik's Cube that someone has just completely shuffled up while you're like 2 moves away from trying to figure it out.
Yeah, exactly. So actually we've seen the 22 car. So even though he ran wide, that's pretty much what you've got to do now, because there is no grip on the traditional racing line. As we see the 19 there, sort of clattering through the puddles and struggling to get the power down. You've just got to be creative and find grip. So another mistake there for the Eagle Speed car running off the road there. So that's Alex Byans there, struggling with the wet conditions there. But yeah, we'll see it here actually. So Umberto's going to brake pretty much on the middle or to the inside of the track here, run it deep, and actually moves across into the racing line, and yeah, that's fine. And then out wide just to find a little bit of grip, and then gets the power down. So you've just got to be creative now with these racing lines and where you brake, and try not to sort of stray off the path that has the most grip, which at this point is nothing even remotely like how they were driving the track an hour to 90 minutes ago. It's a completely different ball game, and that's why we're now seeing the drivers that sort of have a reasonable wet weather experience and are comfortable in these conditions. They're starting to come to the fore, whereas some drivers that were further forward and maybe are less comfortable in the wet, they're starting to slip back the other way. So we're seeing the Tri-State Racing car, the number 12, that's currently up in second with Michael Simpson. I guess those guys are really comfortable in those conditions versus the sort of semi-wet stuff that we had before. So like last time by, fastest car on track by quite some margin was the 12 car. So really interesting to see how this is all sort of shaking out. I've still got another hour and a half of this, so yeah, fascinating to see how this all plays out.
Fascinating is my exact thoughts heading into the final stages of this race. Coming up to an hour and a half left to go. The past 2.5 hours have been incredibly hectic and have been very entertaining as well. Hopefully the viewers tuning into this stream either on the Apex Racing TV YouTube channel or on the European Sports Car Championship YouTube channel have enjoyed what you've seen so far. And if you have, remember to hit that subscribe button and the notification bell so you never miss a thing on the European Sports Car Championship or Apex Racing TV. And right now, running a little bit wide. I thought he was about to go off the track. The Tri-State Racing number 12 still keeps it on the road and with all 4 wheels on his wagon. Right now we've got another wagon running down pit lane, that being the Trackside Racing Team number 68, now being driven by Kostek Solowej. I probably butchered that pronunciation. He's now running in 4th in class, a lap down. So as it stands currently, LMP3 would possibly win our award for the most spread out class with only 3 cars on the lead lap. The front 2 separated by 8.2 seconds, and Delta V Racing incredibly far back, possibly at risk of going a lap down as well within the ensuing next half hour if we do remain green and don't have another safety car intervention like we had earlier on in the race. Stats report with LMGT3, Restek Reparto Corse had a small little bit of a setback involving their yellow, and the way that fell for them. They dropped down a little bit, however they spent a vast majority of the opening part of the stint, well actually the stint before I should say, running in second. Then in all the pit stops and the drama that happened involving their competitors who may have had the number on them, they are still leading in the LMGT3 fight as an off-track moment occurs for car number 87. That's the MV SkinLab DS racing car. That was heading through turn number 14, I believe. Let's take a look at a replay to see what happened to the 11th place runners in LMP2. I think,
My
I tried
bad.
to pass
Sorry.
it off to Jamie. Yeah,
All good.
it's quite alright. My replay was glitched, so I want to pass it off to you.
That's very sorry. Okay, yeah, so yeah, contact with the 3 Tri-State car. Sorry, I was frantically trying to fix something on my end here. So yeah, we're all good. Yeah, straight into the back of the 3, and then careered into. I actually didn't catch all the car involved in that incident, but yeah, pretty straightforward stuff. Yeah, and then I think we've got the penalty there. It's just about to pop up on screen for the 52 there for avoidable contact with the 3. There you go. So yeah, a pretty clear case of just not reading the conditions in front of them and braking a little too late and causing an incident. It's I mean, it's a very easy mistake to make, but it's also a very clear-cut decision for race control. That doesn't take an awful lot of figuring out on that one.
Yeah, that is a pretty black and white call, if we're being honest, and I feel like some of the viewers may be thinking that we're a little bit clairvoyant calling out these penalties before they even pop up on screen, as a Rising Panda Racing number 46 is going off the track along with the Tri-State Racing number 21. I think we're getting back into the point where drivers are going off the circuit left, right, and center. Whenever I see a Tri-State Racing car go off the circuit, I get a brief ping of anxiety, thinking it's our second place runner, and again locking up, heading into turn number 15. Those front tires have been reduced down to the canvas and have turned into rectangles with the amount of locking up we've seen from Garrett Spence behind the wheel of that Tri-State Racing car. Credit where credit's due, though, to Spence, as no further action for car number 60. I'm pretty sure he's been in this car ever since a green flag came out 2.5 hours ago. So credit where credit's due to Garrett Spence. The fact that he's been behind the wheel of this LMP2 car for the entirety of this race, that's pretty impressive, at least as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be doing 2.5 hours straight in the wet. That's not my idea of a comfortable, easy-going Saturday afternoon. That's the 29 VR racing car going for a bit of a drift there in the Mustang, but managed to get it gathered up and pull themselves together and back up and running, and still remarkably third in class.
Hey, I mean, you gotta take the miracles when they come. That was a hair-raising moment for sure. Thankfully, Magny-Cours, I believe, is still marked as FIA Grade 1 certified. I don't believe they've done anything that would revoke that certification on this track, so Formula 1 could race here if they wanted to, considering they just left Paul Ricard a few years ago, and they're trying to add every single street course under the sun. I don't think they would do that. As an off-track excursion again for Race Ventura, Ted Edwards has had a torrid time in that number 78 car as he takes out a cone on re-entry, goes off the track at the Adelaide hairpin. Will we have another? Is this another case of just locking it up and running wide into the gravel trap, or was there something else going on? Here is the replay. We're gonna find out what happened. He has a car around him, that being one of the LMP3s, but I think that may have just forced him onto the racing line and locked it up, and ooh, that was actually a quadruple lockup, both the fronts and the rears. Spun around. Ted Edwards did everything in the book, though, to try and keep it outside of that concrete barrier on the outside line of the circuit. Credit where credit's due, though, because that was definitely a close call.
Yeah, it certainly was. It was put into a really difficult position because the LMP3, they're like hovered the inside because, one, that's where they want to brake, and two, it sort of gives the LMP2 there the opportunity to go around the outside. But the problem is it's so slippery on that racing line right now that you can't brake on it without something going horribly wrong. So it might have been in Ted Edwards' best interest to just actually like back out of the move and just not go for it, because it's so sketchy on that racing line. Actually into the pits comes Evans now from 19th. They've had a tough old day. It actually is drive-through, pretty sure. Oh, this is for entering the closed pit from however many moons ago that was. So, yeah. Very gingerly coming back onto the racing surface.
I swear this race has changed so fast that penalty he got for entering a closed pit, that could have been like 4 hours ago as far as we're concerned. There's just been so much going on in this race. Many of it quite strange, and I think well, I mean, obviously, the award that a driver wants to take coming out of this race is the checkered flag. They want to win in their class, whether that be an LMP2, LMP3, or LMGT3. I think we should give out another award, and that is the Center of Attention Award, and I think Race Ventura would probably get that. Not only is their team name incredible, as as the both of us believe, Jamie, as you've already said on this broadcast, but they've also had a incredibly eventful afternoon thus far. During the opening stint, when the track was like half wet, half dry, we didn't really talk about them too much. Then, when they switched to dry tires, they became the center of attention almost immediately, but then they lost that center of attention. Well, they were still the center of attention just for all the bad reasons when they stayed out a little bit too longer on those dry tires than they probably should have, and it's really torpedoed their afternoon. They're currently 6 laps down to the ResTech Reparto Corsa number 22, which still leads overall in the LMP2 category, currently running down in 19th. Effectively in no man's land, as the next car to them is a Vision 1 Motorsports car running a further lap ahead. Whole lot of storylines up and down the grid. I think we were kind of talking about how LMP3 is the most spread out class, and while that is still true, LMP2 as well is pretty spread out, as currently a pretty decent chunk of the field is either 1 lap down or multiple laps down. So a very torrid afternoon for a lot of drivers. I think the creme de la creme is rising, and it's led to a bit more chaos than we were probably expecting heading into this afternoon.
Certainly is. Oh, that's going to be contact.
Oh!
Just about got away with
right
it.
as I mentioned chaos.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, the ResTech Reparto Corsa guys in LMP2 have risen up to the top of the standings. So they're going as planned, and they've shown good pace across all cars so far this season. So it's no real surprise to see them towards the front. So 1-2 in LMP2 and 1-5, I believe, in LMGT3. So strong stuff from those guys overall, and yeah, these conditions do sort of it's a bit of a wobbler moment there for the 95, but does stay ahead of the 85, the Eagle Speed Academy guys that sort of struggled a little bit over the last 30 to 45 minutes or so. But yes, yeah, the cream does tend to rise to the top in this sort of scenario. That's a shame. Again, an issue for the 7 car coming into that late hairpin. I suspect that's more of the same, where braking on the racing line has not gone well. So yeah, tough, really tough day for those guys. In comes Umberto Principe for the leading ResTech Reparto Corsa machine. They have such a large margin that they could realistically come back out still in the lead, having made their 3rd pit stop. Back out onto the track was Volker Weibusch in the GSE Racing eSports car that was at one point leading in LMGT3, but their race has sadly fallen apart a little bit. They are 8th in class though, despite being 5 laps down. So I would hazard a guess and say that GT3 has been the most atrocious, is that even a word, class out of
Attrition packed.
Attrition packed, yes. So even though, yes, we've only got 3 LMP3s on the lead lap, there's only 7 in the class, so I'm less inclined to say that it's been a huge struggle for those guys. But in LMGT3, it's been absolute carnage for the 12 cars in that class. I mean, it's been carnage for everyone, don't get me wrong. As we take a look at the 74 Revolution e-racing car, driven by the Australian Leith McClymont. I'm pretty sure that's not Leith in his picture. Fairly sure it's not. But it's a cracking profile picture nonetheless. Actually, and I was correct with my prediction. Umberto Principe has serviced the car, come back out, still leading the race. So those guys are in superb shape as it stands. That's me jinxing another car, I'm sure. But yeah, good stuff so far from the ResTech Reparto Corsa guys. They've been really strong, and yeah, the cream tends to rise to the top. However, that doesn't mean that other cars may not, you know, behave how you expect. you're sort of at the mercy as well of other classes and how they drive and how they behave as well. So it's not entirely up to you in a race like this. There's a lot of variance and variability. That's the 43 there. It's a lovely little shot there through the Imola chicane. But yeah, good stuff all round in LMP2 for the Rest Tech Ricardo Corsi guys. But still a long way to go, because we could very easily get another full course yellow or safety car, and that resets the whole thing once again.
I mean, in reference to the race that we've had thus far, having about an hour and 19 minutes left to go, coming up to an hour 18 minutes left to go, doesn't seem like a whole lot of time. However, an hour and 18, there is still a whole lot of stuff that can happen between now and the end of this race. Looking through the rest of the field, this is Alex Pilbeam in the HWT Motorsports number 24 car. I will say, if you're in the mood for some open wheel action here on Apex Racing TV, Pilbeam is one of the drivers in the Apex Racing Academy Super Formula Lights series that airs every single Thursday on Apex Racing TV, running from a couple weeks ago when we kicked the season off at Misano all the way through to the end of August. He's one of the drivers and actually squeaked away with a P2 result at the last race of the season at Spa, so very nicely played from Pilbeam, the Brit, running in the number 24 car for HWT Motorsports, currently 8th in the LMP2 field. And now, usually I don't like to bark commands, mainly just because I'm I don't really feel like I should, but Samuli, I'm curious if we could go back to the second to last place team in the LMGT3 category. I can't remember exactly what the team name was. There we go. Okay, Revolution E-Racing. I was trying to figure out exactly what the image he has as his SDK profile picture is. I think that is it's a guy from Seinfeld. I never really watched the sitcom Seinfeld. I think I know it was played by Jason Alexander on the show, and is he dressed up like a Roman gladiator? Oh, there we go. Okay, I really cannot tell what his outfit is. Is he dressed up like a someone participating in a Roman chariot race or something like that? Is he dressed up like Iron Man? I really cannot discern what that is. I may need to get my glasses prescription changed here, because I am that or being on the air for the past like 3.5 hours has made me a teeny tiny bit loopy. But nevertheless, I think we should move away from that discussion and talk about 3-wide action in the LMP2 field, with Gabriel Bousseler in the Dynaco Racing team actually splitting the middle between himself, the Simatech Sensations number 20, and I believe the HWT Motorsports number 24. That was a slick move from the driver of the number 19 car. Very, very impressive, and a track as slick as the one that we're on right now.
Yeah, it's a really good move. The NOP guys, after getting involved in that incident earlier with the Race Ventura guys, they've worked themselves back up into the top 5. About a minute off the lead, so you know, a reasonable amount of time lost to the leading car, but after that point they've been able to stay out of trouble and have done a good job of resetting themselves and going again. So yeah, good stuff. Let's just see a replay here. It's the About Rally again in the VR Racing. Oh no, we're going to switch to Liam Hilton in the Work Sim Racing. Yeah, just onto the white line. It's so I cannot put into words how difficult it is to keep the car pointing in the right direction in these conditions and still then trying to extract speed out of it, because if you like taking the traditional racing line is slower in these conditions. Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, so we've seen a bit of everything. Wow, okay, yeah. Do not brake on the racing line, it seems then, lads. It is not going well. But to not brake on the racing line or to take the wider line, you have to sort of flirt with danger a little bit. And so, yeah, not ideal there for either of the Ford Mustangs in the field. Warning for the car 57 that is retired out of the race, which I don't think we mentioned, but it was confirmed as a wheel disconnect for Thomas Gautier in the Evolved Racing car, as that is Arthur Papadelis in the Unity Racing by Venom car, taking a different approach towards pit entry this time by running a little little wide into the C. But in he comes, no major issues, doesn't look like there's any real damage on that car. Oh, it just overshoots the box, it's so easy to do. And yeah, all good in the hood with the Unity Racing guys, just a little bit off the pace today, but no shame in that, especially in these conditions.
We're following the leader in the LMP3 category, that is Focus Racing. Mix Benito has put together a under-the-radar performance, shall we say. Originally, when we grabbed the green, our attention, at least in the LMP3 field, was entirely towards the Work Sim racing car as a drive-through penalty for car number 78, avoidable contact with number 89, so that is going to send them down pit lane yet again. Continuing on the story of a very dramatic afternoon for the number 78 car.
Yes, so that's the 78 on the 89, which is Race Ventura on NOP. I assume that wasn't... maybe it was for the incident much earlier in the race, about an hour and a half or so ago now. So I don't believe those two cars were on the same part of the race circuit. Hopefully we'll get a little bit of clarification on that one, but I think it was for the same incident. It just looks like Race Control's finally been able to get through some of the incidents, because I'm pretty sure we didn't see a penalty for the 78 beforehand. But yeah, on reflection, that was maybe a fair decision, but I would like to have another look at it for sure if we ever do get the opportunity, which we probably won't because of how hectic this race is, and there's action left, right, and centre. Case in point, 89, which is NOP, defending hard from the 24. Stop and go 30 seconds for the 3, major avoidable contact with 78. So that is the Tri-State GT3. I mean, they probably just received that penalty right now. So yes, that's gonna knock them. Well, I mean, they're already 5 laps down, but in P6. But that's contact with 78, which we did see, with them making that sort of left-hand down motion. And I assume inadvertently, of course. I'm not sort of being accusatory here. But yeah, just a mistiming, miscommunication thing with 78 trying to take them down hit straight. So Nico Loakainen, yeah, has jumped into the car, and we'll have a 30-second stop and go to deal with it, as yeah, I think he's just jumped in for the first time and is understanding how difficult this is. Straight away running deep in towards Adelaide Hairpin. Not the penalty on board, so drive through for the 94, avoidable contact with the 46. So the 94 is the JJ Motorsports car, which has had a torrid day, and it's about to get just ever so slightly worse. But they are back out on track and driving. But drive through has been handed to them. Will they take it this time? They will. So that was with contact on the 46, which is the Rising Panda car, currently 3rd in LMP2. So, yes, penalty dished out for them. So this is the number 47 Rising Panda in LMP3. Currently 1 minute 5 seconds off the lead, but probably more crucially, only 2.2 behind Delta V racing car of currently driven by Aurelian Bieri. So a close fight possibly about to brew there. Actually, that might be a change in position quite recently.
I
sorry.
think you...
I could be right, could be wrong, not sure, but yeah, there's a bit of a difference in lap times there, so we'll see if that converges, and we'll take a little look at that, hopefully. Hopefully they'll come together very, very soon.
The plot continues to thicken in the LMP3 fight.
Oh my
God,
goodness.
that was a beautiful stave from the Rising Panda Racing number 47 in the back of shots. As we were following the 25, 47 just had a terrifying moment coming out of turn number 3 of Estoril. Gonna run a little bit wide through turn number 5, but it's a miracle he even made it to that corner, considering how sideways he was coming out of turn number 3. And here is the replay. I think we got to take a look at multiple
yes.
angles of this. He clipped the curb on the outside, and that's what got him all kinds of squirrely. Christian Kamperger, I probably butchered your pronunciation, but credit where credit's due, my man. That was a fantastic save. We're going to take a look at another angle of this and follow him through the opening few corners of that lap where he just had that massive save. The lap they're still on now, might I add. You can see him heading through turns number 1 and 2 fairly clean, then you head into 3. 3 is a really tough corner, especially on exit. I ran wide on numerous occasions coming out of this corner. Clip that curb. In the dry, that's fine. In the wet, you're done. And he actually went over the curb and into the AstroTurf on the outside, the green painted areas on the outside of that red and white serrated outside curb. And Christian, my God, I think he may need to buy a lottery ticket. That was like a picture-perfect use of the steering wheel and the pedals to try and keep that thing out of the barrier and keep this car in the race.
It sounded like he just kept it completely pinned and dealt with the consequences, and I am grateful for him for doing that. It's not the quickest way through the corner, but it's entertaining, and we're here for the entertainment, and I love it. That was a cracking save. We'll keep eyes on him here just to make sure he gets through turn 3 safely this time. We'll see if he gives the exit curb a wide berth. He doesn't, but yeah, he's able to get through there cleanly. So still on the chase. Didn't lose too much time to Bieri ahead in the Delta V racing cars. So what a save. I love it. Well, he's not saved that. That's quite deep into the Adelaide Herman, but it's fine. It's all good. Stands it out on the way out. He's having fun, and we're having fun watching him.
If that save doesn't end up on the Apex Racing TV highlights reel for the month of July, I really don't know what will. That was incredible. Still actually losing a little bit of time now, about 4 seconds back of Delta V Racing, who's currently running in that second position in the LMP3 category. That's the main fight in that class. Everyone else is either 1 lap down or essentially 1 lap ahead. Focus Racing, who I don't even think we talked about up until about like an hour and a half ago when that issue happened with Work Sim Racing getting hit under the safety car period, then picking up a meatball flag, which I think was very questionable by iRacing for them to get a meatball flag as a result of that collision. And then Focus Racing, I wouldn't say they fell into it, because in these challenging conditions, you're not guaranteed anything. You really need to work and scrap and claw for every single position you can get, even if it's a driver getting hit with a penalty and some sort of incident a little bit farther up the road. Just keeping it on the racetrack is enough of an achievement. And Focus Racing at this point, they have done a stellar job. This man, Mix Benito, who I think has the name that's the most fun to say throughout this entire field, I think, has he been in this car ever since the green flag dropped? I'm not too sure if he has or has not, but either way, the fact he's grown that lead to over 1 minute over Delta V Racing in P2 is incredibly impressive for the Portuguese driver in the 5 car.
I can confirm it was Luis Trindade who was first in that car, and I actually think it's like from Mix Benito's jumped in. It's all gone right for them so far. He's done a fantastic job. That lead's well over a minute, and he's managing that and is as comfortable as one can be in these conditions. I mean, you're going to have ropey, sketchy moments pretty much every other corner, but that gap is pretty stable, about 1 minute and 3 minute and 4 seconds. And yeah, I'll give it a couple of laps until I've cursed him again, but yeah, so far so good for the Focus Racing guys. You know, they've done what they've needed to do up to this point, and it's just all about keeping it steady from here. They don't need to take any risk with a lead of that sort of size. It's yeah, it's a really good drive so far, but as we've said, it's not always up to you in a race like this. Oh my goodness, the 19 is off on an excursion there. That's in 4th position, and the HWT driven by Alex Pilvain up to 3rd. I believe that's a change of position. I think so. So
I believe you are correct.
Bouclier. Take it
oh
to the
my God!
That's not where you want to be.
Okay, that's... Yeah, no, not even in the dry. Do you want to be in the grass? I just saw that at the corner of my eye. I was expecting those 2 cars to go off in a cloud of carbon fiber, dust, and steam. Thankfully, they kept it on the racetrack. I'm sure, oh man, I don't know who'd be more terrified of the two of them. Gabriel Bousseleur for making that decision in the first place to go into the dirt, or Alex Pilbeam for just seeing that in his mirror. As I think a little bit farther up the road, there may have been some extracurricular contact with, I think, is that some LMP2 cars, or is those actually LMP3s a little bit farther up the road?
I can't tell from
Not
here.
too sure who that was. Actually, I think those. Yeah, I see one of them's an LMP3 that they're now going to be lapping. I think it may have been an LMP3 car, the yellow one. I'm not sure exactly which one that is. Yeah, you can see it's 68 Trackside Racing Team, currently running 4th in class. They were involved in an incident with the 69 car that was heading through 180 this time by, that being turn number 9 on the 17-turn road course. I think I saw them run very wide, so I think there may have been a little bit of contact, but either way, lots of storylines that we need to follow as we approach very rapidly. Only 3 minutes left to go until we reach the final hour of this 4-hour-long sports car classic here for round 2 of the European Sports Car Championship. And here's the replay. Okay, he lost it all by himself. That's, ooh, be careful here on the rejoin. Oh, the number 69 car was inches away from causing a stack-up end incident heading through 180. Kostek Salowij, I probably butchered that pronunciation yet again, doing the cardinal sin in the rain, if that makes sense. It's not cardinal sin, but you definitely don't want to touch any bit of paint around this racetrack. Just clipped it. It may have been an inch, it may have been a centimeter, it may have been a millimeter, but either way, just got a tiny little whiff of the paint on the outside line hang into 180, and that just sent him spinning around like a top.
Yeah, it's so tricky out there. Now, you can get away with using some curb and some white lines some of the time. But you've got to be selective in when you do it. You definitely don't want to be doing it when you're deep onto the braking zone and heavily loading your outside tires. It's not when you want to be on a slippery surface. You can get away with it on corner entry, especially in like some of the quicker stuff where you're not like on throttle or particularly on the brake either. So if you're sort of in a transient state in between throttle and brake, you can kind of just roll over the top of curbs and it's kind of okay. As we see there through the left-hander, even though it was a little bit scruffy through the right, it was fine through the left. You can take some of the curb. It's on exit. Oh, not ideal for the 68 on the 89 there. 89 would not be best place. So that's the NOP car in P6 now. So I think they've jumped down a little bit. Something though to note, the battle for the lead in LMP2 is starting to hot up just a little bit. The gap's down to 1 second between the Restec Ripardo Corsa car and the Tri-State Racing. So both cars have completed 3 pit stops, and I assume in these conditions they'll both only need to make 1 more, all being equal and fine. So Bart Mattia, who was very quick whenever he jumped into the car last month, or last round, first round at Barcelona, has jumped in, and he's very quick here as well. As, oh, it's a big risk to go that far wide around the 7 by the 22. But it needed to be done to try and extend the gap, and has been able to do it over the 12 of Bart Mattia in the Tri-State Racing car. But Mattia's been very, very quick anytime that we've seen him in the car, and has hunted down Principe in the Restec Ripardo Corsa car, who was comfortable at points. And I did actually miss whenever Michael Simpson, I believe it was, in that car had pitted, and I thought, oh well, the Restec Ripardo Corsa guys are comfortable and well out in front, but the Tri-State car had already made the stop, and so they're in excellent shape now, and so this is a really, really close fight for the lead and for the win.
We've also got a close fight for the final 2 spots on the LMP3 podium. Rising Panda Racing currently holds on to P2, Delta V in P3. They're separated by about a second. Christian trying to stay away from any sort of paint at all around this racetrack after that very close call he had probably about 5 minutes ago at this point. But right now you can see going for the send is Bart in the Tri-State Racing number 12, getting the move done to take the lead in LMP2. Incredible stuff from the driver of the number 12 Tri-State Racing car. He gets it done to take the lead. For now, we'll just have to wait and see if there's any sort of extra challenge from the Restec Ripardo Corsa team. You can see incredibly sideways. That was coming out of turn number 10, and you can see nearly into the dirt was Bart Mataj coming through onto that small little flat out blast before the Imola chicane. Bart Mattia in that Tri-State Racing number 12, pushing it to the absolute limit. And I think this goes back to a point that we mentioned well earlier on in this broadcast, Jamie. Drivers are going to be playing chicken with each other, whether it be going for some bonsai passes, as we just saw from Bart in the Tri-State Racing car, or whether it just be overtaking LMP3 or LMGT3 lap traffic. I think these drivers are seeing each other push it, go for these risky dive bomb moves, and they're starting to feel a bit racy as well. ResTech getting held up a lot. That was the Trackside Racing Team number 68, I believe, in the LMP3 category. Went side by side with at 1 point overall leader, the ResTech Reparto Corsa number 22. They nearly came together heading through the Adelaide hairpin. That could have been an absolute catastrophe.
Yeah, the 68 there, driven by Caustic Solivai, is pushing limits, and he's sort of struggling a little bit out there. The LMP3 in general has looked a massive handful anytime that we've gone on board with any of them in these conditions, when it's been, you know, on the wet side of things. Even when it was like slightly wet, I mean, almost dry. I think it was this car that we jumped on board with. No, sorry, it was the 47, the Rising Panda car. Massive struggles. So these guys, I mean, some of them might be having fun, but it doesn't look like most of them are having fun trying to keep this thing on the island. But yeah, so far it's it's looking really, really spicy. And that was almost like a big incident into the Adelaide hairpin. Thankfully, Prince Moon was able to bail out of it, but that gap now is up to 2.5 seconds between Tri-State and ResTech Republic. So Bart Mattia is flying in these conditions. As a minimum, he is 2 seconds a lap faster than everyone else out on the track, which is an astonishing margin. So yeah, if he's in the car from here to the end, that's probably a good thing for Tri-State.
That is going to be a fantastic card in their hand. Coming to the end of this race, we have less than an hour left to go. This 4-hour race that we're 3 hours and 3 minutes into now, it's blown by, and it hasn't. It's been very hectic, so we've seen probably, I think I said not even before we hit the halfway mark that we had about 6 hours of action crammed into the first hour and a half. At this point, over 3 hours in, we've seen a whole lot of stuff. I just saw a car go off a little bit farther in the back that may, I believe, have been the, oh, there we go, that's the Revolution E Racing Audi number 74 with the Seinfeld reference as the profile picture, but right now rejoining the track in front of the ResTech Reparto Corsa team. That's going to hurt them even more. The gap in LMP2 is actually spread out to about 4.5 seconds now, so a mistake from an LMGT3 actually slowing down the 22 a teeny tiny bit. I don't think that affected them too terribly. However, a small little checkup is not what you want, especially in conditions like this, and that's Tom Tweed in the SC competition by TSR Corvette, reversing his way onto the racetrack. Oh my god, that could have been near disaster. If there's a pack coming, be careful, be careful, be careful, be careful. Okay, he's good. I just had a brief bit of panicking there. Oh boy, we've seen a whole lot of stuff. I think my blood pressure is definitely picking up on this broadcast, and here's a replay of Tom Tweed heading his way through turn number 1 in these tricky, challenging conditions. I have a feeling the inside curb had something to do with it. Yep, he just spins around like a top and dinks it into the inside wall.
I can see now why he tried to reverse it all the way back to the track, because there was a GT3 there coming onto the pit lane exit there. So you had to get fully out of the way. So it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario where you got to get out of the way some way. But oh jeez, that was sketchy business. But I don't think it was a big hit. It was a small little boof into the wall. And they're still in 4th, which, I mean, I think that shows the sheer level of attrition in LMGT3. Leading car is 2 minutes 10 seconds up the road. 3 cars on the lead lap, so there's a ResTech Reparto Corsa car. I don't believe that anybody is like off cycle in terms of pit strategy. No. Oh, no, I've got it now. Okay, right, so yeah, that gap's come down. They've just pitted, as has everyone else, I think. So, but yeah, still really, really strong stuff for the 73 car. And into the pits they come. Are we live? Actually, just as a... Okay, so I think that's actually on my end then. It's not live. Okay, yeah, all good.
Okay, yeah.
I got slightly confused
I thought you were asking if we were still on the air. I was like,
no,
I would hope so.
On or within the 7 of actually showing live, not actually showing replay. Okay, no, all good. Sorry. I think I terrified everyone there for a second.
Yeah, I was like, ooh, okay, if we're still on live, if you think we're not live, we may hear some quotes. Okay, so anyways, moving on and talking about some of the fights that we have up and down this field. LMP3 is getting tight. Focus Racing and Rising Panda Racing only separated by about 0.2 of a second right now. That gap is diminishing. We're seeing a fight in the LMP3 category, and Rising Panda Racing is actually going to take the lead in the LMP3 class. Is Focus Racing possibly eyeing up a pit stop? They have lost a whole lot of time as of late. They had like a minute gap not very long ago. However, they're losing time. You can see now, you can see Rising Panda Racing coming out of turn number 14. They have just taken the lead in the LMP3 category. Focus Racing has dropped back, now a second and a half behind. I wonder if there's been some sort of draw. Actually, no, they've come in for a pit stop. That's the main thing. Mix Bonita has rescinded his control of the car to Luis Trinidad, and that was coming through turn number 15 and 16 towards the end of the lap. This kind of brings me back to a point that I never got a chance to mention, that Mix Bonita was possibly this car's good luck charm, because when he got in that car, things turned out well for the 5, but now that the driver swap has happened, you can see he is really struggling. He was in the car at the start, Jamie. I'm not sure if you have any information as to when he took command of this number 5 Focus Racing car. He is not comfortable at all, though. If he was in the car, let's say 45, we'll just give a rough number and say 45 minutes into the race was when he rescinded controls to Mix Bonita. This is an entirely different racetrack and an entirely different set of challenges for this driver, the number 5 car. And you can see it right now. He is cratered in terms of pace.
Yeah, so I think they swapped over under one of the main safety car period that we had. I think that's when they swapped over. So yeah, over an hour into the race, but at that point it was still generally dry or dry-ish conditions. It is very wet now, and yeah, Luis has been bleeding time hand over fist to the Rising Panda car. Now, in their defense, the Rising Panda car still will need to make an extra pit stop. So the Focus Racing car will, all things considered then, most likely return to the lead, but they're losing heaps of time. Last time by was 12 seconds slower than the Delta V car behind. Yeah, quite an issue. So, and then there goes the 35 Vincent Barbier in the Unity Racing by Venom car. And it seems like, oh, contact.
Ooh.
Got away.
That was with the NOP number 89. That was close and very well held, it must be said, from the driver behind the wheel of the Focus number 5 LMP3. Finally gets that move done, hanging into turn number 1. But the main point at this rate is just, if he is not confident in the way things are going at the moment, I have a feeling it's not going to get any better. The track, I mean, it's still raining. It's been raining for a solid like hour and a half here in the sim. And I'll take a look at the weather forecast in iRacing. Don't believe that's going to change. Yeah, looking at it right now. From now all the way until the end of the race session, it's going to be 100% chance of rain. The wind is still going to remain around 13 miles an hour. I'm not sure how that converts to kilometers an hour. A pretty strong gust, it must be said. And the track is still wet, and the track temperature is still pretty low. It's 63 degrees Fahrenheit. So honestly, at this point in time, I mean, he needs to kind of drop back a little bit. I think he's been faster this time by, so just slowly getting into the groove of things and not pushing it. I mean, the worst thing he could do at this point is end up in some sort of incident, end up in the wall, end up off the track. That would be a game ender. So I think maybe this is just good strategic racing from him, learning when to pick his fights, learning when to push and when just to take it easy. I think that could be the reason why he's dropping back a little bit, but they need to stop that bleeding before it becomes too much of a problem for that Focus Racing number 5 car. Otherwise, they are going to be in a whole lot of trouble. Meanwhile, looking at the back end of the top 15 in the LMP2 category, we're following the World of Sim Racing team currently being driven by Andres Quintana, behind the wheel of the number 51 car, currently running 14th in their class. The Revolution E Racing 52 is right a little bit farther up the road, and those two are the last on their lap, as the Eagle Speed Academy car, currently running in 15th, is 3 laps down compared to their 2. So this is a heads-up fight between these two for P13. Lucky number P13. We'll see who prevails in this fight.
Yeah, it's battles are forming across the board here in different ways, and different drivers are coming into the cars with different speed. And issues for the leader. That's Bart Mattia running wide and off the circuit at the Adelaide hairpin. Now let's see what's happened here. It's still got quite a substantial lead. There's no other cars around, so this will probably be self-inflicted. Leans over to the left-hand side a touch. Okay, not just a straight outbreak. Managed to avoid like a major lockup there from the looks of it. Just outbroke himself ever so slightly, and maybe a tiny little bit of a lockup there, and just straight on. As around goes the second of the Restec Repardo Corsa LMGT3s, and no,
Close contact.
No.
Oh, and those are teammates as well, I think. Is that? Yeah. Yes, that is. That's a Restec Repardo Corsa LMP2, currently being driven by Andre Valero, number 43 car. Oh, be careful here on the rejoin. He nearly got T-boned by the number 4 LMGT3 car. What in the world happened to Brian Toccacelli that broke his car? You can see that car is wounded. He is weaving his way around the racetrack. There's some pretty significant suspension damage. Oh, be careful here with the cars coming around you, buddy. Okay, this is not a good spot to be in at all. Riding the curb, trying to get his way onto the outside line. He's going to goose the throttle and try and get on pit lane. Be careful to try and avoid some sort of pit lane speeding penalty. And here's the replay to try and figure out exactly what happened to Brian Toccacelli. You can already see the front end damage on that car, so I'm curious if there was some other extracurricular incident that caused him to pick up that damage. Simple spin on the exit of the corner, so it wasn't an incident that broke off his bumper and spun him around. However, this, trying to get his way turned around, and we're going to see it end in tears for 2 of the Restec Repardo Corsa teams. It was actually just... you could kind of say that Brian Toccacelli is someone at fault at that. However, the 43 didn't help themselves that too much as they went off the circuit as well. That may be an unsafe rejoin penalty heading the way of the number 60. It was a tough spot to be in, but still took out one of the other cars, and for it being a teammate as well, that just rubbed salt into the wounds.
Suboptimal is what I'll say about that. I suspect he'll probably avoid penalty, because I would be surprised if Restec Repardo Corsa will protest Restec Repardo Corsa, even though it's different cars and different classes. I suspect that they won't put in a protest to get that looked at, but we take a look at it. Toccacelli, I think, is 100% at fault there. I know that the 43 of Valerio did run wide into the gravel, but got it gathered up and wasn't necessarily offline at the point of contact there. So that for me is entirely on Toccacelli, unfortunately. The driver from San Marino. Pretty cool actually to see a driver from San Marino here. Because that's a very, very small nation. Totally contained within Italy, as the 31 there, Delta racing car of Tiago Tavella off at Estoril. We've seen that quite a bit, although I think that's about as far wide, I think, as anyone's went in Estoril out there into the gravel. So thankfully no damage, I think, on that car. On they go, but P8, 5 laps down. There's actually quite a few drivers and quite a few cars there, 5 laps down. So they can all have a little scrap amongst themselves, I suppose, for sort of the minor places there outside of the top 5. But yeah, tough day for a lot of these LMGT3s. As we take a look now at Jordi Vermeulen in the VR Racing number 29, on board, sorry, not on board, but Christian Gerard in the Corvette. So Corvette versus Mustang. We haven't seen this yet today. We've seen it a little bit at Barcelona. It was the 2 and the 16 last time around. It's the 2 and the 29 this time. To do battle for the podium places, which is a good run out for both teams. I don't think either car is the absolute fastest car, but they've generally managed to avoid big trouble. I think both cars have been in the wars, don't get me wrong, but they've not had a big incident like the majority of their counterparts in LMGT3. So hopefully this is a good fight to the end. Two of these guys need to make a pit stop. No, they're recently out of the pits, so straight fight to the end. As oh my goodness, how has that not ended in tears between the 95 there and the 87? So Dinoco versus MV Skin Lab. Wow, I mean it's everywhere you look, there is something happening.
I really feel bad for our producer, Samuli, who has to be like a chameleon looking at about 14 different things at once. Here's the replay of a very strange piece of contact involving the Dinoco Racing Team number 95, heading their way down into the Adelaide hairpin, and you can see an aggressive, really aggressive dive bomb move from the 95, and you can see those cars hit. That was like 6 times in the span of like 5 seconds. I feel like the only sort of damage that either of those drivers could pick up in terms of that collision, multiple collisions I should say, could be a damage to their chances at this race. Maybe one of them picked up some sort of incident penalty, incident points violation. I'm at a loss for words at this point. There's been so much going on, my brain has been cooked. Oh man, that was probably the strangest collision we've seen so far today. Those two cars were bouncing off each other like they were made out of rubber.
You actually raised a really good point. The incident penalty limit, or where it starts, is at 20. And then you get a drive-through for every 10 after that. So that probably explains like half of the drive-throughs in this race. It's very easy just to run wide and pick up an off-track around here. And so, yeah, no real surprises that drivers are struggling quite a bit here. Yes, it's all kicked off, and yeah, I don't know where to look, but what a mental race so far it has been.
Mental indeed. I feel like I may need to take some Excedrin after this broadcast because, oh my god. Actually, no, I feel like I have a little bit of like pain in my neck from all of this, just from the whiplash of everything that's happened in this race. It's been insane. That's the best way I can describe it. It's been an insane turn of fortune in the LMP2 category. ResTech Reparto Corse, I think regardless of how things shake out for the final 43-ish minutes of this race, actually 41-ish minutes, my apologies, they're still going to be able to lead the most amount of laps in this race, but as it stands currently, I don't think they're going to have a shot to win unless some sort of miracle falls their way. They are now a minute back of our leaders, a Tri-State Racing number 12 car. You can see them in the middle of a hornet's nest heading through turn number 3, trying to deal with LMGT3 and LMP3 lap traffic, all in one small little unfortunate batch for Alessandro City, who is back behind the wheel of the ResTech Reparto Corse team. He's back behind the wheel. Have they come in for a pit stop? And ooh, deep heading into turn number 5. It had to have been a pit stop because I don't think they would have lost nearly a minute just on pace alone. That just seems a little bit out of character. This race has been insane. I don't think it's been that crazy though.
Yeah, for Alessandro to be in the car, for him to be in the car, they did need obviously to come down pit lane and swap drivers and obviously service the car. That was done about 4 laps ago. So it'd be interesting to see. Oh my goodness, he is hanging on by a thread here. Yeah, sorry, to my point, Tri-State will need to make one more stop before the end here. Based off of what I've seen here, so City is struggling with the wet here. He's not fully comfortable with things. We've got some penalties starting to come in. I've just taken a look at the race control chat here. So the 94 has a stop and go. They've been in the wars pretty much every step of the way today, but crucially as well, the 24, third in E2, so that's Pilbeam in
That's
the
a heartbreaker.
HWT Motorsport Car. Stop and go, 60 seconds, full course yellow contact. So that was from when we had the full course yellow, so that's quite a while ago. But yeah, these penalties sort of get dished out in waves. So really tough break for the 24 car. So they must have done something pretty naughty to pick up a penalty that severe. That's going to cost them probably like a full lap, pretty much.
Oh yeah, that is a game ender essentially for car number 24. That is so unfortunate too. They have, in terms of luck, if they didn't have bad luck, they won't have any luck at all. We're only 2 races into the season, but hey, both of them have been 4 hours long, and we're currently nearly 3.5 hours into the second one, so I'll count it as 2 full races and a whole lot of basis to go off of this. HWT Motorsports has had really bad luck all throughout this season. Last time out of Barcelona, they were in the catbird seat. They were leading coming into what I think was the 3rd to last full course yellow. It wasn't a full course yellow like we've had today. It was just a straight up safety car period. And as the Tri-State Racing car has gone off the circuit from the lead of the race, that's not going to result in a loss of position. However, that will lose them quite a decent chunk of time. As it stands currently, I think our timing graphic may be a little bit slow to update. Actually, no, it has just updated. 1 minute and 4 seconds still in front of the Restec Reparta Corse team. So even though that was a small little mistake, a similar mistake to what we saw not very long ago, and one we've seen multiple times with the other Tri-State Racing car, it's not really going to hurt them too much, as they still have a pretty decent cushion behind.
Yeah, previous lap, Mattia was again in and around 2 seconds quicker than everyone else. Probably pushing a little too hard, but in general, his pace is unbelievable. So, as we see Carl Hudson in the Revolution E-Racing number 52 car running a little wide there. We're just going to get the incidents and the penalties up on screen there for you. But yeah, there's plenty being dished out at this point. And so they'll come through as we go here. So Oliveira there in the number 4 Delta Racing car has 2 drive-throughs actually to serve. One for contact with the 78, which is the Race Ventura car that's been in the wars all day, and then secondly for a full course yellow speed violation, so I assume not getting down to pit lane speed in an appropriate time, or lifting out of that a little too early, one of the 2. Gosh, it's all kicking off. The 68, which we're looking at now, has received a 30-second stop and go for a... Oh, no. Never mind the stop and go for the 68. It's Mix Benito in the Focus Racing car has jumped back in, I guess to relieve Luis Trinidad, and it's gone horribly wrong for him. Oh, that's such a shame.
And that car is wounded too. You can see him trying to get out of that gravel trap. He won't end up beached. That car is that's wrecked. Yeah, I think he broke a wheel off. This may result in a full course yellow. Another full course yellow in this race. Pits are closed. I think the full course yellow is going to come out in due course. Hearing a call from race control right now. I'm taking a look at the in-race iRace chat to see when the call is made. Number 5 car, a colossal error here. Taking a look at, I think maybe it wasn't an error. Let's see. Oh, it wasn't an error.
No,
it was a 78 car sent them off the track. Oh, and you could see the engine cover popping off like a misshapen Lego. And Ted Edwards for Race Ventura. He better not end up in the Focus Racing 5-car pit after this race, because I think he would get a butt-chewing of the ages. If not, he would probably end up getting punched in the middle of his face. That was hard racing gone wrong. It goes back to the game of chicken in the LMP2 category of drivers going for some moves that are probably quite questionable in nature, and I don't even think that was that much of a questionable move. Just hit I think he barely touched the paint, if not lost it on some standing water on the outside coming out of turn number 10. That just sends the 5 car off. and a collision to the outside wall. It wasn't a sickening impact in the sense that it was a bad collision. However, it was a sickening impact, realizing that that team at one point in time was in a fantastic spot to win. Now, with that incident, they're pretty much done.
Yeah, day done, sadly, for the 5, which, with Mix Benito behind the wheel, was probably the quickest, or at least the strongest looking LMP3 in these conditions where there is some standing water. That's a tough one for those guys to take, but that's the nature of multi-class racing in the wet at a narrow track like this. Space was given, but with how much standing water there is and how slippery it is, these things sadly can't happen. It is technically still definitely on the fault of the 78 with losing control into 5, but yeah, it's just a tough break all around. A little frustrating as well though for the 5, where the 78 is laps down and a full lap down even on the car ahead, so maybe there didn't need to be quite as much risk involved in that one, but it's hard to judge in these conditions. It is very slippery out there, so sadly just these things can and unfortunately do happen.
It's so unfortunate for really all the parties involved. 78 at one point had a decent shot of winning it at an LMP2. Ended in tears for them. It's ended in tears for the 5 as well. They, I think at this point, are knocking on the door of, actually they have already fallen out of the top 5 in the LMP2 category. That only leaves 3 drivers, 3 teams on the lead lap in LMP3, and as you can see from the reduced pace, the full course yellow has come out as a result of that collision. We will be on standby for the restart of this race, and it's probably going to be around about with less than half an hour to go, possibly, if not a teeny tiny bit over that. Here is the status report, 110 laps on the board. Tri-State Racing, number 12, they are leading it overall, and in the LMP2 field, they have a 2-minute and 29-second gap between themselves and the Res Decker Party Course at number 22. HWT Motorsports, meanwhile, they are running in 3rd. Have they come in to serve their drive-through yet, Jamie? Have they actually?
Good question. I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Well,
no.
Yes, and unfortunately for them, yeah. Oh, okay. So they can't do it now because pits are closed under this full course yellow condition. You can see the entirety of the LMP2 field right now. The graphic we have, Trackside Racing Team currently in 22nd, 44 laps down after an incident that took them out. Evolve Racing, they had a absolute catastrophic hardware failure that's resulted in them being classed 21st, 28 laps down. SJ and H Esports are currently, I believe, the last of the LMP2 cars still in the race as the green flag has come back out. The drivers are back under racing conditions, and Tri-State Racing, they aren't going to have it easy on this restart. They're dealing with cold tires on a cold track, but nope, they're coming in for a pit stop, the final pit stop of this race with a tick over a half an hour left to go. 3 hours, 29 minutes, and about 15 seconds on the clock, and they have pulled in. That is going to still have them the lead as there's some beating and banging and roughing each other up in the LMGT3 field. An American Civil War takes place in that class as now the Res Decker Party Course team runs wide, coming through turn number 3, and it gives the lead to the Work Sim Racing Mustang. Now leading this race, Corbin Lenaway is behind the wheel of that car, and this was the team that took a shock win 1 month ago for the last round of the European Sports Car Championship at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. They had some luck fall their way, and oh my god, I think those 2 cars were incredibly close to contact. That was, I think they may have actually just made contact. iRacing may not have registered it as contact, but that was just about as close as 2 race cars could possibly get without it ending in an absolute catastrophe. And here is the replay. Alessandro Corallo in that Res Decker Party Course team. He was panicking behind the wheel of that 73. That's an odd spot for that car. They have dominated this race. By the end of lap 1, they had about a 3.5 second gap. By the time they got to the Adelaide hairpin on lap 1, they had a pretty sizable margin. This is odd for them. They've run down outside of P1 before, but they've never had to have a full-on fight on their hands. And as ResTech Reparto Corsa looks to try and take the lead, another one of their cars at number 60 is spun around yet again. I believe they have fixed the damage that we saw on their race car earlier on. However, they go for another spin, this time coming out of turn 9 of 180. They go for a 180 spin as a result of the lack of grip out there on the racetrack right now. Corbin Lenaway still leading it in the LMGT3 field, about a half a second between himself and the ResTech Reparto Corsa Mercedes right behind. America versus Germany, Ford versus Mercedes. We always thought Ford versus Ferrari was an interesting storyline in the world of racing, but right now for the end of this race, it's going to be Ford versus Mercedes.
I do have to wonder whether the Work Sim Racing 16 can make it to the end on fuel. Almost certainly the ResTech Reparto Corsa car can. It's not a problem, but Corbin Lenaway jumped in at the end of lap 78, so that's 22 laps ago for these guys. They've just taken on to lap 100. Sorry, 21 laps ago. I don't believe the tank of fuel will stretch quite that far. It'd be really fun if it does, but I don't think it will. But it remains to be seen. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. HWT have dropped out. From which position?
Well, they were running in third. Yeah, they were running around the podium positions, and they had a drive-through penalty to serve. But they've dropped out of the race entirely as the ResTech Reparto Corsa team has had a moment. That was coming out of turn number 3, a massive slide. Oh, this driver, Alessandro City, he is not in his comfort zone at all. But I think at this point, Jamie, at least from our perspective, looking at these drivers heading through turn number 5, I think it stopped raining. I think this track is going to start to dry out. The real question is, as this track begins to dry with the rain not falling down anymore, will he be able to come back into his own as there's a crash involving the leaders in the LMGT3 category? Alessandro, oh my God, that's a hit for both of those cars. Corbin Lenaway lucky to get away with that without any sort of major damage. Be careful on the rejoin here, Corbin. He may pick up a penalty, possibly for an unsafe rejoin, but either way, it wasn't Alessandro, it was Alessio Corallo in that ResTech Reparto Corsa number 73. That car has damage. I am shocked he hasn't brought that back down pit lane as another car has gone off in the LMGT3 field and nearly gets hit by the SC competition by TSR Corvette coming in right behind. Those two cars that just came to blows at the front of the LMGT3 field, they're pretty much in a race all on their own. They have about a 2-minute gap between themselves and the cars running in P3 and P4. However, this is a major wrench thrown in the works for this fight, not only because these two cars have damage, that also changes the complexion entirely. At this point, if you're Alessio Corallo, you're thinking, hey, you ran me off the track, you ran into my car, and you sent me off into the barriers. If you won't race me that way, I'm gonna race you with the exact same level of respect. Corbin Lenaway, meanwhile, he is incredibly lucky to get away with that one virtually scot-free. I'm sure there's a little bit of damage on that car, whether it be suspension related or whether it be just a simple paint chip remains to be seen. But both of those cars have damage, and at this point in time, that completely shovels it up. Work Sim Racing, they had to come into the pits. I don't think we'll be able to see them make it to the checkered flag on fuel, but they've got to come into the pits too, that being the ResTech Reparto Corsa number 73. They've got damage, and that car is not handling well at all, as they're currently about 6.5 seconds off of the Work Sim Racing Mustang. With those two drivers coming to pit lane and definitely being very ticked off at each other, I'm curious how things are going to finish in the not the LMP3, the LMGT3 fight, because I think tempers are going to be more than flared. They are going to be on fire.
Oh boy, I don't really even know how to call that. It looked like a sort of weird contact moment where the 16 sort of got hooked and glued into the 73, and that's what sent both of them spearing off. I don't even think the contact itself was of any real note. The 73 with no front end in the car is still driving quite quickly, so this isn't over yet. I'm trying to work out whether the 78 can make it on fuel. Also, we've had the full course yellow as well, which might help them. Oh, that's wide from the 73. He's got it gathered up, though. I have no idea. I cannot begin to judge how this is going to play out. Trying to gauge it off maybe the lap times and see whether like the 16 can stretch this out, but like it's still quite wet, and I don't think it's going to dry up that quickly because it's quite cold still. It's not particularly hot in terms of air temp. It's not like the sun's really been able to break through either to help dry the track, so it'll probably be sort of like a, I don't know, like a Herky 2020 in F1 where, or was it 2021? I think it was 21. No, 2020. I did have it right. Where like it was dry for like most of the race, but because it was like cold and humid and like the track just never actually dried up, I suspect we might get something similar here where it's still going to stay pretty wet from here till the end. It's only 24 minutes left of the race. So, yeah, time will tell in this one. But on this current lap, despite that big moment for Alessio in Estoril, at turn 3, he's catching Corbin Lenaway in that Works Sim Racing 16. Oh, look at the steering damage he's got as well. Oh my goodness! Like he's going to keep going. And like if he doesn't
honestly,
have a meatball flag, he'll keep going.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of even if he does come down pit lane to try and fix some damage, I mean, if this race was dry and at a track like Monza, for instance, I think it would be a very different debate as he has a big moment heading through turn number 1, clipping that inside curb. But if we were running at a track like Monza, where straight line dependence and slipperiness through the air is incredibly important, as a drive-through penalty for car number 87 for avoidable contact, that will send them down the running order a little bit. But getting back on topic, if this was at Monza and aerodynamic proficiency was really important, then that would be a big issue, having that missing front bumper. At this point, though, it was a spin for Delta V Racing in the LMP3 category. They're running second in class, a little bit farther off the back of the leader in that category. A whole lot of stuff trying to break away from the point I'm trying to mention, which is that for ResTech Reparto Corsa in that 73 car, despite the fact they have a front bumper missing and their suspension is entirely out of whack, that doesn't really hurt you too much, because none of these race cars on this track right now, none of them are running smooth. They are all battling something. You could see the leader, Corbin Lenaway, who got away with that incident fairly scot-free, didn't have contact with a wall, and really just being and banging and roughing each other up, heading down into heading down towards turn number 15, was a main bit of drama in that for Corbin Lenaway. I mean, he's still losing time. The ResTech Reparto Corsa team, he's closing up that gap slowly but surely. 4.7 seconds may seem like a lot, but hey, we still have over 20 minutes left to go in this 4-hour race. 21 minutes until the time runs out. Then we'll just have to wait and see how things shake out in terms of when they get the white flag compared to the checkered. We'll just have to wait and see what happens in this fight. But ResTech Reparto Corsa, they aren't out of it. They don't have to come in to serve a meatball flag. You can see him wheeling that car coming out of the chicane. He is going to be pushing it. He is going to be pushing it like hell to try and grab this win. Not only does he feel like he deserves this win just because they have dominated throughout a vast majority of this race, I don't think he's not very happy with how he was raced by his competitors. There's going to be no doubt about it that there is some emotion thrown in the midst of that fight as well. You can see, I think that's a number 20 Simatech Sensations car running wide, hang through turn number 3. But at this point, the damage isn't affecting him too badly, and even if he came down pit lane, I don't even think he would bother trying to replace that suspension damage. He would just try and muscle it all the way to the end. He may be feeling some weird stuff with his force feedback, but he is going to be powering through it. There have been a whole lot of stuff that other drivers have had to overcome in this race, and for the ResTech Reparto Corsa team, who up until that incident had a fairly scot-free afternoon, they have a big setback on their hands, and they're going to try and power through it.
Certainly are. If he's got no meatball flag, which, because his times are registering, he doesn't, he might as well keep going at it. Astonishingly, he's the second quickest LMGT3 on track right now, and he is steering to the left at all times. It is quite remarkable. Only Saul Sanchez Flores in the number 15 Porsche for World of Sim Racing team has went quicker in the last lap, which is quite frankly mad. So yes, it's in his best interest definitely to stick it out and just keep going. I'm still trying to work out, like, mentally whether Corbin Lenaway in that work sim racing car can somehow stretch this out to the end. I don't recall exactly when they pitted, but also it's wet conditions. We've had a full course yellow. Yeah, so yeah, it was lap 78. I'm just trying to work out how long ago that was and how long a tank lasts in these conditions. I don't have that info at hand. It'd be really interesting if we can somehow get that info, but I assume those guys don't want to give up any valuable information, given that they are in a dogfight for the win of this race. We did mention, though, early doors here, that even though these guys started at the back of the field in class, all you have to do is sort of keep the nose clean and hopefully you'll work your way towards the front. That's exactly how this has panned out. Of course, yes, they got into the little tiff there with the 73, and it may take a little bit of time for that to be resolved in terms of a stewarding decision. But Corbin Lenaway, last time about, was only 0.07 of a second slower than Alessio Carollo. There's quite a bit of traffic, and it's not a straightforward fight from here to the end by any means. There's a lot to still unpack and unravel here, but he's holding his own, and it could be potentially 2 from 2 for the 16 work sim racing car, which would be incredible.
I mean, we gotta say that if they manage to pull this win out, that would, I mean, it would just add to the storyline. We were thinking at the very start, like, oh yeah, start under review. Maybe there's some sort of start violation that helped them pull away. If they pull this off, though, they will have entirely earned it, because that is a big, that's a giant, like, 10-foot tall hurdle that they will have had to have overcome at the end of this race. A tumultuous one for drivers up and down the running order, and it's still not over yet. Well, I say that LMP3, I won't go out and say that the win is pretty much entirely confirmed for Rising Panda Racing, because considering how dramatic this race has been, anything can happen between now and the checkered flag, which is coming out in about 17 minutes time. But again, a 1-minute 23 advantage over Delta V Racing, you can't really say that it's an uncomfortable margin. He is running smoothly at this point. As long as he does have a major snap out of turn 3 like he had not very long ago, I think they'll have a smooth run all the way until the checkered flag. And all credit where credit's due to Work Sim Racing, who I believe are in pit lane right now, possibly will drop down to P4. But still, they've put on a very good recovery drive, and despite being involved in that incident that dropped them a lap down, they haven't lost another lap since. They're still 1 lap down, which, hey, they would have loved to be in contention and battling this car, the Rising Panda Racing 47, for the win. But hey, considering the hand that they were dealt, you can't really be too upset with the way they have put together a afternoon in the sim. Looking through right now, LMP2, 8.8 seconds between Tri-State Racing and ResTech Reparta Corse. How has the number 22 car been in terms of pace, Jamie? Could you take a look at that? I'll give you a little bit of time to try and kind of piece together to see how they're doing, but I feel like that gap has come down a teeny tiny bit, unless I'm very much mistaken.
It has. Let me sort of very quickly get a bit of a vibe for it. So, since that last stop, it's been a little inconsistent for Bart Mattia in that Tri-State car, whereas Alessandro City has definitely been quicker across the board. So this might get interesting by the end. At the current rate, overall, I think it's high, but I mean, anything can and will happen in this race. So I'm sure we'll see them on track together within about 3 to 4 seconds, maybe. Who knows? So yeah, gap's down to 8 seconds. That was definitely closer to 20, and I know Mattia has had a couple of off-track moments. To be fair, as has Alessandro City in that ResTech Reparta Corse in number 22. But he seems to have hit a nice groove and a nice stride. He's got a feel for the conditions, because he was in the car previously at the start of the race when it was drier and you could push a little bit harder. Lap times are still around 10 seconds or so off the ultimate pace that has been shown in this race, and that still isn't dry conditions either. So it's still very wet and very slippery out there, but City last time by 1.3 seconds quicker. He'll get there at this rate, but catching is one thing and passing is another.
True, and we're going to see that put on full display in both the LMP2 and LMGT3 categories. The gap in LMGT3 that has diminished as all running wide is the ResTech Reparto Corse team. They nearly got a move get put on them by the 52, who's multiple laps down, but still kind of adding insult to injury. They're still closing up that gap, and they haven't lost a dramatic amount of time. Still, time is slowly running out. Less than 15 minutes left to go in this 4-hour-long race. It has blown by us very, very fast. It's been entertaining, exciting, dramatic, and sometimes very weird at times, that is for darn sure, but we are closing up to what is going to be a very dramatic finish and a well-earned victory to whoever ends up taking the checkered flag. Dynaco Racing Team at risk of going a lap down. They're currently 1 minute 40 off of Tri-State Racing. You can see that 12 car just looming in the back of shot. This race has really been the story of absolute dominance. You can see the amount of cars that are multiple laps down. Really, in each class, there's 3 cars on the lead, actually discounting the leaders, I should say. There's 2 cars on the lead lap to the leader in LMP2, 1 on the lead lap in LMP3, and that's kind of getting a bit close as Delta V is about 1:24 back of Rising Panda Racing. And LMGT3, the 2 cars that are on the lead lap are separated by less than a second now. Alessio Carollo has closed up that gap dramatically. He is a man on a mission. Let's ride on board with him, Sumuli. You can kind of see it peeking through the windscreen. He is still having to wheel that thing at every single point around this racetrack. If he has that steering wheel straight, he is going through a corner. If he has it turned, he's going down a straightaway. He is going to be wheeling this thing to victory. It looks like a NASCAR stock car driving around there more than anything else, with a steering wheel offset. And you can see him sawing at the wheel, hitting those bits of standing water littered all the way around this 2.7 mile long racetrack. He is having to wheel it with a steering wheel that off center in a race car that really drives and looks as cursed as it does. This is a big challenge for Alessio, nearly locking up. I think he did lock up, heading into turn number 14. He is closing up that gap, though. It's about a half a second separating these two right now. The Work Sim Racing Mustang, will they be able to make it to the checkered flag, or will they have to go in for a quick splash and dash? If it's a quick splash and dash they need, it won't really add too much credence to the move that Alessio may or may not try and go for here. But I have a feeling that if they knew that the Work Sim Racing car had to come down pit lane, they wouldn't be forcing the issue as much as they are. They came in, We heard from our producer, Samuli, that it was lap 78 the last time the Work Sim Racing car came in. He's lost it over the curb in turn 2, and that gives the lead to the ResTech Reparto Corse Mercedes, who retakes the lead of the race from Corbin Lenaway behind the wheel. That number 16 Mustang, who has another slide coming through turn number 3. Adding salt into the wounds for the number 16 car. We'll get back to the subject of whether or not he has to come down pit lane. Look at that. He ran over the curb in turn 1, got sideways, hit the curb in turn 2, did not learn his lesson clearly from what happened in turn 1 just a few moments before, and sadly for that whole team, it's not looking like it's going to be a double. They won in dramatic fashion at Barcelona 1 month ago, but as it turns out, it looks like they may possibly lose this race in dramatic fashion 1 month later at Magny-Cours.
Oh, that's true. I wanted to see these two like properly scrap it out one more time for the race win. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be the case. How Alessio Carollo's actually getting any speed out of that car is a minor miracle. Like, he's steering at least 45 degrees to the left just to keep it pointing in a straight line, and then he just sort of lets go of the lock just to feed it through the right-hander there at the chicane there. But goodness gracious, like, what a race, what a recovery as well with that amount of damage. Like, they're still quick. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I guess the wet conditions, having a car that's actually competent and quick, doesn't matter as long as you can wheel it around the track. That's the most important thing. But yeah, they are, if I'm not mistaken, still the quickest LMGT3 on track, or at least really close, which is mad. It's crazy. That car should not be going that quickly compared to everyone else, and that gap is only extending out to the work sim racing guys. Yeah, we'll I guess never know if the 16 really could like make it to the end, you know, and hang on to the lead because of that mistake. Oh, that's not good. Contact there between the 51 and the 95 World Sim Racing versus Dinoco Racing Team. A pair of laps down they are, but not ideal. And off goes last round's winner, Julien Bossier, for Simatox Sensations. These guys sadly aren't going to win again this time round, but they've worked their way back up to 7th after starting P20. So, okay, yes, they've had a little off there, but they've got a minute to the car ahead and 34 seconds to Spence in the Tri-State car behind. So, yeah, not ideal, but a lot of quick cars have bit the dust a lot harder than they have today. So, not the end of the world. A quick question, actually. Has Garrett Spence handed that car over to anyone else at this point? And second question, is that allowed?
Ooh, that... maybe we could see... I forget what year it was at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. I think it was a father-son duo where the one drove for like 23 hours and like 12 minutes, and the other one picked up the rest of the race. Maybe we could be seeing something similar like that. Maybe Garrett Spence is just going to yield control of that Tri-State racing car with about 3 laps to go. Not a whole lot of time left. The rain is still coming down, and in a couple of seconds time we're going to be clicking over to about 7 minutes left in this 4-hour-long race, as we see the number 20 come down pit lane for what I think is possibly a drive-through penalty. Yes, it is an incident point violation for Simatox Sensations. Behind the wheel, that number 20, I think I heard you apologize there, Jamie. The commentator's jinx striking again for this team, who, I mean, credit where credit's due, as you pointed out. They've put on a pretty good recovery drive. As, ooh, an off-track moment for our race leader. The Tri-State Racing number 12 car has gone off the circuit, and that has diminished their lead overall. With less than 7 minutes left to go, ResTech or Parta Corsa, they are not out of it. That gap is now 2.5 seconds between the drivers running at the north end of the LMP2 field. Will Alessandro City be able to keep that car on the racetrack, keep it going fast, and will they put enough pressure to the back of Tri-State Racing to try and make a mistake? Now the stakes are high. If we see that 12 car go off the track again, it's not going to be a loss in time, it's going to be a loss in position, it's going to be a loss of the lead, and it will probably be a loss of the victory. The 12 car at this point, they need to be walking on eggshells between now and the checkered flag, but they still need to keep their pace up quick enough to be able to hold off the lead with 6 minutes left on the clock.
They certainly do. I suspect Mattei is starting to feel the pressure a little bit. He got the gap back out to 7.5 seconds, and it's another mistake into the Adelaide hairpin. As we see Quintana around the outside. Will he get it stopped on that line? Just about. That's actually really well done. Trying to switch back now on the 99 Digitrax car that we haven't actually spoke too much about today. It's had a couple of little issues here and there, but P9 for them at the minute, fighting for the back end of the top 10 with the World Sim Racing Team car. Not a bad effort for those guys. They've done a pretty steady, solid job here today. So, yeah, fingers crossed that both cars make it to the end clean and unscathed. Hopefully that's not a curse either. But yeah, well defended there from the 99, making sure that the 51 had to go the long way round, and then ensuring that they got a nice straight exit. So we'll keep an eye on the gaps between the 12 and 22. And to be fair, the 73 hasn't completely walked away from the 16 in LMGT3. So gap there is still 2.7, 2.8 seconds in and around that, which all it takes is one little wobbly moment and the Work Sim Racing car is back ahead. And it looks like they're going to try and stretch this out all the way to the end. Obviously, they'll run it until the tank's dry. But yeah, they're surprisingly looking like they're going to make it all the way to the end here. So Yeah, good job by the guys in the 16. We still don't have a decision on the incident. Oh, that's a close call there. The 94 JJ Motorsports car just about getting out of the way of that. But yeah, all systems go. It's the last 5 minutes, and the win in both LMP2 and LMGT3 is still on, as Quintana this time does get to the inside, up the inside, clean move. Can he get the exit? Yes, he can. And that is World of Sim Racing Team up into P9.
So at this point, we have less than 4 minutes left on the clock. Who's going to end up winning it? Is it going to be Tri-State Racing getting the victory overall? They need to keep it on the road. I'll tell you what, they haven't been pulling away. Their gap, I mean, it was pretty expansive not very long ago. They're going to get checked up again, this time with a rejoining LMP2 car that went off the track, heading through the Adelaide hairpin. That cost them a little bit more time. It wasn't massive, however, those 0.3 of a second, 0.4 of a second differences when it comes to a driver going off track right in front of you. The driver in question was actually behind the wheel of the Squadron Veloce by ERS car. Oh, as we see City going for a move on an LMP2 lapped car. He needs to deal with these cars as efficiently as they possibly can. I'm curious to Muli. Oh my god, that was near disaster for Alessandro City, nearly running into the back of the LMP2 car right in front of him. And I think there may have been some contact between himself and the LMP3 that he lapped not very long ago. He gets all kinds of squirrely understeering like a truck, heading through the Imola chicane. Now less than 3 minutes left to go on the clock, and Samuli is okay if we can bring up the track map graphic, because I want to see what the lap traffic situation is for these cars. You can see them right now. There's a small little pack a little bit farther up the road. They're not running into a traffic jam though. At this point, Tri-State Racing with a 3.5 second gap, coming to what we think will probably be about 3, maybe even 2 laps to go from this 4-hour-long race for round 2 of the European Sports Car Championship. At this point, if you are the driver of the number 12 Tri-State Racing car leading this race, you just need to be careful. You need to keep it on the road. Walking on eggshells is the main thing, and currently Bart Maidaya, man, I would not want to be in his position, and I think he ran into some big trouble with that lap traffic, as the gap is basically cratered between himself and the ResTech Reparto Corse team, currently about a second separating the two of them as cars go off the track left, right, and center all around them. They are scrambling off the circuit just to try and not get in the way of the drivers battling for the win and the lead in the LMP2 category, with less than 2 minutes left to go on the clock, coming to 1.5 minutes now left in this 4-hour-long race. City, he is pushing that car as hard as he possibly can. That gap has gone up and down, up and down, up and down. It has been a roller coaster ride for both of these teams. City, they've led the most amount of laps so far in this race. At one point, they looked like the force to be reckoned with and the shoe-in for the victory. However, things didn't work out too well for them when it came to yellow flags, and City has had to work like hell when it comes to lap traffic, or when it comes to just running all by his lonesome to try and reel in that gap. Tri-State Racing ran wide, hang through turn 14. This may be City's opportunity. You can see him pulling out of that draft. They're going to be side by side, careening their way down into turn number 15, as an incident will be reviewed for post-race involving the 22 car as it made contact heading through the final few corners at the end of this lap. The white flag, I believe, is going to be in the air. It's going to be one more time around, and more contact between these two drivers. There are no love lost between these two drivers. They aren't happy with each other, but ResTech Competition is going to get that move done around the outside. ResTech Reparto Corse gets that move done to slot their way into P number 1 in the LMP2 category on what we believe is the final lap of the race. There may be some stuff to review though, and it's still not over yet. Tri-State Racing, they're going to be in the mist, they're going to be in the draft, and they're trying to get a move done. Heading into turn number 5, he's not going to be close enough. The 22 hits the apex beautifully, as does the 12. This is a straight up fight between these two drivers. We'll have to keep our eyes on to see whether or not there's some sort of penalty issued to car number 22 or to car number 12 for the contact they had, let alone the incident that's going to be reviewed further post-race involving City in that 22 car, but right now rounding their way around turn number 9, 180, one of the most challenging corners on this lap. It's a corner where many a driver have gone for a 180 spin in this race. Thankfully, the front two in the LMP2 category aren't going to be called out by that. They got some more lap traffic to deal with. I don't believe we are on the white flag, though. I think they may have to come around another time. I don't see the white flag graphic, at least from everything that I've seen. Alessandro City, though, he is leading it. Currently about a second between himself and that Tri-State Racing number 12. All credit where credit's due to the Tri-State Racing team. They put on a fantastic show, but it's not going to be enough. Rounding their way around the final 3 corners on this racetrack, and Alessandro City, who had to fight like hell to get the job done, is going to take the checkered flag victorious here at Magny-Cours. Res Tech Reparta Corse, they take the checkered flag as the winners in the LMP2 category. Meanwhile, it's a little bit spread out, a little bit farther behind. LMP3, Rising Panda Racing, they're going to be taking the checkered flag in the not too distant future, as is Simatech Sensations, who will be taking it in the not too distant future as well. They're 2 laps down. They've got a fight involving the other Tri-State Racing car. So while the team that won this time by are having to deal with a Tri-State Racing car, the team that won last time at, they're having to deal with another Tri-State Racing car, and yet again, it's going to be Tri-State unfortunately losing out, as Julian Besser, who drove that car to victory at Barcelona 1 month ago, they end up in P7 in this race. And look at this man, he had to wheel it. You can see the off-kilter steering wheel in Alessio Corallo's car. Res Tech Reparta Corse, they had to fight like hell in LMP2 and LMGT3, but they're going to get the double, rounding his way on that start-finish straightaway, and it's victory in that Mercedes that is just about ready for the scrap heap. They win in LMGT3 over Work Sim Racing, who came within 2.5 seconds of going back-to-back. And meanwhile, in the LMP3 category, Christian, behind the wheel of the Rising Panda Racing 47 car, they win in LMP3 in dominant fashion. 1 minute and 31 seconds separating the front two in LMP3 when they took the checkered flag just a few moments ago. If you're expecting some fireworks in that fight between Res Tech and Tri-State, we definitely got it, Jamie. That was an incredible finish.
Wow, I was not expecting that at the end. I can't believe what I'm saying. City there just seemed to have so much more grip and composure, and just had more, just had more to give at the end. Mattia was really struggling for traction and drive off of the corners, it seemed, and there was a bit of beating and banging down the pit straight at the end. But yeah, City with the big commitment on the wider line through turns 1 and 2 was able to get ahead, and then was extremely good on the brakes into the Adelaide hairpin on that final lap to stretch the margin, build a gap, and was able to hang on then at the end. Tri-State again, they end up runners up. Second last time out at Barcelona, second again here, but wow, what a finish to the race.
And here are the results from a dramatic 4 hours. Awesome stuff, though. Regardless of what you make of it, that was incredible. And in the end, Res Tech Reparta Corse possibly making up for the disappointment they faced at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya for the opening round of the season, where they were leading early on and had a really good shot to win it. It didn't really materialize for them 1 month ago. It does here at Magny-Cours in the French countryside. They take the victory. Tri-State Racing going to end up in P2. Dynaco Racing Team will round out your podium in third. Then Res Tech Reparta Corse, they finish in P1 and P4 in that LMP2 category. Very nicely played from that team overall. NOP is going to end up in 6th. Simatech Sensations, off the back of a victory last time out at Barcelona, they end up in P7 in front of Tri-State Racing in P8, Digitrax in P9, and World of Sim Racing Team in the number 51 car will round out your top 10. Dynaco Racing Team in the number 95. They started this race from the pole. At one point, they were running all the way at the back of the LMP2 field, so credit where credit's due to the drivers and the team behind the wheel of the number 95 car. They managed to put on a fantastic recovery drive, and even though though it is in a top 10, still credit where credit's due for a team that had to face adversity all throughout. Revolution E-Racing ends up in 12th. Eagle Speed Academy with one of the awesomest names in this series. Awesomest even a word? I don't think it is. They end up in lucky number P13 for the drivers of the number 85 car. MV Skin Lab DS Racing going to end up in 14th. Delta Racing in 15th. Vision 1 Motorsports in the number 11 car. They end up in 16th. Race Ventura with a very hard-fought afternoon as well. Tough luck towards the end and some incidents as well. They end up in 17th. Squadra Veloce by ERS, they will be in P18. HWT Motorsports, who had a connection issue many moons ago and were in contention for a podium, they end up in a heartbreaking P19. SJ&H Esports, they round out your top 20. Evolve Racing in 21st. Trackside Racing Team and car number 37 are going to be the last drivers in the LMP2 results. And Jamie, I'll pass things off to you to handle LMP3.
Excellent. I've got the easy job then because it's 7 cars. So Rising Panda with the win, a lap actually over the Delta V Racing number 25. Then the Trackside Racing team that had a very up and down day in 3rd. The 7 Work Sim Racing car that was so strong for large parts of the race as well. Got caught up in that unfortunate incident under safety car, 2 laps down in 4th. They had a difficult day though after that. 35 Unity in P5, and then the gutting one, Focus Racing, they were so strong as soon as it started to get very wet, and it just sort of fell apart from there. Disappointing 6th for those guys, with the 98 No-Go Racing team rounding on the 7 LMP3 cars.
And we will move our way over to LMGT3, another hard-fought class, and another win for ResTech Reparto Corse. 73 car, the driver behind the wheel for that final stint, dealing with that damage. They had to wheel that thing across a line, and boy did they end up winning it in the LMGT3 class. Work Sim Racing, so close to pulling off the double gang 2 victories in a row. 2.5 seconds in the end was the difference between themselves and the leader. I gotta say, 2.5 hours, 4 hours, and for it to end with the front 2 in LMGT3 separated by 2.5 seconds. That is the main reason why I absolutely adore multi-class sports car racing. And rounding out your podium in the LMGT3 category is going to be the number 29 VR Racing car. Then in P4 is a number 2, the SC Competition by TSR Corvette. At a hard-fought afternoon, they end up in P4. Tri-State Racing going to end up in 5th. GSE Racing Esports will finish this race in P6. World of Sim Racing Team, they end up in P7. Delta Racing is going to end up in P8 and P9 respectively, with the 4 car and the 31 in that order. That's going to be ResTech Reparto Corse, the car that probably had the most challenges throughout this entire race out of that ResTech Reparto Corse camp. They end up in 10th in the LMGT3 category, 8 laps down. Revolver E Racing is going to end up in 11th, and JJ Motorsports will round out the 12 cars that took the checkered flag and started this race at Magny-Cours. And as the rain still comes down around this track and we wrap things up on this broadcast, Jamie, I think we have some drivers waiting in the interview waiting area. Would you like to bring in our winners from the... I'm not even sure what class to start off with. I'll let you pick what class you want to interview first.
We'll go LMP2 first. We'll bring in Alessandro City first. All right, Alessandro City. What an incredible race. What an absolutely crazy race. It looked like you guys were like comfortable at parts, and then it sort of flipped on its head a bit and you had to overtake the Tri-State guys at the end. Talk me through it.
Hello. Yeah, it has been a tough race. I cannot believe what happened, even if we don't know if we're gonna get penalized, but it was really fun.
Yeah, I mean, it looked challenging and really difficult. We actually didn't see the incident for where you guys are currently under investigation, so we'll assume for now that you guys have the race win. Yeah, really difficult changing conditions out there. Everywhere we looked, there was someone struggling to sort of keep the car on the road. Just explain to everyone just how difficult it was to, keep the car pointing in the right direction, and for now then picking up the race victory.
Yeah, it was easy in the first hour. Then it started raining more, and a lot of standing water, a lot of spray coming from the other cars. It was really difficult to see when you had another LMP2 car in front of you. So you had to go by memory, hoping that the track is where you think it is. In the third hour, my co-driver, the second driver of my car, went in a little bit of panic, but somehow we've managed to catch the leader and pass him on the last lap. So yeah, on my last stream too, I was driving on 20 FPS. I don't know why, but it was so hard. The motivation why I had a crash. I couldn't see so much. But, we'll see.
Okay, well, we'll have to wait and see how it all plays out. But yeah, a fantastic battle at the end to recover the lead and to finish ahead of the Tri-State guys. I'll leave it up to you to give a shout out and to thank who you need to thank for this result so far.
Yeah, I want to congratulate with the number 12 car, or I don't know who is the second place is the 12 car, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, they were fast, a lot faster, but the error they made on the last 10 minutes gave me the chance to attack him. Then I want to thank my teammate Umberto, who was really fast, and all my team, because they made a perfect setup from the sister car to our engineer. They made a perfect job, and all I had to do was drive as fast as I can. So thank you, thanks to them.
Super stuff, Alessandro. Well, we'll let you go and celebrate for now what looks like a race victory. We don't know how everything will play out, but for now, congratulations and
thank you,
and a job well done.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Excellent. Ron, who do you want to grab next? So we've got class winners from LMP3 and LMGT3 to take or to have a word with. So I'll let you take your pick on that one.
We got a whole lot of options. I think here's a really good question that I should have probably looked into before, during that interview. I think we'll have a chat with the winners in the LMP3 category. However, I see one of them, that being Christian. We'll drag him into the commentary booth, and I think we'll ask one question. Christian, are one of your teammates down there in the interview waiting area? If so, which one is it, so we can drag him up there as well?
It's Max Lienert.
Alrighty.
There we go.
All right, we'll drag the both of you into the commentary booth now. My apologies for that. Gentlemen, a very hard-fought afternoon ends in a dominant victory, 1 minute and 30 seconds over the competition. I'll ask this to you, Christian, first, then I'll move on to Max. Thoughts on a very hard-fought afternoon at Magny-Cours?
My thoughts? I mean, yeah, it was, as you said, definitely a hard one. The race started tricky with the track wasn't really wet, so we struggled with the rears, and we even had a blown rear left tire at some point. So to come back from that and win it with that margin at the end is crazy. But yeah, showed our strength as a team, I guess. We are pretty good in the wet, coming from ACC. So yeah, worked out well. Setup was good. The car is tricky anyway. The car was already tricky in the dry, and it wasn't any better in the wet. So I'm super happy that we managed to pull that one off.
And Max, what about you?
Quite really surprised about the end result. Like Chris said, yeah, the first stint on my part was like really bad. Yeah, we had fairly low practice to say the least on the rain, and in the kind of wet but not raining conditions. Yeah, I basically destroyed the tires within 30 minutes, I think, on the first stint, something like that. So yeah, then I spent more time spinning than actually keeping the car straight on the first stint. And then yeah, as soon as we realized it was because the tires were really in a bad shape, and actually we blew the tire, like Chris said. After that, yeah, we took some action to avoid that with the brake balance, with the setup of the car, or we revised the balance. And yeah, also the fact that it started to rain more and more helped us with the tires, and from there on we could just keep the car facing the right direction and having quite a decent pace at that time. So we managed to salvage the bad start, let's say.
Well, still congratulations on the victory. A very hard-fought afternoon from the both of you. I'll do it the way we asked before. I'll ask Christian this, and then I'll ask you, Max. Next time out, we are going to be running at Imola, so a somewhat similar track to the one we ran at here today, with some own unique flair and some historical significance as well. So I'll ask you this first, Christian. What are your thoughts heading into Imola in about a month's time?
I'm looking forward to it. I love Imola. Watching it in F1 and then also driving it, I think it's really good old school track. So yeah, we'll go at it again in a month's time, and then we see what we can do.
Amen. What about you, Max?
Yeah, I also like the track. I'm a bit scared about how the car will behave there. The P3 hasn't been the easiest car to learn, let's say. I'm fairly new with the car and with iRacing overall, so yeah, let's see.
And I'll ask you this final question for both of you, gentlemen. Is there anyone you want to give a thanks to or shout out?
Yeah, shout out to Max and the rest of the guys. Shout out to our sister LMP2 for finishing P5. Yeah,
Chris did a great job already.
Did a great job in prep, and yeah, let's hope we can continue to improve on the car. As Max said, we are new to it, so yeah, it's always learning. On to the next one.
On to the next one, indeed. Congratulations, gentlemen, on taking the victory here at Magny-Cours, and excited to see you all back out on track in Imola in about a month's time. Thank you for joining us, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Bye.
And that right there was the duo responsible for the victory in LMP3. Rising Panda Racing and that number 47 car end up winning it. And Jamie, we got some of our LMGT3 competitors waiting in the chat, and I say that's mainly Andre Miato. So would you like to have a chat with one of the drivers behind the wheel of the winning LMGT3 car?
Certainly will. Andrea Miato of the number 73 Restec Pardo Corsa Mercedes. Congratulations on the win. That was very hard fought in the end, and quite the battle in the end with the work sim racing guys, with the contact towards the end, and then Alessio trying to fight through at the end. Talk us through it, mate. It looked straightforward for you guys, and then not straightforward, and then straightforward, and then not straightforward again.
Yeah, hi everyone. Yeah, it was a hard race. I didn't think it will be like full race wet, so we didn't practice so much on the wet. Yeah, the last part of the race is insane. Yeah, we did a really a great job. Alessio did a great job on recovery from that crash. I'm really happy that we can say we have won a race.
Yeah, you guys did a superb job. I think it's probably quite clear to say that you guys were the fastest cars on track, or the fastest car, certainly in your hands and with Alessio. what's the secret? What's the key to the speed that you had for this race? I know you guys were quick last time at Barcelona, but yeah, you looked very, very strong here pretty much across the board. So, like, was the preparation very good, or is it just a track that you guys, quite enjoy?
Well, I think we prepared the car very well. So I think the secret is there. But I really like the wet, so I think I take a few laps to make confidence with that wet, and yeah, a lot of practice. But also the car was really, really good. We did a really good setup.
And then sort of like one last sort of race-related question before I let you have a shout out to who helped you out with this. But my experience personally with the Mercedes in the wet is that it's not a very strong car in the wet. So were you guys surprised to still have really good speed in this car in these conditions, or again, is it a case of the preparation was so good that you've made it work really well in the wet?
What can I say? I'm pretty new on iRacing, so I don't know so much things on the simulator. But I understand that the Mercedes is not so quick on the wet. So yeah, I'm pretty surprised that we were so fast in wet. But I think we really did a good job on the wet. So yeah, I think a good job in every sense.
Yeah, it certainly looked that way. And then finally, yeah, a shout out to who helped you and Alessio make this happen.
Yeah, I want to thank everyone who helps us, our engineer Alessio, all the team, because we did a great job both in GT3s and LMP2 cars. So it was a really, really great race for our team.
Amazing stuff. Super job to both you and Alessio, and congratulations on the victory.
Thanks, guys.
So that was Andrea Miato for Restec, Ricardo Corsa picking up the win in LMGT3. Ron, if you want to grab one more.
That's a very
will we
good
wrap?
question. I think
I mean, we grabbed all the winners.
I think we'll leave it at the interviews there. We're running a little bit over time. We make a
we are.
butt chewing from our boss, but hey, we're running over by like 11 minutes. We've already been on the air for 4.5 hours, so who cares? So I think we should make one point clear. I was having a conversation with Race Control while we were doing those interviews, and we will not be able to tell you as to whether or not car number 22 will receive a penalty from some sort of incident that happened during this race. However, for the next broadcast of this series, we will definitely be able to let you know by then. We'll tell you exactly what happens. Unfortunately, we just won't be able to tell you until this broadcast ends. But speaking of that next race of this series, and we asked the drivers about that during the interviews, and I'll ask you this as well, Jamie. Imola, next time out, a historic track. Fun with sports cars, fun with open wheel cars. That's going to be an awesome show. So how do you think that race is going to be in about a month's time?
If it's anything like the first two, and if it's half as exciting as the first two, it'll be really, really, really exciting. Because that's another narrow track where it's quite difficult to overtake. It's difficult to go side by side with different class cars. It's quite tight and twisty. It's another old school circuit. But these guys put on a show consistently now. So I'm looking forward to it. I should be around for that. I hope I'm around for it because I've thoroughly enjoyed everything that's kicked off here today. It's been an absolute blast.
And I have to say, I hope you're back with me as well, Jamie. It has been a privilege to be a part of a commentary team with you throughout these past two races. I feel like we've talked more than some other than I've talked to some other commentators here on Apex Racing TV, just having to do 4.5 hour long broadcasts with you over the past month. But again, a reminder, Imola is going to be the next round of this season, round number 3. That is going to take place on August the 17th, and we hope that it will be here on Apex Racing TV, because as Jamie said, if it's anything like the action we've had from the first 2 races of the season, it is going to be absolutely insane. A reminder again that if you never want to miss anything going on here on either Apex Racing TV or the European Sports Car Championship, wherever you're watching this stream from, a friendly reminder to hit that subscribe button and the notification bell so you never miss a single thing on both of these platforms. And speaking of missing stuff on Apex Racing TV, you better tune in over the next week, because we have action all around the clock every single day. Round number 1 of the Racing Unleashed GT3 series is going to be at the Nürburgring this upcoming Sunday. In fact, it's going to be tomorrow, held around about the same time as we are right now. You better tune in for that one. That is going to be some fun. Then on Sunday as well, starting a little bit after that, is the 8th round of the Radical Sim Racing European Championship coming from Silverstone. And if you're in the mood for some LMP3 action and some more multi-class sports car racing, the Rekmatech Sports Car Series would definitely scratch that itch. Round number 7 at Mugello with a very close championship fight to keep your eyes on for. And then if you're in the mood for some Radical SR10 action, I know some of the drivers running in this series have run in the Radical SR10 in the past. You better stay tuned for the Radical Esports Cup. Week number 8 at Monza is going to be held this upcoming Friday. And a whole lot of stuff coming up here on Apex Racing TV. Gives you more of a reason to subscribe. But I think for this broadcast, round number 2 of the European Sports Car Championship at Magny-Cours, that will just about do it. A fun day of racing action, 4 hours of madness. That is the only way I can describe it. Singing in the rain for the winners and crying in the rain for some of the drivers that ran into some trouble, but still absolutely incredible from our perspective here in the broadcast booth, and we hope you can tune in for the next race of the season in about a month's time. And so for myself, Ron Mullins, Jamie Fluke joining me in the commentary booth, and Samuli Kuma doing a wonderful job working all the cameras in the virtual production hauler, I say thank you all so very much for watching. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you all again wherever it is in the not too distant future.